Good morning, gamers. Welcome to the MDI Last Stand. There are 2 more spots into the MDI Global Finals, and we have got 6 amazing teams that are going to be competing for them in just about 3 short minutes. But our format is a little bit different than it was for the previous 3 MDI group stages, if you watch those. So, Makes, would you do the honor of explaining to everybody what is different about the Last Stand compared to the Cup weekends?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're familiar with the MDI, just forget everything. It's not a bracket format, but rather all of the 6 teams are running the entire 5 hours and are trying to get the keys to the fastest that they can. It's a little bit of a mixture of the Great Push and time trials if you followed those. So all of those teams will be having those 5 hours to run the keys that we give them. On the very first day, there will be 4 dungeons to run. And then at the end of each day, we are eliminating, I think, the slowest team of those. So you can't just only do 1 dungeon and get that one very fast. You need to kind of do every single dungeon that we give them. And then day 2, they will get a new dungeon on top of that, similar to how TGP is. And the team that is on the fastest run across all of the dungeons at the end of the 3 days is going to win.
So we will be revealing the 4 dungeons that will be opening the day very soon here. But first, here is a look at the 6 teams that have qualified through the Last Stand time trials. A lot of teams you'll recognize titles from the last few group weekends, plus a new entrant up on here with an exciting logo.
What is that logo? Let him cook. And in a favorite, we have our podcast co-host Trell partnering up with Mooch's Hasty Terrace Hampton Showdown to make actually a pretty competitive team. They put up some really good times in the Last Stand time trials, and I think that they could maybe be looked to upsetting some of the teams, potentially even make it to those global finals.
Yeah, the other 5 teams, of course, were all teams that we've seen in those previous 3 weekends. So a bunch of teams that came so close, including Cheese, who are potentially on a revenge tour here after being a favorite to make it to global finals out of their group last weekend and falling just a little bit short there. So it should be pretty exciting to see these teams battling against each other. Of course, it's high pressure, not just at the end of the weekend, but every single day, because Makes, like you said, the lowest placed team at the end of each day is going to be eliminated. So big and scary. Zyro, though, we have the affixes up here. What jumps out to you from our list of dungeons here?
Let me take a look. This is the first time I've ever seen these. So,
of course, me too.
Here. Ooh, bolstering Algathar Academy returning from last weekend.
Yeah.
That is going to be a struggle for some of the teams. Actually, that might even be an advantage for the teams we saw last weekend, right? Teams like Thunderstruck and Cheese.
That played in the weekend with the similar affix set. That makes sense. That could be a little home court advantage for them in the Algathar. We also have lower keystone level in like Naka defensive in particular than the other ones here at that 20 level. So a bit of a longer dungeon, though. One of the interesting things about this format, right, is that the dungeons that are a little bit longer timers, a little bit higher levels, are a little bit more costly to put attempts into because you have the same total amount of hours, of course, across the whole place. So be interesting to see where teams decide to get started. The first day is often kind of the most hectic with these sorts of things because you need to put up a time in all 4 dungeons. You only have 5 hours to do it.
But if you remember this graphic from TGP, we can already see that some of the teams might be already phased into instances. That's that little green dot that's going to indicate where they are. And, where do you think we're going to go first, Helds?
I think that in general, more often than not, you actually see teams pick the easiest affix set and like the lowest level for these dungeons. And so I think that Naka defensive makes the most sense more often than not, because if you look at it, it's 20 tyrannical, spiteful, quaking. And so anything that you ever did in practice in that dungeon is going to translate super well. Legendary in the top left, you see those guys zoning into Azure Vault. I think that the Azure Vault also makes sense because what you typically want to avoid is like affixes or key levels that will disrupt maybe your route that you have practiced a lot in that dungeon. And obviously things like bolstering are the ones that are normally the most disruptive of affixes. And so I think that like the knock hood makes the most sense for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, the lowest key level, obviously. I think it makes the most sense to just go in and slam it unless you have a very specific strategy in a certain dungeon already, which is why we see Legendary and the Azure Vault, I'd have to imagine. Maybe they looked at that dungeon and thought the affixes were the least impactful as well, and they could end up, potentially yoinking some strategy during their break time.
I mean, you have to do all 4 of these dungeons to avoid elimination because the lowest timed team gets eliminated at the end of the day. So you're going to have to go into these dungeons at some point. It's more like, I think, strategically picking your break in between going from the Naka and Azure Vault into the Algathar Academy and Shadow Moon Burial Grounds is what we're going to see from just like a strategy perspective for a lot of these teams.
Right. So what kind of times do you think we're going to be expecting to see, like, on the top end for potentially, like, this Naka defensive here? Because this is very similar to the Naka defensive that we had in week 2, which was notably, I think, the most interesting week we had for Naka defensive because it was on the lower key level and teams could go a little more crazy with their pull sizings. Do you think we'll see them go even bigger than that? Because remember, they do have essentially, like, infinite attempts. They're only capped by the time they have, which is 5 hours per day. So they could potentially go for some pretty crazy pulls at the start of the dungeon here.
So sub 20 is almost guaranteed, especially at like this key level. Now there's a question of like, are they going to be able to get something in the order of around that 18-minute to 17-minute mark? I think that sub 18 is also fairly likely, just looking at the timer from what you were saying. They had a couple weekends ago in Cup B. The best time was 18:44. Obviously that was a 21 Tyram. But I could see like somewhere around the 18-minute mark be a really, really competitive time for this Naka defensive.
We have our first wipe of the day from Legendary on the top left there. They were going for that crazy snap strategy we saw last weekend where they snapped, I think it was a pack of rocks plus the tree downstairs into the first boss room. And they ended up dying to some raging piercing shards going on Lipan there. So it looks like a pretty crazy pull. Definitely want to keep an eye on what they're doing there, what they've got cooking up. We've got a few of our teams in the Azure Vault, but Cheese is the only team to go to that bolstering Algathar Academy.
I think it makes sense that they're in the AA because, like you mentioned at the very top of show, I think Cheese and Thunderstruck's Algathar Academy should probably be the strongest of all of the teams across this weekend because they had practiced bolstering AA for their Cup weekend last weekend. And so I think it makes the most sense for them, if anybody's going to start in that Algathar Academy, it is going to be this team in Cheese. Wipes are less impactful in this format, correct, Zyro? Just due to, like, so in normal MDI, if you wipe, more often than not, you're going to be losing that map. But with this format, if you wipe, you just reset the dungeon. Yeah?
Yeah, this is like much more similar to like Time Trial Weekend where you have an insane route that you've cooked up where there's definitely some volatility involved, right? But you're afforded that volatility because if you wipe, you just go again. Now, of course, there's some, time constraints, obviously. Like, 5 hours might seem like a lot of time, but we've seen teams get to the point where, they're an hour, 2 hours into the day, and they haven't really put up a good time yet. And then they start getting, a little bit flustered and not playing very well. So we definitely would like to see, the teams put up some early time so that they can feel a little more comfortable and go for some of their crazier strategies.
And I think that this format actually kind of helps teams like, Cheese and honestly Direwolves. I think that those are the two teams that I'm kind of looking at as they played in their max time for a lot of dungeons was quite fast, even potentially the fastest of their Cup weekends. But the strategies that they were implementing in a lot of the dungeons were so volatile and their consistency was a bit lower to where that came back to hurt them a bit. Now, this is a format that you can afford to have inconsistent strategies because wiping, one time 10 minutes in the dungeon, sure, you lose that 10 minutes. It's not as efficient. But realistically, we can just go again and start it once more. As you look in the bottom right, Direwolves.
Yeah.
Like I was kind of talking about wiping on that first pull of Azure Vault, but it's one of those spots where if they get their first pull and they get it clean, then they should be good to go. And then it's like, then we're really on pace for a great Azure Vault time if you're on the side of Direwolves.
Yeah, I mean, that's the interesting thing, once again, just to reiterate it. Like, teams can go for crazy pulls that you would just never even assume you would attempt in actual MDI-style scenarios because, wiping is not that big of a deal. You go down, they literally pulled every single Arcane Tender and every single Crystal Fury in this first area, right? Every single Lasher, and they're just AoEing it all together. Legendary's doing the exact same thing here. Look at the size of that pull. If a team tried that in like a normal MDI scenario, we'd be calling them crazy. But, going for it, if they pull this off, that puts them in a good spot for the rest of the dungeon.
Yep, Igloo going down here. But if they're able to get through this pull, even that 5-second death on Igloo shouldn't be too costly, and I think that we're going to continue to see Legendary finishing this run, or at least continuing on with this run into the next part of this dungeon. I think that makes sense. Obviously, it's not perfect, but you can afford a 5-second time loss on such a very dangerous and difficult to perform pull.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see across the board. Any other teams reset so far? Both not good offensive runs are still going on. You can already see a little bit of a difference in terms of strategy and times. Look at this first boss kill split for Let Him Cook. A minute faster than Thunderstruck. Does Thunderstruck have a bunch of extra count though? Interesting. They don't. What did Let Him Cook do on that first boss?
I generally believe that Knockout Offensive shouldn't get dangerous at this key level with this affix set until we start to see the Tyr and Maruk area. The Tyr and Maruk area, obviously, like double mound pulls and just setups in that area can cause problems. But in this first area, this should be kind of what the teams practice. Whenever you're going through and practicing these dungeons, more often than not, you have like a default route with less impactful affixes that you're looking to play on like most setups. And for Naka, this is kind of what you're looking at in that Naka defensive. I am also stunned that they were able to do the first boss in a minute with a minute to spare over Thunderstruck. That's kind of scary. If I'm a fan of Thunderstruck, though, I would be worried.
Interesting. Yeah, that is. Well, again, that's a team that we've kind of been alluding to that we knew were going to come through this last stand tournament at some point. They're kind of like the best of the rest in NA, right? Of course, the rest being any team that's not Donuts, but when it comes to MDI. So there's a lot to choose from, but yeah, these five together are a very, very potentially strong team, and I think, they're one of a potential number of wildcards this weekend. Honestly, I feel like any of the teams that we have this weekend are a potential candidate to win. Like, it was really hard. I bet if you were to look at our predictions as casters as to who comes through this weekend, I'll bet not a single one of them is exactly the same, just because of how close together all these teams are.
We got pinged to ask for our predictions in regards to who we thought were making it out, and I just immediately go, oh my gosh, I literally do not know who to pick. I'm just sitting there looking at the teams like, oh my lord. Because like in the bottom right, we have the Direwolves, who this is a team that we thought during Cup B had the first fastest times, but were the fourth most consistent team in their cup. And they really made Perplex sweat, and I thought they were going to give Donuts a run for their money, but they ended up getting knocked out by Empyrean in kind of anticlimactic fashion. Now this is a format that should suit them a lot better. Does this mean that they're going to show up with the fastest potential times and be able to overtake teams such as Cheese or whoever in the top right that were a higher seeded that got upset in their cup weekend and now kind of have something to prove? Like, how is this really going to function for these teams? I think it's going to be so interesting for what teams are going to look like and what teams are going to be looking to do across the whole entire weekend, because day one is not going to be the same as like day 2 and day 3, and returning to these dungeons and potentially even looking at your opponent's strategies in between the days is also an important thing to be factoring in.
They actually just flashed the graphic. I don't know if you noticed that for our predictions. I think the only thing that was equal on the entire bracket was you and I both predicted Direwolves would win, and that's it. Everything else was different.
Yeah, that checks out.
So, I mean, that makes sense. Oh, there it is again. Yeah, see? Everything is different except for those two.
Literally just completely different predictions by everybody.
Well, let's take a look at our fastest, or our most progressed team, I think, in the top right and top left there. We've got Let 'Em Cook that are onto that section of Naka that you said is going to be probably the make or break section of the dungeon for most of our runs, where they're doing double mound pulls. I mean, the affixes really aren't too bad, right? There's no Sanguine that they have to worry about healing mobs up. That's really been a make or break affix in this dungeon from the weekends that we've seen. It's really just going to come down to, can they execute the pull, not let too many casts go off, right? And can they not get meleeed by the
oh my gosh,
last second?
Terrasant in a battle to the death with that spiteful shade. But that's a pull right there that we haven't seen all of the teams implementing into their routes. Like, I think the first team that we saw do it was Donuts, and they ended up saving a ton of time. And then we know from last weekend that Thunderstruck weren't doing that double mount pull, where other teams, in some spots were. Now, I wondered if it's a pull that Thunderstruck is maybe a little bit more inclined to do whenever we see them into that Tyr and Maruk area, because they're still on the Raging Tempest. Their Raging Tempest split is going to be quite a bit slower than Let Him Cook's. Oh man, this should actually. I wonder how this Naka defensive is really going to hold up for Let Him Cook then, because look at this. In the both the left side of your screen, you see Raging Tempest for Thunderstruck 923, where for Let Him Cook it's 856. Having something where you're like 30 seconds ahead in a dungeon like Naka defensive, and you're only halfway through the dungeon, that's very good.
Yeah, they're definitely crushing this dungeon so far. See if they can keep it up, though. They're already onto the last mound here, so they're definitely going through at a very, very quick pace. It's going to be one of their battle res is gone as Terrascent goes down on the Moonkin there while they gather up the pull. But look at this, right? They're pulling the mound with 2 extra trash packs at the bottom. Right?
Yeah.
They're really just going for it, not really letting up at all here, and doing a pretty good job of it so far. Everything is stacked together. Just have to make sure they don't let any of those Gale Wind casts go off, and they should be in the clear here. They're doing a great job just keeping this nice and stacked together so everyone can do as much AoE damage as possible. Just, 1 high HP Death Speaker, but that's easily dealt with after the pull. Yeah. Let Him Cook is looking great. They're looking like a team that's, been through the trenches in the past few weeks, even though they just came in at the last stand section. They're looking awesome.
Yeah, just kind of looking at some of the other teams. We have Cheese in the top right. They've slowly been grinding away at this Alg Academy. I think that this is the hardest and longest dungeon of the day. It is 21... Did somebody just fall off in the bottom right, and then we cut away from them? Wait, what just happened? Oh, Jack died, and now we're going to miss the mass res? Oh, that's so sad for the Dire Wolves.
They were trying to skip, but he couldn't get the mass res, so he released?
Okay, so we're going to town portal here, probably, if we're Dire Wolves.
They might just continue it just to see what the run could look like, and just take the 30-second loss, because he's just going to skip.
This is really bad,
right? This is. I mean, honestly, this is really bad. But still, you should probably just keep going because you're about halfway through the run at this point. We'll see how that goes.
He missed his jump, but they were actually blasting this Azure Vault. If you look at their Lamore split, they were at 352, and they were getting ready to pull Azure Blade probably at this 7-ish minute mark, maybe 7:30 mark. They only have 1 pull that they have to do in this room before they're able to pull the boss, and so they've just kind of been chugging away at this AV. Again, it's not perfect, but this is the kind of format that they should be excelling at, where it's like, okay, yeah, we did have this 1 death, but we're able to restart the dungeon and go again, and then kind of hit our best run, because we know that they can be. We know that they can put up the absolute best times if they have enough practice and enough attempts. In the top right, look at this. This is going to be that Affliction Warlock specialty from Dranako, as he's been playing AF. They've been playing the exact same composition that we saw this most recent weekend on the top right with Cheese, with that AF Warlock, that Havoc Demon Hunter, and that Spriest. And this should be well over 1 million DPS for the AF lock, I think.
See a lot of that Soul Flame damage coming out whenever the tiny mobs start to die, and we'll see a huge burst of damage coming out from the Affliction Warlock then, although Seed of Corruption spam is going to help a little bit too. But let's see if he can hit that peak. I mean, it is a low key level.
Everything's dying too fast, bro.
Pretty high. Soul Flame burst? Now 800 fails. Yeah, key too low.
Yo, look at these lashers. These lashers are actually incredibly low. So the lashers are what kind of slow you down from being able to pull the Overgrown Ancient, and while those small lashers don't bolster everything up, the other Skitterflies can bolster. So you really want to make sure that those Vile Lashers, whenever the Skitterflies start to die, are incredibly low. And things are looking great for Cheese in the top right as they are able to get that pull dealt with, and they just have 2 bosses and maybe 1 pull separating them from completing this AA. In the top left, Let Him Cook. They finished here in Maruk at that 1436 mark, and they're flying towards Balakar Khan. We're in the bottom left. Thunderstruck just have started here in Maruk, and it looks like they're going a little bit slower than Let Him Cook.
Yeah, the timers are a little off because Thunderstruck started their run a minute and a half later, but I still think that Let Him Cook, are on a little bit of a faster run here. Thunderstruck did make up a little bit of time in that Raging Tempest area, about 30 seconds. I wasn't focusing too much on their run when they were doing the mounds, though, so we'll see. The time for them to beat is about 14:30. We'll get a little bit of an update on that later on when we see them kill that boss off. But Let Him Cook already on to the last boss, on to Balakar Khan. This is probably going to be our first dungeon completion of the day, and if they're able to stay clean here, it'll be a very competitive time. So it's a great start to the weekend for them. Yeah,
they have these 2 mini bosses into the boss, which, it's pretty dangerous. It's not something that if you do a lot of live keys, it's not something that you practice all too often. But these teams in the MDI and these teams in the Last Stand tournament, it's something that they've been practicing for a while. Do they have neutral mobs that they've also pulled on top of this pack? Oh, it looks like they have more than just the 2 mini bosses running in. Is this this looks unintentional. Is this intentional?
It's just neutrals. It's just neutrals. I don't know why they came though. That is really, really weird. And it was another death on their Moonkin. That's really weird.
He's feral.
But we're just gonna go ahead and just But you know why I called him a Moonkin.
Oh, he's a Moonkin main.
He's a Moonkin main. I called him. I'm gonna call him what he mains. He is feral though. Would you like to see? So they've kept the mini bosses alive going into the intermission phase. Interesting. We'll see. I don't think we've seen this from any team so far.
Yeah, so apparently on Fortified, by the way, if you only focus the boss and you actually don't hit these mini bosses at all, the mini bosses are the last things to die. You actually end up killing the boss before you end up killing off the mini bosses if you only are focusing the boss on Fortified. Look at that.
We're through that intermission phase.
Yeah, Balara's still alive. Balakar Khan at 56% HP. No Lust available, but we do have that army coming out here. This should be a very fast race to the finish. Balara probably going to get cleaved down pretty evenly with Balakar Khan.
And they actually crushed this dungeon. For a team that didn't play the MDI all season, they only came in at the last second, just to try to get into the last stand and play. They are looking incredibly impressive, and they are going to be our first completed run. Let's see at what time they can actually end up putting up here. Last trash mob goes down. That's going to be their full 100% count. Balakar Khan down below 20%. They might get one last static spear at the last second here, but
it's looking like it's going to be around that 18-minute mark, like you and I were talking about right at the very beginning of this segment.
Yeah, about 18 minutes. Yeah, I mean that's an incredibly impressive time, and they should be really happy with that run. And we'll probably see them move on to another dungeon here. Hopefully, no last second deaths with the static spear. Nah, no problem for them. Yeah, 1806. First time put up on the board for any of our teams.
Okay, so oh gosh, I gotta go back later and write down the splits for that dungeon. Oh no, they're off the screen. All right, I'll get them later. In the top right, though, we have Thunderstruck here. Also, they have engaged Balakar Khan. We know that around that 18-minute mark, what did you say, 1803 was the final time for Let Him Cook? So we know that time is about what they're going to need to beat. I think that Thunderstruck here are probably going to get that 1830 to 1845 mark.
It could be very competitive. I mean, they don't have any trash mobs to deal with, right? Mm-hmm. Just like Let Him Cook, they don't have the Bloodlust. They have got the same DPS comp.
Let's kind of explain to the viewers how time works in these dungeons, right? So we just saw the first dungeon be posted by Let Him Cook in that knockout offensive. We're going to see Thunderstruck posting a time here soon. And how this works is its cumulative time across all 4 dungeons is going to dictate which team gets eliminated at the end of the day, correct? It's going to be all 4 of the dungeons timers added together. And so while Let Him Cook probably could go back in this knockout offensive and save 10 seconds that we saw them lose because of deaths, it's probably not something that they're going to be looking to do. Instead, they're going to go and try to post timers in other dungeons.
Yeah, and it's important to mention, although this shouldn't really come into play, but if you don't end up putting a time into any of the into a particular dungeon, the default timer, which is what we have on our scoreboard, is going to be the dungeon timer times plus 50% of the timer. So you really need to complete all 4 dungeons, otherwise you're just gaining like 40 minutes of extra time, which means you're gonna be the last team. There we go, Thunderstruck with the time on the board, 1822. That's 16 seconds slower than what we saw from Let Him Cook.
She's with the AA.
She's got their AA done. That's another timer on the board. Very, very good.
Let me write that down. She's with the AA at 332 Vex, 1052 Croth. I mean, they were absolutely blasting that Algathar Academy. Again, it kind of makes sense. We talked about it at the very beginning. They had practiced bolstering during their regional weekend, or during their Cup C weekend. And I think that's something that bolstering is a polarizing affix to the point where it ends up like changing how just how you play that dungeon so heavily, and it really does make sense that Cheese were able to put up. I think that this 1704 should be, or 1740 should be one of the fastest runs that we see in this Algothar Academy across the whole weekend.
And unsurprisingly, all three of the teams that started off in Azure Vaults that are going for these crazy pulls to try to finish off this dungeon, none of them have put up a time yet. So
yeah.
we'll definitely want to see something from them soon, just so they don't have to worry about time constraints. We can see Let Him Cook is opting to move on to that Azure Vault after finishing their Naka defensive. She's going to Shadow Moon, though. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's in Azure Vault. Again, I still kind of think that it makes sense to start with the Naka defensive, to start with the Azure Vault, and then take your mandatory break, and then jump into the two harder dungeons, which are the Algothar Academy and the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, because those are the dungeons that you may have to change your route a little bit, depending on the dungeon level, depending on the affix set. Zara, do you want to explain the break to the viewers? Because I don't know if we've actually talked about like what is required from these teams with the 15-minute break.
Well, yeah, so initially when we started the competition, it was just 5 straight hours of gameplay plus overtime, which, for hardcore gamers such as ourselves, Settles, and some of these players, that seems relatively normal, but honestly, it's really not that healthy, so we kind of implemented this break system where teams have to take a forced 15 minutes of mandatory break time during every single day, just to make sure they're at least, standing up, walking around for a little bit of time, grabbing a bite to eat, grabbing a drink, and they can break that up however they want, right? They can take a 15-minute break all at once, they can do 3 5-minute breaks, they can do, if they're crazy enough, they can do 15 1-minute breaks, but I don't know who would actually do that. As long as they have 15 minutes of total break time where they're not actively in a key and doing things, they're good to go. And of course, if they don't take that break time, or they're actually docked time, right? They have time added to their score, so you
to the point where they
your break timer.
If you don't take your break, you probably get eliminated. It is like that much time that is added to your score. So you were effectively forced to take a break. So, dude, in the top right, we have Thunderstruck here doing an absolutely massive lasher pull into these tenders. They have 4 tenders, infinite lashers into this area, and this is an incredibly dangerous pull. I think it's so sick to see Thunderstruck is snapping all of these mobs down into this Laymore area. We saw a couple of seconds ago, Ducks Can Fly. They come in as our 6th seed. They are the big underdogs of the weekend. They ended up wiping in the Azure Blade Room, but I think if they could get an Azure Vault time posted here in a couple seconds, if they can, again, get the first AV post of the day, that could put them in a good position to kind of move on to these other dungeons and maybe off the chopping block for elimination come at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Let's see if Let Him Cook is how they're doing in their run here, because they just walked into the knockout on their first attempt and put up a banger of a time right off the bat, right? Do you think there's any chance they can actually do it in the Azure Vault too?
Well, I think that it's less likely that they're going to one-tap the Azure Vault, having seen pretty much every single team wipe at a couple of different points in the AV. Now, the hardest part of this Azure Vault is certainly the first, 2 pulls of the dungeon, maybe the first 1 pull of the dungeon is the hardest part, but there are still some areas, particularly in that ring trash, that has gotten the best of teams. We saw Direwolves. They were, I think, quite close to being able to finish off a run. They just had like a couple of things separating them, and then you saw Jack die. But we also haven't seen any of the teams start that Frog Extravaganza pull, which has caused problems in the past for some groups, and that's something that you always kind of have to watch out for. There's 3 or 4 points in AV that the teams are going to be super scared of, but the first pull is normally what gets them. So seeing that Let Him Cook got through that is good. But now they have to be able to make their way through the rest of the dungeon seamlessly, and I don't expect that to happen on the first try.
We're seeing actually a lot of differing strategies in the Azure Vault, like our first area now, from several different teams. Like, for instance, we're seeing a couple of different teams. I think Legendary and Thunderstruck are opting to go for the more crazy snap-style strat, where they've snapped that 4th tender down into Laymore's room. But we're also seeing the 3 other teams that are in Azure Vault just not really go for a snapping strategy and more just go for a crazier first pull, where they literally pull like every single lasher, every single tender, plus 1 of the packs of rocks into that first pull. And, whether or not you are able to progress in the dungeon depends on whether or not you deal with that first pull cleanly. It's kind of crazy to see. How
do you feel about the meta strategy between these teams where, like, in between day 1 and day 2, you're able to watch what your opponents did during the day, and then kind of reroute the dungeon between that. How big of a factor do you think that's going to play in some of these dungeons? Because I think that for things that are a little bit harder, or the strategy isn't as clear cut, such as the Shadow Moon and Alg Academy, you might want to watch like what other teams did, and maybe, I don't say replicate it, but change your strat just a hair to be able to match that, or at least improve on your time.
Well, that's a good segue into one of our other rule sets as well that we can talk about. And I think you're right. The time spent in between days is really important, notably because of that extra rule where they can't practice in between days.
Dude, look at Thunderstruck. Thunderstruck pulled these elementals across the bridge, and then you saw Soda actually gripped Lemike across. And then those 2 extra arcane elementals snapped into this pack. And so did the Crystal Furies.
They pulled the Furies too!
Oh my god. That pull is insane for Thunderstruck. Holy moly. So what you have to do is, Velo, all of the, not all, but Yoda, Soda, and Jay were all out of combat and walked across the bridge. Velo flew across. Lemike shockwave stunned and then got gripped by Soda across the gap. And that allowed all the mobs to snap across. Now that pull that they did was very dangerous to the point where we wiped. However, that is the type of pull that you need to do in Azure Vault to be able to make sure that you are going to be competitive with your time. And that's something that maybe you practiced in time trials, or you were willing to kind of put in the effort to do that, but whenever it came to live, it was too volatile, and so you kind of scrapped that idea. And
yeah, I mean, they're pretty much doing Let Him Cook's pull plus an extra pack, right? That's kind of wild.
Exactly. That they're literally doubling Let Him Cook's pull.
Mm-hmm. That's actually really hard to pull off, because what's going to happen, right, is those Arcane Furies in the back, after you initially spawn them, they're going to be able to cast their buff on themselves. So by the time they snap over, they're all going to have that 50% increased damage buff on them. It might only have like a few seconds left, but still, the initial damage, if they're able to get a Piercing Shards off, is going to be disgusting. And also the other issue is that, as we all know, when it comes to snapping mobs, there's like this little tiny grace period of like 2 or 3 seconds after they snap where they evade, but they can still cast their abilities. So if they get a really bad lineup of timings where they snap and then they instantly start casting Piercing Shards and you cannot interrupt them, your tank will probably just die to a 4-stack Piercing Shards like instantly, unless you give them literally every single external in the book. So that's something we'll have to keep an eye on when Thunderstruck keeps going for that pull later on, because really the only reason that they're able to pull off that Arcane Fury pull cleanly is because of all the AoE CC on the Piercing Shards. If they don't have that, if that's not available to them, they're just going to die.
All right. I mean, dude, let them cook. This is their first attempt at that Azure Vault. They had 0 deaths, and now they have 1. I was maybe speaking a little bit too soon. Now we're going to get that mass res, kind of similar to what we saw from Direwolves, where they had to mass res Jack. Looks like Let Him Cook ends up... okay. Also having the same problem where their tank is not mass resable, so their tank is going to have to release. I feel like I'm having deja vu. I've been here before.
We're going to be seeing a lot of similar things because, of course, this is a little bit different from the TGP, right? Because while the format mirrors what we do in TGP, the actual time spent in dungeon runs is significantly slower, because you're not really fighting against the timer of the dungeon here like you are in TGP. You're trying to go as fast as possible, which means dungeon runs are anywhere from a half to a third the time of a TGP run. So we're going to see teams literally just blasting keys back to back to back to back while they're trying to get their best time, which is, essentially what they're doing during time trials. And I think this is a pretty interesting take on that concept. It's really interesting to see just like a different facet of what the teams are going through, because we don't actually see a lot of teams stream their time trials practice, right? This is kind of what you would see them doing.
Yeah, I mean, you have to... Okay, so these teams, for more often than not, have gone through the motions already, right? I think that especially during time trials, you are almost completely learning the dungeons fresh. Whereas for these teams practiced like a templated version of these dungeons that they had beforehand, whether they had specific affixes at different key levels, just to make sure that they kind of knew what they were loosely going to pull. And so they had like a route in mind that they thought was going to be fairly competitive against the rest of the field. Now, you're going to have to adapt that between days. You're going to have to adapt that depending on the affixes sometimes. And so it's not going to always work. But again, like you said, it's absolutely spot on. This is more of that insight into what time trials kind of look like for a lot of spots, where it's just you pull a couple of times, you're like, okay, so that didn't exactly work, or we need to change this a little bit to make sure that this is going to be more consistent, and then you just kind of run it. Look at the top left. Direwolves have made the furthest run into the Azure Vaults that we've seen so far. They do have 3 deaths, but they made it into this frog area, and they're skipping by the breakers with that Mind Soothe. They had Chaz die on their big frog pull, which kind of sucks, but
yeah,
I mean they're making their way through it. It's slow. It's going to be slower than it necessarily has to be, but I think that they should be able to
though.
905.
And then you compare that to Let 'Em Cook's Azure Blade split, where they're in that first intermission at 905. So Direwolves' potential time in here is kind of nutty. Legendary might be going for a similar time to Direwolves. I have to see. They should be able to get around that low 9-minute mark though once they're done with this intermission phase.
That for Let Him Cook, that tank death and having to have him run all the way back is probably a multiple minute time loss.
Yeah,
that is probably a multi-minute time loss. I'm not positive on it. So I think that for Let Him Cook, they're just trying to see a couple of the other pulls in this dungeon, what that frog pull potentially looks like for them. Just maybe even get some like split data to see kind of how they're doing on the rest of the dungeon. Whereas for Direwolves, that 905 time on Azure Blade split, it's not perfect, but it should put them in a spot where their times are a little bit more competitive. For Legendary, are they going to be able to push Azure Blade before this next intermission? I think that they should be able to. Yeah. 21 Fortified, we saw teams were able to push it from like 70% yesterday, and we saw that Legendary was at that 70% mark, so it should be doable.
Yeah, let him cook.
Let him cook at a tank
goes down at the last second. They'll be able to finish Azure Blade before it gets to the center, so he can release and just be back with the group, right? Finish it, please. Thank you. Okay, there it is.
Okay, good kill, good kill.
This is not going to be their fastest run, right? We already know that. Like, a 10:30 Azure Blade split, not the best, but they'll probably continue this run just to get an idea of what they want to do on this trash.
Dude, Cheese has, like, silently been blasting that Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. If we can come back to them, they have a Dranaco on a mage right now. And they were absolutely
different from what they ran last weekend.
Exactly, and their Sedana split was 207, so that means that they've been in the lab playing mage a lot. That was one of the big criticisms, is like, in some of these dungeons, you need somebody to be able to play mage, particularly in things such as Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, and also on things such as, like, I think bolstering. Mage is generally just pretty good. And so it makes sense that Dranaco is practicing up and prepping this mage Unholy Death Knight Feral Druid composition for the Shadow Moon.
And they've identified the correct mage comp, running the Disc Priest instead of the Shadow Priest, so that you can keep that Unholy DK in the fray, right? And get the maximum single target potential output here. A little bit of a problem here. Zatsy really low. I thought he actually got inhaled there for a second, but he didn't. He's looking good. It was Dranaco that got inhaled.
You want some lore about what we're seeing in the top left here? Did you know that for these teams in the MDI, a Shadow Priest is able to solo all of the shards on Umbral Skull by himself?
I believe it.
So that's going to be something that you're going to see is pretty much the Shadow Priest is going to be soloing them. Meanwhile, the rest of the group, if there's passive cleave that they need to do, it's going to be fine. But you see 40 here, he's just blasting the boss. Chompy's like standing in between the crystals and the boss to make sure he's hitting both. But Chaz is the one who's doing most of the damage to those shards there.
I'd imagine the only thing they do the melee do is to cleave down that hardened crystal, right? As long as they're doing that, they're doing fine. Yeah, Shadow Priest is kind of wild.
So look at this. The melee are going to position towards that hardened crystal, which you see in the melee, and then you have Chaz and Holo just dealing with the detonating crystals off to the side. Mostly just Chaz absolutely blasting them as he's in his CDs currently.
I believe Holo just patted on those crystals with deep breath.
I can.
Unbelievable. Oh, Chompy goes down.
Okay,
battle
so
they don't have a battle res.
We have 4 deaths. This is not going to be Direwolves' best Azure Vault. They're going to post a time in here. If you are on the side of Direwolves, do you run this back, or do you go to another dungeon?
I'm not sure. They could probably easily make up about 45 seconds to a minute here, if you think about all of the problems they've had.
Yes.
No battle res on the big frog pull for their Shadow Priest, no battle res for Chompy on the boss here with 50% left.
I think
they could definitely go a lot faster.
Yeah,
it could potentially even be higher. I don't know. I would like to see them go somewhere else. just to get times on the board, just to calm the nerves a little bit. But I wouldn't be surprised at all if they stay and just try to make a better time because I know they can get it. But that is our first Azure Vault time put up on the board, 15:30, a very, very beatable time. Let's see if anyone's even close to getting to that spot. Let 'em Cook is on the second to last boss. They will not be beating that time because they've had problems of their own in the dungeon, like we were talking about earlier. Legendary also on the second to last boss with 13 minutes.
Which we know
potentially beat time.
So Direwolf's third boss split was 13-14, even with those deaths.
Yeah, okay.
So
they were still on a fast
Wing
pace.
is pretty far off of that. I think that the Direwolves is like Direwolves. I don't know. Wolves. The team that is known as the Direwolves, their time, and their split that was on that frog area was so fast compared to some of these other teams. That's where we're going to see a major difference between some of these groups.
Well, it's not honestly that surprising, right? We've been alluding to this a little bit. Direwolves is the team that you and I both think are the best team this weekend and should win the competition, and I think that's a pretty safe bet because they were a team that, for their weekend with Perplex, like we were talking about, they had some of the best potential times all weekend. It's just that they had issues. They had small random mistakes that were very unbecoming of the team that caused them to end up losing, like matches that should have been in the bag for them.
Oh my god!
Oh, that wall almost hit the wall for cheese. Wow,
what
that was
was
really close.
wall for cheese? Yeah,
They're just maximizing damage. That's all it is. But
word.
In this 5-hour format, they should have plenty of time to put up their best times, which should be faster than every other team's. But we'll just have to see if that ends up being the case here. Cheese, absolutely blasting to start the day. Just one banging an Algathar, and now they're going to one bang the Shadow Moon Burial Ground both times. Very, very good as well. This Shadow Moon is going to be very, very close. Actually, it's going to be way faster than anything we saw last weekend. This is going to be almost.
They're pushing the boss here. Did they kill this wall?
No,
okay,
no,
they are killing the
they're
wall.
killing the wall. They're killing.
I mean, they still have lust up, dude. I was wondering if you could commit here.
They probably could, but there's no reason to risk it.
I mean, well, there is a reason to risk it. It's because you have another attempt, right? If you run it back. I don't know if you're beating that. Maybe there is a world where you can beat that. Like if you play for a little bit more boss damage, so say Frack has the Goyle, maybe you just have a slightly better crits or something like that. There's a world where you beat that 7% mark on the boss.
You'd beat the time though, 13:11, destroying that Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. That is an impressive time. That's going to be hard to beat. And Cheese must be in a really great mood right now with the first two runs.
Dude, if you look at the timer, you're 40 minutes after the tournament starts. You already have 2 dungeons fully posted and times that you're, I don't want to say like that are perfect, but those are times that may hold up, right? Like they may not even have to revisit Shadow Moon Burial Grounds and Algathar Academy. Like they can save 15 seconds or something like that, I'm sure. But those are times that they definitely don't have to revisit today. And I think that with those 2 dungeons, they're not completely immune, but I think that it's highly unlikely that they would ever get eliminated on day 1 because of this.
Yeah, I agree. I think as long as they put up respectable times in the other 2 dungeons, those 2 times in Algathar and Shadow Moon should be enough to carry them.
Legendary 1553 Azure Vault.
And we know there's time to be gained there. Let 'em Cook finish theirs as well. It was a 17-17. We know that's not going to be their fastest time.
We know that's bad. Yeah,
we do it again.
We knew that was bad a while ago. Whatever they had, there was a tank death that cost them like a minute and a half by itself.
Yeah. See, what's Ducks Can Fly's time going to be here? Probably around 17 minutes or so as well.
That's concerning because they only have 1 death, right? Like, there's a question of like how bad was that 1 death, but a 17-minute timer in this AV doesn't seem like it's going to be
look at
like a big landmark for the weekend. Thunderstruck.
They're on a heater here. Dude. That was a 12:15 to last kill. That's a minute faster. Oh, that's right. They go back and do frogs after. Never mind.
Yeah. They do a different route. So watch out for Thunderstruck here. They're going to snap these breakers. They're going to have 2 mobs that join them on Umbral Skull. And I've kind of been talking to some of the teams about what they've thought about this Azure Vault in general. And I kind of agree with what some other people are thinking. It's like, so the snapping of the breakers is cool. The amount of travel time that Thunderstruck has to perform to be able to really do this Umbral Skull that you see in the top right, and then they go back and get the remaining count after, seems really inefficient. Just playing the frogs after the boss, they end up costing themselves something like maybe 20 to 30 seconds of travel time, and while you do skip the breaker skip, so that is net positive a little bit, it's not net positive enough to where this is worth time-wise. And so this is normally seen as pretty inefficient for MDI teams.
I completely disagree with that, actually.
Okay.
And here's why. The routing doesn't matter, specifically because of the way that you teleport throughout the dungeon after killing Umbral Skull, right? You have a book that teleports you to exactly where you would be when you kill the second boss anyways. And when you take the book to teleport, you have a movement speed increase. So it should be technically faster.
No, but it's about, like, after you kill Azure Blade, you have to turn around, leave that area, and jump down to Tail Ash Grey Wing. That's where the time loss is incurred. And that is 25 to 30 seconds that you otherwise would not be spending, right? The alternative skip is the breaker skip, which is 10 seconds or so.
Well, I don't know. Let's see how it works out for them. We've got Thunderstruck on the top left. They'll be finishing the boss off here, and they didn't actually end up snapping those 2 breakers down. They're probably just going to pull them in with the frog pull. Let's see how this goes. It's just going to be a giant frog pull with the 2 breakers. I have to imagine it's one giant pull for them to finish off the dungeon. So here we go. We're going to talk to the lady. We're going to teleport. Take this teleport down to the frogs. And then we're off to the races. And they have the movement speed buff, so they should be able to gather everything relatively quickly.
Yeah, so we get Mind Soothe here. And then we just skip this. This mob actually has True Sight. So for those who don't know, the breakers here in this area have True Sight. Ooh, they're electing to pull it. They do slam a Soothe on it, but they just decide to grab it instead. I wonder what the reasoning is for that. Maybe the Soothe is just precautionary.
Did you notice that? Telash, the RP with Telash running away still happens here, even though they've already killed her.
Really? Yeah. Oh, I didn't even notice that.
The mob was still there, yeah. It was like in the doorway and it still ran away. That's interesting. Never seen that before. But here we go, gathering everything together. They're going to go into the next room and gather all that as well. Yeah, I don't know. We didn't see what happened at the beginning of the run. They have 3 deaths, so I can't imagine this is the cleanest run altogether. It's just going to be a completion for them.
Maybe 1630 or so?
Probably in that area.
You get a lust for this. I don't hate the lust on this pull.
They've got everything stacked together. Do they actually have a snap spot, too? There are actually spots that you can snap here. We found this out last weekend. There's a spot in the corner behind where Velo is, where you can actually snap the frogs all up.
The issue is hitting the breakers in those spots. It interacts really weird with the breakers. Ooh, nice tail swipe to try to keep these mobs
the frogs won't jump out all over the place, but yeah. It's not going to be the fastest time we've seen. They'll get a completion somewhere in the 16:30 range, so...
Ooh,
they'll probably have to beat that time. Jeez, again, yeah, they're really trying to make this first pull work. They're going for a crazy first pull where they snap a bunch of stuff down into Lamor's room. It's kind of like a combination of the runs we've seen.
I think that's their first reset of the day. 45 minutes into the day. Yeah. That is crazy, by the way. That is their first reset. 45 minutes into the day. Oh, they have to play these double breakers? Okay, so last weekend they were playing the double breakers into Umbral Skull, right? And so for now, Thunderstruck are just playing these double breakers natty, and this seems bad. I am not a fan of this.
Yeah, pulling these 2 together, definitely not the fastest potential strategy, but I think it's time for our first caster swap of the day. I am going to be heading off, and I believe Dratnos will be taking my position.
Farewell, Zyronic.
Welcome to the cast, Dratnos. All right, so as somebody who is sitting on the as somebody who's sitting on the sidelines, what were some of the most important things that you saw in that first 45 minutes?
Well, I think the jostling for position here in Azure Vault is a really interesting narrative that we've got, because we now have 5 of our 6 teams putting up a timer in here, and our 6th is in this dungeon in Cheese. But even with a lot of teams already having a vault on their scoreboard, we're seeing Let Him Cook try it again. We have these teams that some are at that 15-minute mark, right? Direwolves and Legendary have the sub 16-minute runs. And then some teams are over 17 in Azure Vault, which it makes you think, okay, maybe there's going to be a lot of time spent in Azure Vault. But then you think about, okay, you only have 5 hours of the day. You have to spend 1 hour and 15 minutes in each dungeon to be equally distributing your time, right? So teams have to be almost done, especially teams like Direwolves, Legendary, and Ducks, they can't really afford to only spend their time in Azure Vault because they don't have times up in the other dungeons. So we've seen all three of those teams head over to the Burial Grounds instead, which makes sense.
I think it makes a lot of sense for Let 'Em Cook to spend a little bit more time in this Azure Vault if they absolutely need to, because being able to one tap that knock it offensive with an 1807, that is so fast. I mean, look in the bottom left. They one tap that knock it at 1807. Thunderstruck was a little bit behind them at 1823. I don't know if you necessarily need to go back into knock it offensive if you were either Thunderstruck or Let 'Em Cook with those kind of times.
It's definitely not a dungeon that you'll need to go to today, right? Like that's the kind of dungeon where, like, if that is your best source of extra time, it is because you've done really well in all your other dungeons, and that's just great news, right? Because today is the highest pressure day. As Let 'Em Cook are actually going to have another wipe here on this nasty upper ring pull. They'll be going back to the start of this Azure Vault once again. But yeah, today is the highest pressure day because if you look at that timer, right? Like, every team is going to try really hard to not be that bottom team and get eliminated, but you have so many dungeons and so little time to actually get done there. And if you spend a little bit of time wiping and resetting to try and get an extra minute in a dungeon, you might just end up 5 minutes behind in another dungeon because you don't have the time to do a good run.
How are you feeling about Ducks Can Fly with that 17-17 bailing on the Azure Vault and then just going into the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds? So that has to be a little bit concerning, right?
It is a little concerning, yeah, because that 17-17 Azure Vault is maybe a big enough liability that it's not going to be enough to hold till the end of the day, so maybe they'll have to go back in there. But on the other hand, if you were in Azure Vault right now, you would be running the risk of spending more than your fair share of time in that dungeon, which you don't really want to overcommit to the first dungeon of the day, right? Because it just cuts your flexibility out so much for the rest of your days. So this way they can go back to the Azure Vault if they do well in the other dungeons. But if they don't do well in the other dungeons, they at least have the time to try and put up a better run.
They only had one death in their AV, which I didn't see what it was to. They could have incurred some time losses elsewhere. But if that 17-17 is, I don't say close to their theoretical cap, but if that's like a time that they would consistently be getting if they were running this dungeon over and over again, I would be a little bit worried for Ducks Can Fly's ability to be able to not get eliminated today, especially if you're taking like a somewhere around like a 130 time loss just in this dungeon in general. And obviously this varies a lot from dungeon to dungeon. You do see some teams more often than not, especially in this last stand format, have a dungeon that they're so sick in and they just absolutely beat every other team by 30 seconds, maybe even a minute in some spots. But very infrequently is it a situation where you have like, a minute and a half in one dungeon. You're able to kind of make back up that time in other dungeons. So I think that Ducks Can Fly probably need to go back into AV at some point. But at the same time, I think that seeing them in Shadow Moon doesn't. I'm not like super concerned, anyways. Like, we're only 50 minutes in. It's fine. Yeah,
I mean, I don't think they. I imagine that because that run was pretty clean, like it is very diminishing returns to be in AV right now when you have no time up in the other three dungeons. So. You just got to go to those other dungeons, put some timers up in some of them before you go back.
Dude, bottom left, I think this is actually so interesting. So Thunderstruck, I kind of expected them to go back to Azure Vault after posting that 1707, but instead they made their way into Alg Academy. It seems like a lot of the teams have decided that they're going to go for 2 dungeons and then probably take a little bit of a break and then go for the 2 dungeons that they're less confident in their templated strategy for. And that makes sense. Like slamming a break in the middle of the day and rerouting something that is bolstering like that Algathar Academy for some of these teams is something that does check out in my book. But for Thunderstruck, they already have a template for AA, and so I think that going to there also makes sense. I'm just surprised that they're fine with this 1707 AV.
I don't think it's a case of fine with it. It's a case of we need to put something on the board for each of the dungeons, and if we do that, if we can get these other ones out of the way quickly, we'll know how many hours we have to just optimize AV today, right? And
that's a good point.
That can inform how big we want to pull in there, right? Like, because if you only have 1 hour to put up an AV, maybe you just do something that will safely get you 16 minutes. But if you have 3 hours, maybe you just start slamming a 15-minute route.
Are the Direwolves nasty with it or what? They put up a 1532 with 4 deaths, and we kind of speculate that they incurred somewhere in the minute range of time loss. So we know a 14 something is possible for the Direwolves in Azure Vault. That's wild looking at some of these other teams and what they're doing in AV, timer wise.
Yeah. I think that's really good news for Direwolves. I think Direwolves are a big chance of coming out of this group as well. We were also looking at Legendary, who are also one of our teams with a really quick Azure Vault time. They are zooming through this Shadow Moon as well with a 5-11 boss 2 split, kind of a crazy timer to be there. A little bit slower, actually, though, than Cheese is in there. Only 11 seconds slower, though.
They had best last stand qualifier times, right? Yeah. So whenever we saw them during their cup, they were the 7th seed, I want to say. And so in this last stand tournament, they actually put up incredibly fast time trial times for the last stand tournament, and they got the number 1 seed. Obviously, seeding doesn't really matter in this kind of format, but it's something that, like, their Court of Stars run and their Alg Academy run for those affix sets were quite impressive.
Yeah, so the time they're looking to beat here, if they want to be faster than Cheese, is 9:56 on this Bone Moss split.
Okay.
So we'll see if they're going to be able to make that happen. It's a 22 fortified, but they only have another 10 seconds or so to make that happen. It looks like they're going to be a tiny bit behind the Cheese split here. That's okay, though.
Do we get another down phase? Oh, if we get another inhale right here with Bonemont 14%, that's going to be unfortunate because now we're going to lose another 10 seconds on top of that because Bonemont is going to go underground for a second. If we could have beaten this inhale or killed the boss before this next down phase, I think that would have actually been very good for Legendary to save them somewhere in the order of like 10 seconds.
Dire
Look at this now,
Wolves
just standing around.
resetting their burial grounds, and Thunderstruck working on this Veximus pull in the bottom left. A scary bolstering pull. Those surge casts are very much in one-shot territory here, but looks like they've done a better job this time around. That Battle Axe bleed is also going to be quite lethal if one goes out here on the mic, but he is fine. They get those down, and they're going for some tempo worms while they wait for the boss to spawn.
Just call those tempo worms?
Yeah, that's what these are. That's what it's called when you do something for time. Yeah.
We're gonna pull those into the tempo Veximus as well.
Well, it was tempo worms because you were doing it while Veximus RP was playing. Is why it was there.
Oh, and then the boss is what? Tempo boss?
Well, you're just doing the boss. That's just a normal thing to do.
Okay. So you can't just throw tempo in front of any term.
I mean, you can, but it would make no sense.
Oh, okay.
Making sense is one of my top priorities, usually.
Oh, okay,
look at what Bello's doing here, bottom left. So he's lining every single time the Arcane Ravager chooses him for the leap. The way that Arcane Ravager works, if you ever do an Algathar Academy, it will always jump the farthest player. So you can have Velo here knowing that he's going to be the farthest player and lining every single one of those ambushes, especially on Bolstering Week. That is vital because that is very much a one-shot with those bolstering stacks.
Dude, they have the Ravager at 40% HP, and it I think probably has 8 stacks of bolstering right here. And so if that ambush goes off, Velo just dies, but he does a great job of just lining it. They do have the breath going off, but Lamike, I like where they're tanking this fight. I think it makes sense to be tanking it up against this wall to again allow Velo ample time to be able to get away from these ambushes, but also have Lamike a safe space to aim that breath. Because if like Melee ended up getting clipped by the breath either from Veximus or the Ravager, they would certainly die.
Yeah, absolutely. A very sketchy bit there. You do only have to deal with the bolstering stacks on the Ravager at least for a little while.
Oh my god. A bomb contacted the boss right as the AoE was going off for Thunderstruck, and fortunately enough, it's only a 21, but oh my god, everybody almost died.
Yeah, so there are strategies that involve bombs intentionally hitting this boss, but usually it's like the first bomb of the fight, not any of the ones that are during an overlap with other mechanics like that, so that was probably not intended.
It's not during the pushback.
Yeah, but it is actually a good strategy if you're ever doing this on live to let one of the very first set of orbs into the boss, because that does actually make the timings later in the fight a little bit less nasty. So, can be a good little thing to incorporate into your Veximus strategy.
There's actually 3 different spell queues that you can get on Veximus. One of them is the pushback at 215, and that one can have an overlap with the bomb. The second one is just like a natural overlap that you don't have a really bad like one-shot situation at 215, and the third one is a bad overlap around that 255 mark, and that it's kind of dependent, and you just kind of have to be watching your timer to make sure that happens. Top left, Legendary 1309 in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Let's look. That's slightly faster than Cheese. You know, they were able to save 3 seconds on that dungeon just as a whole.
Yeah,
surprised.
Notably, they were
was
20 seconds slower at Bone Maw, and then they still managed to finish the dungeon faster. So well played by Legendary. Very cool to see. Maybe a different pull strategy at the end, or maybe they just did more boss damage. I didn't see what Cheese's... Maybe Cheese did like the spiders into blueberries or something, and maybe Legendary had already gotten the spiders. That could explain how they saved those 25 seconds. I'll have to go back and look through the VODs. As you can see, Direwolves getting this big pull onto boss going here. They actually are gripping the ad in and then killing it next to the boss. The ad that gets spawned by the boss, because they just have so much damage there. They're not worried about it connecting. And then everybody is kiting these Spitefuls during this first Dark Eclipse. Really well done by the Direwolves on this first boss pull.
I think that for Legendary, by the way, I think they're definitely playing a very different comp. For Cheese, they played that Disc Priest, Fire Mage, Unholy DK, Feral Druid comp, where for Legendary they played the Preservation Evoker, Feral, Unholy Priest. So, it's a pretty big difference in regards to like your compositional strengths, and apparently the single target damage on Ner'zhul is one of the big strengths of the Legendary comp.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Actually, that is a cool thing to see. I like that we're seeing some slight differences between the teams. Of course, mostly they're going to be making use of a few of the same pieces as each other in most of these dungeons, right? That Protection Warrior, especially given that our key levels are on the low end of the keys we were using over this MDI so far, right? They're the 20, 21, 22. We don't have any keys at level 23 yet. I don't know what's coming tomorrow or Sunday, of course, but over the MDI weekends, the key levels went up over the weekend, so it's reasonable to guess maybe they will this time as well. I have no idea if they will, but either way, the Prot Warrior is just so good at these lower level keys where, compared to, the 25s, the 26s, maybe it starts to have some challenges, but even there, it's very good. But here at the 22s, it is so good for the just huge pulls that it can make work, right? And none of the vulnerabilities of the spec really show up even in where the damage numbers are only, in quotes, what 20s and 21s are doing to you.
Yeah, I mean, even on live, like, you see a lot of Prot Warrior, and Prot Warrior on live, one of the biggest strengths is that they never really die. But that's also the same for like Prot Paladin.
Depends on which Prot Warrior you're playing with, but yeah, they shouldn't have to die.
Yeah, if I'm playing with Dranos XD, maybe that's not exactly.
I've taken a few naps in the dirt here in various dungeons. Yeah,
but like Prot Paladin on live, one of the biggest reasons that is good is because it keeps your entire team safe. Dude, look at this pull for Legendary in the bottom right. Legendary is doing 3 mounds and the patrol. Not the 7-pack patrol, the patrol that's in the middle of the Granite area. And if they get this pull dealt with cleanly, this should be a massive time save for them. Oh my god.
This is very, very scary combination of enemies here, especially with Spiteful Shades spawning and messing them up from time to time as well. But they're doing a really good job here of kiting this out. You can see now an army of Spiteful Shades chasing them down.
This is looking good, though.
Reasonably good job, though.
They got all the Lance Masters killed off, and it looks like the boss is going to be spawning here in just a couple of seconds. And Granite's going to be engaged at the 1 minute and 10 second mark for Legendary. What are they cooking?
They are doing something. The timer for this boss dying for Let Him Cook was 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Legendary here on a 20 Tyrannical, I think we'll be able to roughly match that time. I'm not actually sure how much they'll be able to exceed it by. I guess it is probably a few seconds.
The boss.
Yeah, they are getting a lot of count out of this area too, while also fighting it with boss, which is very good. But I'm curious to see just how well they do compared to that 3 minute 9 second benchmark that Let Him Cook have set for this.
Yeah, it looks like they're killing some of the Saboteurs as well. This one looks like it's about to get Dominate Mind MC'd. Yeah, so Legendary only killed the first Saboteur, and now they're going to let all the rest of them just, run around and vibe.
Speaking of Let Him Cook, look at them up in the top right. You can see the Azure Vault going a lot better for them than the previous one did. This time they're on a 1-death run.
Wait. So they
not sure who was the death.
Blasting.
Probably Terrasant, but looks like they're doing a good job here of keeping this one going nice. Oh, Terrasant! I've cursed him. What have I done? Yeah, he fell off the edge. Okay, a 2-death run. And, okay, hang on. They can't res him because his body is down in the last boss area, so this is actually going to be minus 25 or 30 seconds or so. That's quite a big loss here.
Oh my god, that's so sad because their timer, like we were about to start setting,
it was good as well, yeah.
Yeah, it was going to be competitive with like the 15:30 that we saw earlier. They were going to at least be sub 16, and now I'm not so convinced that they will be sub 16 anymore. Maybe they can still get it done. Like, Umbral Skull on a 21 Fortified is not necessarily the longest fight, but it is one of the longer bosses just in Dragonflight dungeons in general. And so maybe they're going to be able to get sub 16 here. I'm not positive. I think that anything like under 2 minutes on Umbral Skull would be very strong. I don't know if it's doable though.
Yeah, it's looking like, okay, they land the life grip on show there, so they're going to be able to get this thing started. And this should still be an improvement over their timer, right? We still think this is likely to improve their time. I suspect it's going to be right around that 16-minute mark, maybe 15:45, best case here for Let Him Cook. Had they been, slightly cleaner on Telash Greywing, a little unfortunate slip off the edge incident there. Maybe cost them another 20 seconds, but I don't think you can worry about those 20 seconds at this point. I mean, I guess you can because you already have a good knock-it on the board, so you could come back here if you want to, but I think you want to go and look at your other dungeons after this one. We'll see what they decide to do, though, because, of course, a big question is, like, how much prep do they need to do for the other dungeons as well? They could take their break, I believe, at any time after the first hour is done is when they're allowed to start taking their break as well. So they could take their break and do routing now at any time, and that's something we may see teams decide to do now that the first hour is done and they're eligible to take that break.
I think that I would be totally down. Again, Zyro and I were talking about it a little bit on the last segment. Spreest, did you know that they're able to solo all of these crystals pretty much by themselves?
Yeah, I mean, especially if you have a Feral Druid as well, the Feral Druid just going into the mix is going to kill almost all of the ones that are near the Feral Druid for pretty close to free. So that is something you can see on the damage meter, how much value is being made by that. And you can see Muchus here. He's turning around, taking a look over at the left two, the ones that Terrasant isn't in the middle of, and making sure that he's dotting those ones up. And other than that, just kind of tunneling bots here, just letting those die to dots.
Dude, is Muchus cooking?
He is.
That's a chef.
I think he is. That's going to be a 1550 for Let Him Cook.
Oh, dude, that could have been like literally a 1530 if they didn't have the death on Telash Greywing. Okay.
All good. I think we don't worry about it. We leave the 1550 for now, and we just we go on the dungeons, I suspect.
I think we bail on this. I would actually be down to take a break here and route Algathor Academy. Like, bolstering AA is something that you need to specifically route around to make sure that you have like the pull set up properly, and it's not something that you template for it, but you're like, well, if they give us different variations of bolstering depending on which bolstering version they give us, this could be very different. Also depends on the key level. Like, what are we supposed to pull here?
Oh yeah, we can see they're in Valdrakken right now. It does look like they're using the dungeon teleporter. That's one of the middle far right little thing. You can see they've actually gone to Shadowmoon Burial Grounds instead.
Oh, I'm down.
So we'll keep track of them later. We have Legendary as our feature right now.
What is Thunderstruck doing?
Thunderstruck. Oh, Velo. Hold up. All right, Velo is doing some Evoker tech here. An Evoker or a Demon Hunter can do this. You hop around the side, parkour up the edge, and you can bring Echo Knights with you. Looks like they're going to be bringing 4 Echo Knights and 1 Invoker into Overgrown Ancient. I love this out of Thunderstruck. This is one of the best ways of dealing with the bolstering affix, is doing trash onto bosses, because bosses don't get bolstered. So a nice little way to kind of split a pull-up into more manageable sizing and mitigate the bolstering affix all at once.
Yeah, look at these mobs coming in. You also get the mana bombs too from those invokers. Not the mana bombs, the arcane bombs, which do some damage to the Echo Knights. I think the really scary thing here is you want to make sure that you CC a lot of these whirlwinds, because if any of your melee are getting cleaved by the whirlwinds, they could potentially die. Those invokers need to make sure that you have like a rotational interrupt on them. But I think that for like Jay, he has like a ranged kick. Velo also has a ranged kick. They should always be okay with invoker kicks in this. With this.
Oh, look at that beautiful. It was a beautiful evoker, yeah, because that green circle heals all units that are inside it except for the boss. So beautiful knockback out of the circle to make sure that the Echo Knights don't get that heal.
I don't know why, but I literally just assumed that it healed only the Lashers. I foolishly expected that it didn't heal the Echo Knights, but that's such a sick knock by Velo. It makes sense. Huh.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that is reaction versus it's probably just planned to have that knock there in this path, but still it was very well executed and it got all of the mobs perfectly out of the circle. So great move by Velo as they are going to have this boss taken care of around the 15-minute marker. That's a little bit slower than Cheese, but not hugely.
So just looking at some of the other stuff that's going on. Top left, we saw Legendary. They put up a 3-minute and 6-second Granith split, which we know is 3 seconds behind Let 'Em Cook, so honestly a very competitive Granith split. Raging Tempest looks like it's going to be done around that 9-minute mark or so, which again, that's kind of similar to where we had Let 'Em Cook at, which was 8:56. Legendary is going to improve on Let 'Em Cook's split here. In the beginning, is down probably that 8:45-ish mark here. Just a second. Yeah, and I think that this knockout offensive that Legendary is on is really good. It is a 20 Tyrannical, and so this is one of the dungeons that I think that you should be the most consistent in for pretty much every single team. But I think that Legendary's time right now that we're seeing from Raging Tempest is very good.
Yeah, they definitely want to put up something around that 18-minute marker. And I think that they are on good pace to do exactly that here with a timer like that. 55% count as well is quite good. It means that they are ready to get almost all they need from the end of this dungeon. So we'll see how they decide to pull this area. It's going to start with Igloo grabbing the third farthest mound, and they are going to do a triple mound pull, it looks like.
A triple?
If I'm not mistaken.
Wait, what?
Or is this just a double? No, okay.
It's double.
It's just a double. All right, we're good.
Oh, wait.
Unless. No, it's a triple. Yeah.
We had the birds coming in. I can't tell. I wish we could pan the camera to see the other side. I can't tell if they pulled the third pack or not.
I think it is. We'll see how much count shows up here. They started at 55%.
I can't see. The other pack. Oh, okay, it is a triple.
Yeah.
It is a triple.
They are going for... Wow.
There's a question as whether or not they just got the birds or if they got the third pack as well, and that's why it's like almost impossible to tell. Dude, look at how many of those soul severs they're getting as well. This is a crazy pull for Lepan to be able to live in that. He has that dilate on him. He's rotated through all of his CCs. I mean, these corruptors are starting to bolt him. He's going to be able to reflect here in just a couple of seconds. I mean, he's already through the hard part. Legendary should be able to put up a heater of a run with that pelt.
Yeah, they got almost 15% from this one pull. In fact, they got more than 15% from this one pull, and they dealt with 3 of the 4 mobs that are required to spawn the boss. So now they just got to do one more pull to spawn the boss, maybe one more pull onto the boss, and that's going to be their count pretty much sorted. Really, really good pull and incredibly clean execution out of Legendary on that one as well. Thunderstruck, in the meantime, up in the top right, are looking to put an academy on the board for themselves. The current best academy time stands at 1740, I believe, from Cheese.
Okay.
In fact, it's the only academy time that is on the board yet. So
Well,
Thunderstruck hoping to not be too far behind that, but they are going to be a little bit behind at least.
We knew that their Algathar Academy time just from last weekend, just their general bolstering route was going to be a bit slower than Cheese's, just from what we saw. There was a question of like how much slower was it realistically going to be, because we saw Cheese, they ran that Havoc Demon Hunter, Affliction Warlock composition, Shadow Priest in here, whereas Thunderstruck plays something a lot more standard, and then they end up pulling mostly in a straight line.
Yeah, it's interesting as well to see that Thunderstruck and Cheese are the 2 teams that go to Algathar.
They missed count.
Oh no! So okay, what they probably wanted was to bring this onto boss at some point, or have this come onto boss, right? Do like the blind thing, but maybe for some reason that didn't work out for them. Maybe they vanished early or something, dropped combat from it. I have no idea.
Dude, I've been here. I'm having deja vu. I've been here where I've just missed count in this dungeon, had to run out and go grab count from these mobs. Okay.
Interesting.
We timed the key.
All right, so that's going to be a 1914
Look at Legendary.
for Thunderstruck in Algathar Academy. That is improvable, but also it's a timer, right? At least they've got something on the board.
So Legendary needs to beat 1430-ish on Tira and Maruk. They're currently at the 13-minute mark. They have infinite trash on top of the boss. It looks like a lot of Spiteful Shades as well.
Okay. They are going quite big here.
I think that they're going to be around that 1430 mark. I can't see them beating that by too much. Maybe they'll be in like the 1415 range, but I think that they're going to be closer to 1430 than anything.
Legendary?
Yeah, for Legendary.
Whoa, for the Tira and Maruk split. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Tira and Maruk split. Not in the dungeon. Not in the dungeons.
Not the whole dungeon. Yeah, not the whole dungeon, of course.
That'd be
I think they're going to be a little ahead of 1430, but we'll see. They're at half on the boss. It's a 20 tyrannical. So it's going to be right around that timer, yeah.
Yeah.
Little behind-the-scenes peek you can see up in the top right. There's our tournament realm with our Keystone vendor standing on his little pedestal. Thunderstruck are going to be interacting with that NPC, getting sent to their next dungeon. Oh, we're small screening it because you can't see that. That's a secret tournament realm. Keystone vendor dwarf. Oh, there he is. Oh, and there's a loading screen. That's the same as on live as well. Another
same loading
cool
screen
fact.
as well. Yeah.
Yep, fun fact.
Not a behind the scenes.
All right, well, Tira and Maruk almost dead here for Legendary. It's going to be right about that 1430 mark, yeah. Almost exactly.
I'm surprised at the fact that they did a triple mound and weren't able to make up more time than they did. Right? That seems like that was going to be so sick.
Is their count actually good here to do just the last two mini-bosses as well?
6.15. 6.15 is the percent on the mini-bosses.
Yeah, so this is actually slightly short, right?
Correct.
So they're going to need to do something.
So the patrol and the mini-boss are both 6.15.
It's too much to do the two. So, okay, here's what I'd do if I was Legendary, I think, with this count. Assuming that we're right and that the two mini-bosses aren't enough, you do two mini-bosses onto boss, and then in P3 of the boss, you like CC a bunch of the patrol and you just kill one mob with the boss. Problem is there's like a CC immune big mob that you're probably just off-tanking for a while in there. But I think that's the way that you want to attack this. Okay, it looks like Igloo
flew into the wrong... I've done this before too. If you fly into the wrong area, you get dismounted from your flying mount. And so then you have to like die to that pat. Oh god, man, that's probably minus 20 seconds by itself right there.
Yeah, so Legendary with a great run up till this point are going to lose some time here. They're now taking trash on the boss. We'll see if they have count here. Again, you and I think it's going to be slightly short, so we'll see if that actually does work out. Meanwhile, Thunderstruck setting up their final dungeon here up in the top right. They have entered the burial grounds. You can see Yoda setting up this massive pull, meeting Lamike in the middle with the mobs from the other side here as they go on to first boss with everything.
Keep talking. Let me make sure that they're going to be missing count before we continue to speculate. I'm logging into WoW right now. I didn't have WoW open.
Wow. Direwolves also in the bottom right are looking to add a Shadow Moon to their collection. Their timer here is looking not bad. In fact, their Bone Maw boss split is the best of any team so far at 9 minutes 50. We will see if they're going to be able to actually put up a best time in this dungeon. Currently, the best time in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds comes from Legendary at 13:09. Direwolves hoping to be faster than that. I suspect they are going to be a little bit faster than it as well, so that's really good news for Direwolves, because of course, the top two teams at the end of our weekend are going to be getting tickets to the Global Finals, but the competition is really fierce. Between all of these teams, it's going to be so hard, so actually having the best runs in some dungeons is vital to making it out of the weekend.
Yeah, we were right at 6.15%. I mean, even if you look at Legendary in the top left, they missed count by four count. That means I think that they missed a mob somewhere. So I just wonder where.
I also am curious how that happened. Maybe they just kind of improvised a little bit in the Tira and Maruk area. there was a 4-pack patrol that maybe it came in. It was in a sort of awkward spot, so maybe they just tried to pull something else instead of it.
Is Igloo
it wasn't
dead?
the same count.
Oh my god,
Igloo is dead.
Oh, I hate.
Yeah, he ended up getting double dotted by this pack, or by the two Thunderfists.
Yeah.
So this is exactly what they're doing, though, is what I had said there. Actually, maybe, so this actually looks quite good, aside from the part where Igloo pulled it and died to the 2 dots. But they're dominate minding one Thunderfist, and they're just killing the other one here. So they are going to be able to put up a reasonable time off of this.
This seems giga inefficient. So some of the other times that we had seen for Knockout Offensive before were 1806 and 1822. I think the biggest time loss wasn't from this Thunderfist, but I do think that the biggest time loss was from that flying incident where they have the res, right? That was almost a 20-second loss. Ooh, and Wexy goes down, which means that the dominant mind Thunderfist is now out of the MC. Now we slam a fear, and we're trying to re-mind control, but there's a lot of casts being interrupted here.
So I think Dominate Mind has a CD as well, right? So you can't recast it right away?
Oh, really? Okay.
I think so, yeah. I'm not 100% sure on that, though. So I think they're going to have to just let that Thunderfist get kicked and have it go neutral when the dungeon ends here. So it's going to be an 1853 for Legendary in this
We lost
knockhood.
50 seconds. We lost 50 seconds there. We rerun that knockhood and we say 50 seconds next time. I'm pretty convinced, especially with how clean that was. I think that we just rerun that back.
Meanwhile, Ducks Can Fly, bottom right, heartbreaking Shadow Moon going on for them so far. Ducks Can Fly in some serious danger of being eliminated end of day currently, as they are the team with the fewest dungeons on the board, and they are in the middle of a massively, massively pained Shadow and Burial Grounds that they are actually going to just decide to town portal out of. I don't blame them for that. One bit, it was a run that went all wrong there.
Just talking about the Direwolves, we saw them finish up that Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. I think that this format, and I was actually kind of talking to some of their members, I really think that this format suits them super well. So what we saw from them in Cup B was, I think that they had the fastest times of the whole weekend. I think that they were the fastest team in regards to theoretical times that they could have posted, but they were the 4th most consistent team, which is why they ended up in this last stand tournament, which is why we see them here today. Now, this format allows you to wipe a couple of times, but then you're able to post a time eventually, and that's why you saw them. They posted a great time in Azure Vault, even with some deaths, and that's why you also see them currently maintaining the fastest time in that Shadow Moon Burial Grounds with that 13:05, which is 5 or so seconds faster than the second one.
I see, yeah. So that does actually bode really well for Direwolves in a tournament like this, right?
Yes.
Like this tournament is less about consistency past a certain extent, right? Like you get attempts at these dungeons more than just one. Of course, you run out of time pretty quick on day one, especially, right? You have 5 hours, 1 hour and 15 minutes per dungeon if you allocate it evenly, so that's not an awful lot of wipes, but it's something, right? One thing, okay, here's the Let Him Cook.
Right.
End of Shadow Moon Burial Grounds coming in. Now, the best times we've seen in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds have been sub 14 minutes, have actually been closer to that 13-minute mark. Let Him Cook here are going to be over the 14-minute mark. 2 deaths on their run here. Looks like they lost quite a bit of time in that Bone Maw split compared to the other teams. That was where they lost like a minute and a half, so hopefully something that they're going to be able to clean up later. The good news for Let Him Cook is that they already have a good Azure Vault and a good Knock-It offensive under their belts. So,
dude,
they actually have quite a bit of freedom with what they do with the rest of their day.
I'm looking at this Sedana Blood Fury split as well. They're like 40 seconds down on Sedana Blood Fury, which makes me think that they may have had to kill an additional ad over the other teams. Where like some teams are able to push the boss a little bit faster and skip like one full ad. I wonder what happened to Let Him Cook. Maybe the two deaths happened on the first boss, and that's why they were 40 seconds. They missed count? Okay, so this is the 3rd team that we've seen miscount.
Oh, no.
This is the 3rd time this has happened already, Tretnos.
It is not good to miscount in this way. They are short by 13 count as well, which I'm not actually sure what even is 13 count or 4.3%.
Skitterlings are 10.
Yeah, Skitterlings are 10 count. And Exhumer is like 8, right? So It can't have been like one patrolling Exhumer that they were supposed to grab. So
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe it was a full pack of the skitterlings from one of the sides here at the start or something. I feel like
I think there's a chance
know.
that I think there's a chance that a bat and some of the skitterlings reset. We've seen that happen a couple of times, right? Where that pack that's after Nylash, if you drag it too far, it can reset, or if you drag it in a really weird way, some of the bats can reset, or the spiders. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, there are definitely ways for that to happen. So, okay. Yeah. Well, that Shadow Moon is not phenomenal for Let Him Cook.
No. We run that back, I think.
Yeah, I think so as well. Although, I mean, you could also go to Algathar Academy, but I think you probably want to go there after your break and you look at these bolstering routes a little bit more.
I kind of tend to agree with that. Ooh.
Yeah, all right.
Well, top right, we have Thunderstruck. We're in the exact same composition in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds as they played last weekend. And so this was something that you and I harped on a lot last weekend, is the fact that Thunderstruck is not playing that Unholy Death Knight in this dungeon because they don't have enough comp coverage unless Soda was going
Dr.
to...
J is their mage and their Unholy, right?
Exactly. And so unless Soda is going to pick up either mage or Unholy DK, it doesn't necessarily make sense. Oh, dude. Are they wiping? Did they accidentally...
Yeah, they literally started casting their town portals here on these Exhumers getting pulled, it looked like.
Yeah, so you're supposed to be skipping this stuff with Mind Soothe. And so it looks like somebody body pulled in. They're like, zone out.
So the good news for Thunderstruck is that they had Sedana down at 209. That is almost as fast as Cheese. That's 2 seconds slower than Cheese in here, which is our current best split at that point. So that is good news for Thunderstruck. Ducks Can Fly have a slightly slower first pull brewing for them at 317 on the first boss going down. So actually quite a bit slower, especially with no deaths. Maybe pulling it a little bit more conservatively. They also don't have that Fire Magician in here, burning all those mobs down.
Oh my gosh.
Let Him Cook.
She's doing great on Azure Blade.
Got another death here. Okay, yeah, up in the top left, we have Cheese working on their Azure Vault with a 316 Laymore on the board for them. That is way faster than any of our other teams have been able to put up on that boss.
They're going to have a 730 Azure Blade, which is a minute and a half faster than any other team as well.
Yeah, this is going to be their third dungeon as well. So even though their times are fast in the dungeons so far, they do need to... there are teams with 3 dungeons on the board already, so Cheese are a little bit behind on that metric. That being said, they're still well ahead of the day's timer, right, of 5 hours in the day. They are well ahead of the hour and 15 minutes per dungeon mark right now, so they will have some time to come back later and do some optimizing. They do have an image free casting. Oh, beautiful reflect from Them on one of those casts, and then he is going to use his stuns and his fears on the future ones, but it is going to heal, the boss is not going to heal, but it's going to make it to its intermission phase, which is what they were trying to avoid there.
Okay, so they could have had 745 Azure Blade split, theoretically. Now, an 830 Azure Blade split, far less compelling than a 745, I will admit.
Notably, still dramatically better than other teams have gotten here. So
yes.
Really good news for Cheese, right, is that they are playing for either being slightly ahead or way ahead of all other teams. That this team is looking like a very solid frontrunner in our Last Stand tournament so far. I think, based on the first 2 hours, they are my favorite to be the first seeded team out of this tournament, right? To be the team with the fastest times.
Yeah. Looking in the top right here, I'm really concerned with Ducks Can Fly. I think that they need to be posting a Shadow Moon Burial Grounds really soon, and they're actually in a pretty decent spot. They have Nylash pulled. They do have that trash that's also pulled on top of this boss. They're running that Restoration Shaman, Feral Druid, Unholy DK, Shadow Priest variant of the composition. I think it's overall fairly solid in here, and you do see them absolutely blasting this trash down as Nylash does stun it with that Soul Sever cast after you come out.
Yeah, really efficient way to do this, although a little bit less free if you don't have a Fire Mage Ignite just spreading to all of those things, but still very good for the Unholy DK and the Shadow Priest and the Feral Druid, right? All of those specs are really happy about having a bunch of stunned enemies under the boss, so you can see that is working out really nicely for them. They're going to be putting up a pretty quick split on this boss as well, not losing too much time relative to other teams, so... Yeah, this could be a good run brewing for Ducks Can Fly. Most of our other teams are also near the start of their dungeons. It is Cheese in the top left that are the only team really near the end of a dungeon, which, of course, the way that our format works, you'll see teams in the start of a dungeon way more often than the end of a dungeon because you reset fairly frequently in this format. So for that reason, we do like to follow teams as they make it towards the end of the dungeon. So we'll try and focus on this Cheese run as they approach the end of the dungeon. Cheese run, something I do 2 or 3 times a week at my local grocery store. Pick up some cheese.
So out of the names, do you like Feta Fem or Ricky Otta more?
I think Ricky Otta is the best one here so far, yeah. Feta Fem, that's a good name, but Ricky Otta is actually tying it in with Ricky, right? Whereas Fem has just appended Feta to his name.
What if he was Fema?
That'd be good.
Okay.
Although I feel like that's...
contact him about potentially changing his name.
I'm not sure people would know that means that's like a cheese pun, right? Is the problem. Whereas Ricky Otta, you know.
Ooh, dude, let him cook. Just heal the boss at the ad.
Okay, that's not the end of the world at the end of the fight, but it's not good, especially if you're doing damage to the ad.
It's slow. No, they were doing damage to the boss, and then the boss got healed. I don't know.
Okay, were they trying to just beat the ad, making it in?
Yeah, but they were not close, which I'm concerned about their boss dam.
Yeah, I'm concerned about their timing here as well. 251 first boss split in Shadowmoon Burial Grounds. It's a little faster than Ducks Can Fly have. It's not faster than any other team in the tournament, though. So
yes,
Let Him Cook gotta find a way to speed up here if they want to catch up to teams like Cheese and Thunderstruck and Direwolves that are all just zooming in this dungeon. And Legendary as well in here.
Where are Direwolves? Where did
Direwolves
they go?
are...
Maybe they're on break
interesting
now?
question. They are currently taking their break, it looks like, yeah. Or if they're not, they're at least not actively in a dungeon. So I would assume that they are breaking it up. Direwolves, they're in this nice position where Direwolves only have 2 dungeons on the board right now.
Yeah.
But the 2 dungeons they actually have on the board, they are the fastest in both of them. So Direwolves and Cheese really jockeying for position for being the fastest team overall. Very scary for Legendary, Let Him Cook, and Thunderstruck as well, because they're going to need to be faster than one of those teams, and right now they're faster than neither. So they gotta. All those teams are under a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, we saw the Direwolves had now zoned in Knock It Offensive after taking a little bit of their break, which makes sense. I think that Knock It Offensive going next for those guys, they should be able to put up a very, very competitive time. I think that this, surprisingly enough, whenever we were talking about it at the very beginning, I thought that Azure Vault was going to be one of the dungeons that you do kind of early, and it doesn't cause you too many issues just looking at the affixes.
Oh! Fem! Okay, we've all been there. That's happened to me before as well. You jump off the edge, you don't actually have Heroic Leap available, or you got no path available, and
Dude, we lost so much time, though.
He died to the boss, so the boss reset.
No.
Oh, no. Cheese. Wait a second. So Cheese don't have count as well. They going for a little snapperoo here, perhaps? Maybe this was intentional. Hold up.
Let him cook.
Maybe this is all part of Cheese's genius master plan. This might be the coolest thing I've ever seen here. Watch what they are up to. So Fem is grabbing 2 constructs, 4 constructs, plus the patrol as well. Now he's leaping down onto boss from way upstairs. Zatsy's going to grab the 2 breakers as well into this. He's going to come down as well. This is demonic.
Okay.
Wow.
Are we lucky?
So it was not an error from Fem, I don't think. Maybe it was an error of falling onto the boss and resetting it, but it didn't even seem like that was relevant because the boss was ready by the time Fem was.
Okay, but I question the time saved then by porting, because where does he have to port to?
He had to port
Azure Blade,
second boss, yeah, and then take the book back.
So
but look at all this count. You're getting more than 10% count onto last boss.
Okay, but how long was that set up? Like, that's the question, right? Is like, so the time that they should be saving is in the Azure Blade split because they're doing less trash before the boss. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and their Azure Blade split is like a minute faster than everybody else's.
Yeah. Their Azure Blade split is a minute faster than everybody else's. But then, how long that travel time is? I just question whether. In addition to that, you have to incur a death to have Fem be able to port back.
Oh. Dude, these orbs plus the breakers, kind of nasty. If you get shoulder slammed into one of those, that's the end. Looks like they're doing a good job, though, of positioning around it. And so, Cheese are actually going to be a little slower in here than Direwolves, I think.
Yeah. I think that's off the back of Fem. I don't know. I think that's off the back of the Azure Blade missing the push, right? And because if they get that push on Azure Blade, they're probably saving somewhere in the order of like 30 seconds. It is a little bit past the 30-minute mark, which means that I'm going to dip, and you are going to be joined by Meg Stratnos, and I hope you guys have a good cast.
Thank you, Tettles.
Young Tettleton. It is a 15:43 on the board for Cheese in the Azure Vault, though. Very nice run from them, but certainly something that they will be looking to improve, I think, later in the day, especially because Cheese now have times up in 3 of the 4 dungeons. But yeah, Makes, we're here, we're watching some of these runs, and so far, I'm impressed by how quickly teams are putting up runs in dungeons in total. Aside from Ducks Can Fly, if you look at that leaderboard in the bottom left, most of our teams now are on 3 dungeons total done, and they're working on their 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there is going to be a new dungeon tomorrow, right? So you do want to kind of get a good time in every dungeon and then do that new dungeon the next day and maybe revisit 1 or 2 dungeons. So it is mostly about getting a good time locked in for now. And I think teams are on a good way there. Everybody is going to scramble and just try to lock anything in because as you just saw in that leaderboard, if they don't have a time, the time that we give them automatically is going to be 1.5 the dungeon timer, so it's a lot of extra minutes, and you cannot afford to leave these up. So teams will try to at least get a time in every single dungeon at the end of the day, and as you can see, most of them have 3 already locked in. Now, Ducks Can Fly are on their way to finish their Shadow Moon Burial Grounds here.
Yeah, Ducks Can Fly are looking a little bit slower than the other teams in the competition. It's quite worrying for them that they're in this position of having slower times and having less dungeons on the board. That puts them in really big danger of being eliminated at the end of our day, because of course, at the end of the day, whatever team is in rank 6 when the 5 hours is up, that team is going home. And Ducks Can Fly already are under a lot of pressure to avoid being that team. I think they are going to have their work cut out for them if they want to try and avoid that fate. They are putting up a Shadow Moon Burial Ground time here at least, but unfortunately, again, for them, it's going to be slower than all of the other teams that have a Burial Grounds on the board already.
Yeah, that's true, but it is going to be their 2nd dungeon, and they could still be a lot faster, technically, in the other 2 dungeons that we haven't seen them in, right? So maybe they decided to do the 2 dungeons that they feel less comfortable with first, get them out of the way, and then go into Knockhood, for example, where they feel they can put down a faster time. So I wouldn't count them out just yet. I think they still have a lot of time to kind of revisit, get all those dungeons locked in. But like you're saying, they definitely need to pose some better times in that other 2 dungeons that they're still missing. But yeah, I've been watching a bit. You know, some of the players are also streaming their own POV. Saw some interesting tech there. How do you feel about playing in windowed mode, Datnos?
I do not do it myself, but I know there are some good players that play all sorts of games in windowed mode. I don't understand personally, but there's actually some benefit to having like a smaller screen space if you have, pretty good resolution, because your eyes have to move less far. Like everything is in a smaller space, so you can see more stuff with your, without having to move your eyes as far, and more stuff is closer to your, the good parts of your vision, the best parts of your vision. So there's a bit of an argument there. There's a lot of pro gamers will be playing on like smaller monitors and than you would expect, and then like hobbyist gamers that are playing on massive TV ultra wide setups, right? Because you just want all that information to be really close to the middle of your screen.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I like that explanation. Thank you, Jatnos. But
it could also just be somebody who likes windowed mode. That's the other option.
True. Teams are moving on, and I'm kind of looking at Let Him Cook. Now, if we look at the top right side, we see them in that Shadowmoon Burial Grounds that we just saw them in, and they were missing count. Now, this time, they're definitely on track when it comes to count, but their overall split times are just a little bit lower. But we still expect them to be faster overall, right?
Yeah, so their Bone Maw split is actually a little bit faster than it was last time. So they caught up by the time they made it to Bone Maw. They're going to be able to put up something like a 14-minute run, would be my suspicion off of this. Maybe 14... Yeah, 14 minutes flat would be probably best case for them at this point, which their previous best in here is 15:41. So that would be a time save, but unfortunately, it's still slower than Direwolves and Cheese and Legendary by more than a minute at this point. So that's worrying for Let Him Cook, but at least it's something on the board here. We'll see how fast they can melt this boss with their Lust. They're going to hit that Lust on pull here. Mooches has to watch out for dodging out of the Omen into the Malevolence, but he's going to be just fine. Manages to avoid the damage. And yeah, they can make pretty short work of this boss here. They don't have a Fire Mage melting it down. This is one of the better Fire Mage bosses in this dungeon because you can have a big Ignite on Ner'zhul and it just spreads to this Ritual of Bones and kills it off for free, especially this very first one.
Yeah, but to be fair, Feral and DK do have substantial amounts of kind of AoE cleave situations going on, so they are melting it pretty fast, I would say, and we are in a 22 fortified, so Ner'zhul and the Ritual of Bones, not too much HP giving them problems here. Like you said, obviously with a mage they would probably be a little bit quicker looking at what Dr. J, for example, does in this dungeon, but they should get closer, maybe even under that 15-minute mark.
Meanwhile, in the bottom right, Direwolves are using 4 players to kill Raging Tempest with their tank, the dead player. 40 has been tanking this as an Unholy Death Knight for a solid 45 seconds now. A spec that is in no need of any nerfs is going to be able to actually
that is
tank
correct.
the Raging
Thank
Tempest.
you for acknowledging that, Nos. Actually,
Happy
that
to...
wasn't all 40. That was mostly Holo healing him. You know, it's something healers occasionally do. So, yeah, very good teamwork coming from the Wolves, and Unholy is definitely very balanced and not OP.
I see, yeah, very true. So that's going to be a little bit of a slower Raging Tempest split than they could probably do with every player alive, but a little bit of a faster one than if they had wiped entirely, so not too unhappy with that. They are going to be interested in getting some more practice in this Tira and Maruk area as well. Let Him Cook are going to be putting up on the board, though. 14-21.
That is a lot faster than their last time, but like you said, still slower than Legendary Cheese and the Wolves, who all put down a time that starts with 13. So roughly a minute and a half slower than the other teams, but still faster than ducks can fly.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you do only need to be faster than one team to make it to day 2. But by the end of the weekend, you need to be one of the fastest 2 teams if you want to get that ticket to MDI Global Finals, which all of these teams desperately do want. So it is a little bit worrying there for Let Him Cook. We'll see if they have a way to maybe shave an extra minute out of that dungeon, but that was a pretty clean run, so I'm not sure how they would do it without making some compositional or strategic changes.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're going to have to wait and see what they come up with, right? Maybe they will change something. If the past has taught us anything, that sometimes teams will kind of go back between days, look at what other teams did, and then change their tech. But for now, they will just go until those 5 hours are up. After that, they can't put any more tournament realm dungeons in anyway, so we're kind of closing them out from the tournament realm until the tourney continues tomorrow. And they will only have VODs to look back on. But Thunderstruck are finishing their time here, and I think that's also their very first time. They're locking in 13 minutes 14 if we're rounding up the milliseconds, which is very close to Cheese, Wolves, and Legendary. Still a little bit slower, but only by a couple of seconds, so a pretty good time from them.
Yeah, not bad at all. Well done so far. I'm looking at the comps that we're seeing so far out of our teams as well. We have a lot of teams in not good offensive now that are running pretty much that standard stuff that we've seen. Ducks Can Fly, though, have been using this Shaman in a lot of places, in a lot of their dungeons. And if you look at this pull that they're doing right now, that Resto Shaman's actually looking quite good on this pull. Look at that overall damage, or that damage is being pumped out by that Acid Rain from Luca Dwarf. Obviously, Evoker damage is very strong as well, but it's cool to see Ducks Can Fly keeping up with a different pick in here. I wonder if Resto Shaman is going to bring anything special in this dungeon as well.
I mean, we had seen, I believe it was Sloth who played the Resto Shaman in the very first week in Knockout.
Yeah.
And then last week, people were or the week before that, people were running Evoker because of the AoE Raging Soothe that the Evoker brings. So it made sense that you would prioritize the Evoker over the Resto Shaman. But since this time around, this is not a Raging Dungeon, I think it's very smart to bring back the Resto Shaman if you want that extra interrupt, if you want that more single target damage, and have the option to actually prioritize that if you need it. And knowing that there's a lot of big pulls that could potentially be done, especially in the Huna area. I mean, we've seen some double mount pulls. Then I think it makes sense that you kind of want an extra interrupt at least.
Yeah, we've seen triple mound even out of at least one of our teams in this area, so definitely a lot that can be done. Look at the top right as well. Direwolves are going to be sending a massive Bloodlust pull onto Tira and Maruk here. This is very scary pull that they are putting together here. Luckily, there's no Sanguine active, so they don't run the risk of sanguining up these bosses, but unluckily, there's Spiteful active, so they're going to have to make sure that they dodge these shades during all these mechanics as well. Look at this. Oh, brutal combinations of mechanics happening for Direwolves, but looks like they're going to be safe for now. They've gotten through most of the worst of it.
HP bars are still kind of dropping, but it seems like Holo has everything under control. They still need to dodge out of it, make sure that they grip everything else in. You could see the grip from 40 coming in to get that Corruptor into the pack that was kind of just casting on the sidelines and not getting any damage, because of course you are focusing the bosses here. So that Death Grip came in really handy here. Something nice I always find on this sphere, if you're a DK, you can actually avoid it two ways. You're going to get the damage, but you won't get fear. If you A, pop Lichborn, or B, preemptively press your AMS, you're not going to get feared and you'll have more uptime if you shall need it. But most of your damage comes from that pet anyway, so yeah, it's just a little niche kind of sweaty play if you want it to.
Yeah, especially if you're not too worried about the extra damage, which one of the problems with doing something like that in these keys is like, oh, you don't necessarily, you don't want to put yourself in range of being killed by a quick shot or something like that. Especially, we can see 40 there, his blood draw is on cooldown, so probably he'll play a little bit more defensively until that's back up. That's the thing where you take damage below a certain point and you drain everything nearby, right? Pretty cool little DK class talent. But it is on cooldown right now.
Definitely fun. But yeah, Direwolves are finishing up that pull. Their last Spiteful Shade now dying, and Tira and Maruk should fall over pretty soon as well. Now I'm just looking across the board. Legendary is in that Algathar Academy trying to put in a time, and I think that would be the first team that makes it to 4 dungeons, right?
I think you might be right about that. Yeah, there's a couple teams. I guess Thunderstruck, maybe have 4?
Yeah, they have 4.
But Legendary will be keeping up there, and potentially we'll be able to see how their times work out, although it's not going to be this run, as they are going to have a full wipe on Overgrown Ancient, and they're going to be going back to the start of this dungeon. That is minus 15 minutes of their 5 hours of the day as well. Not great for Legendary, but not the end of the world, because like you said, they do have times up in 3 dungeons already, so they are not under too much time pressure. Yeah, we'll see them probably just restart Algathar if I had to guess. Meanwhile, the Direwolves up now in the top left are making their way to the last boss here. Their count is good. They are ready to go last boss here. They're going to be able to put up something potentially quite good here. Maybe a little bit slower than Let Him Cook and Thunderstruck, though. Based on their Tira and Maruk split, the time to beat in this dungeon is 1806 out of Let Him Cook.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably going to be very hard for them. And we are in Tyrannical. It is only plus 20, but they still need to push this boss into phase, play the phase, and then kill it off, while also dealing with the trash and the spitefuls. So that's definitely going to cost them more than 1 minute. So we'll see where they come out in the end, I think. But it's definitely going to be a little bit slower than that 18-minute mark that they're now approaching.
Yeah, remember they were doing the Raging Tempest with 4 players. It was only the tank that was missing, but still. Surely that's the kind of thing where if they come back here and have that not happen, that's a free 20, 30 seconds at least. But the question is there more time they could save in the rest of the dungeon? Is it going to be worth them focusing on Nocked? It would be hard to justify going back to Azure Vault or Shadow and Burial Grounds for me if I was Direwolves, because they already have the best times in those 2 dungeons. I don't think you want to go back there. I think you want to work on the other 2 dungeons, so it'll just be a question of, are they ready to go Academy yet? They are going to need to go Academy at some point today. They could take their break and set up their routing, or they could just go straight there, or they could say, you know what, we're fresh on Nocked, let's just go back to Nocked and do it a little cleaner right now while we remember.
Yeah, I think that might be what they're going to do. Maybe just try to rerun that Nocked with a little bit cleaner 40 going down here as well. They do have that Battle Rest. We'll be able to pick him back up. Nothing's lost yet. Now that they finished this phase here, he also shouldn't get any more trouble. But like you said, it's not the cleanest run coming out of the Wolves. And even if it was only the tank that died at the Raging Tempest, I can tell you that 40 was not really doing any substantial amount of damage. Because if you're tanking as a DPS and you're just trying to stay alive for the rest of the team as a DK, you're mostly just pressing Death Strike, right? So you're not doing active damage. You're just standing there trying to be a meat shield. And that's definitely slowing you down, as well as the missing tank damage, of course. Let him cook, having a little bit of a wipe here. Mucha's trying to keep that pole alive, going in a 1v1 against that Ravager, but it is going to be vanished off and Town Portal is cast. Unfortunately not working out here for them.
Yeah, Mooch is on Mooch's chef there, the rogue. A lot of rogues are being seen in Algathar Academy because of their ability to use Tricks of the Trade to set up those snaps across the different areas. That's a really big efficiency gain in this dungeon in particular. This is actually where Let Him Cook got their team name as well, was the Algathar. Was from letting him cook is letting Mooches press black powder instead of eviscerate. Is the lore behind that, apparently.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with what that does, maybe. So he was asked to actually do funnel damage rather than AoE. So use the AoE targets to do more single target damage. Whereas someone else was, have you considered just letting him cook and just letting him pad AoE specifically, which is how that worked out. But yeah, definitely something we might see later on. I don't think the monk's going to come back, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do in these different dungeons. Of course, Let Him Cook have all the other dungeons up, so they're going to stay in Algathar Academy, as are Legendary, who are in the exact same situation with an extra minute, not extra minute actually, only an extra 20 seconds over Let Him Cook across the 3 dungeons that both teams have done. Thunderstruck are in the nice position of having times in 4 dungeons already, but they're in the not nice position of not having the best time in any of those dungeons, so that is kind of worrying for them. Legendary, you can see they're in the leaderboard, they're in second place with only 3 dungeons and no best times. The 2 teams below them also have 3 dungeons and have best times in some of those dungeons. But Legendary are faster overall because they're just so consistent across their 3 dungeons at being close to the best time, if not actually the best time.
I mean, look at their SVG. It's like a minute faster, over a minute faster than the one from Let Him Cook, right?
Right.
And then what they have over the Wolves is the knockout, because the knockout time from the Wolves, like we just saw, wasn't great. So they're definitely going to go back in there and try to put a better time. And then I think Legendary might be threatened by the Wolves just from the times we've seen out of them so far, but they definitely need to improve that knockout time to make that happen, because right now I think there's like a 3-minute difference between the 2 times. But Let Him Cook here, taking our prime position after being able to finish off that trash that they pull before Veximus. And then this is a moment where they had some trouble earlier on with tank deaths and a bunch of resets, that Ravager in this pool here is definitely a little bit of a chaos starter, I would say, for them. So they also need to dodge all of the stuff that the Ravager is bringing, the Rift Breath, for example, that's coming in right now, while also dodging everything else, and that can be quite a lot.
Yeah, unlike some other teams, they're not actually lining the Ravager's jumps as well. They're just face tanking them because they're not doing it with nearly as many other worms. They were just doing the Ravager pull, not with the other worms. Trell now is looking to potentially grab some other worms here. Yeah, goes and Heroic throws some extra Ravagers in now that some Foragers in now that the Ravager is dead. He's going to have to stay alive, though, against a lot of damage still, because that Ravager it's still alive, but it's almost dead. As soon as that thing gets finished off, they should be in pretty good shape here. And yeah, it's looking like a pretty successful version of this first pull here for Let Him Cook. A little bit more of a chain pull onto boss rather than just all the trash onto boss. But honestly, that might not even be much slower because you're waiting to kill the boss at the end anyway.
True. You do have to wait there, but I like that they're at least trying to get some extra trash, and they're not trying to play that by itself, not trying to play the boss by itself. And those Ravagers definitely add a little bit of extra difficulty to it, and we've been seeing how hard that can be for the team, but right now it looks like they will be able to finish off Maximus. Now, bottom right, Direwolves are back in that knockout. We talked about it quite a little bit. Nothing that would surprise me too much, but Cheese are also in that knockout now, and I think it's the first time we're seeing them here. Looking pretty good, I would say. Just looking at their boss timers, they're now also on to Tira and Maruk with 13 minutes 38, which is right around where the other teams would land. I mean, they still have to chew through half of the boss, but most of the other teams landed around 14 to 15 minutes on this boss. So 1 more minute to finish it off would be good for them.
Yeah, Cheese are trying to have the best times in all these dungeons. That's the team that came in here, I would say, as probably the favorite based on just overall seeding as Let Him Cook. Oh no, Trello's getting bounced back and forth here. Okay, does eventually get up the correct way there. But Cheese are going to have a death here.
Right.
Zatsy going down. Does get res.
They do have that battle res available. They have another one should anything else happen, but of course that's going to be 5 seconds against the clock for Cheese, and not ideal. Did you see to what Zatsy died?
I didn't know. I'm not 100% sure what happened there. So they're going to have to play... I mean, the healer dying there and getting rezzed, it's actually not a huge loss, given that you have the battle res, right? It makes it a little bit more dangerous for the rest of the dungeon, but that's probably only like -7 seconds, 5 of which are just the death timer. So, not a huge deal for Cheese there, but something that will be something they could maybe optimize a little bit in, and it is going to push their Tira and Maruk split over the 15-minute mark. So, a little bit slower than some of our very fastest teams here, but still quite fast at this point.
Yeah, absolutely right. Looking pretty good here on their way to Balakar Khan. The Wolves doing another reset, not happy with how their Granite looked in the previous try, are just going to send again. Now that they have a time locked in, it's all about perfecting that route, right? Once you have that first time locked in and you shaved off the 40 extra minutes that you didn't want on the timer, it's all about getting that perfect run that you're very happy with. And I love seeing these kind of runs because you can kind of see the optimization being done every single pull and all of the real restarts, which I think is just super fun to see how these teams approach those keys on a difficulty level as high as this one.
Yeah, me too. I think it makes a lot of sense as oh, Direwolves. Oh no, did Granite just reset for them? It looks like it might have. That is unfortunate for the Wolves there.
Might have happened.
Yeah, okay, rough turn of events. I'm not sure what caused that for them as well.
Right.
I'm looking at their cooldowns. I don't see... Yeah, nobody shadow melded. So I have no idea why that would happen, but they are going to have to town portal out of this, probably just due to having the trash dying right under the boss as it was spawning. Maybe a trash mob died right under boss as it spawned, and somehow that caused it to reset. Either way, they're going to have to start this over again. Apparently Tettle says it can happen if you pull the boss the moment it spawns. It can despawn like that. So that's something Direwolves... It's actually not that bad, even if they have a strategy that has like a 50% chance of that happening, because you just reset, right? It's only a minute into the dungeon.
Yeah, it's a
not
first
big
boss.
deal. Yeah.
Exactly. Definitely right. But ideally, it just doesn't despawn, right? Dragonflight now also reaching Balakar Khan. So we're going to see top right and bottom right, both of the teams currently in that knockout towards the end. If you're comparing those boss splits, you can see the trend that's kind of going on for Dragonflight and all of their dungeons. You talked about it earlier, saying that, yeah, well, they are putting times in. They're still a lot slower than the other competitors. Just looking at Tyrant Maruk, there was nearly 2 minutes difference between Dragonflight and Cheese. And even though they are simultaneously at Balakar Khan, if you look at the dungeon timer, there's also quite a difference between those two teams.
Yeah, it is a gap that it's certainly got to be a little bit scary, right? Ooh, Legendary in the bottom left are having their Veximus pull wipe for them. Most teams we've been watching have been wiping to this Veximus pull at least some of the times. So not a big deal, right? You want your danger in the dungeon to be right at the start with this format because it costs you so little time to just reattempt. But Cheese are putting up a knockout offensive on the board. It is 18-12. That is fast. It is slower than Let Him Cook. It is faster than everybody else. So Let Him Cook still have the star in knockout offensive. That is their shining dungeon, their best run so far in that place. It's the best hope they have of being one of the faster teams there is just riding on the strength of that knockout for right now. Cheese 5 seconds slower, very happy about that. Now they get to decide where to go next. Looking at the times, Azure Vault would be my pick if I was Cheese for where to go next, but we'll see what they decide to do. Could make an argument for all 4 of these dungeons as they are putting themselves on top of the leaderboard with fast times in all 4 dungeons. That's a really good place to be.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think the only dungeon that they don't want to be touching right now is the Algathar Academy, as they're currently holding that star in that dungeon as the fastest time run, unless they really feel like their run was off and they can do much better. I think you leave that one alone and you try to look for any of the other 3 dungeons and try to improve your time there. Maybe steal one of the best times for either Let 'Em Cook or the Direwolves. Now, we are at that moment where people get a little bit confused as to why some of the teams like Direwolves have 2 fast times, but still are 5th in the overall leaderboard. The reason is just that they're currently not in all dungeons yet, so they still need to post a time in that Algathar Academy, and therefore currently have the default time, which is just a lot longer and elongates their overall time rather than having a comparable time to the others. But still, Direwolves right now, I think, are looking to be in prime position once they get a good time in that knockout and enter that Algathar Academy.
Yeah, that is the question mark for me for Direwolves is, first of all, if they do a clean knockout, is it 19 minutes or is it 18:30 or is it 18:15, right? That will matter for whether they can try and contest that number 1 overall spot against Cheese, making sure that they are close in the knockout, because even though they have the best runs in Vault and Burial Grounds, they're only like 5 seconds faster than Cheese in those runs, as you can see on the leaderboard. So they need to get close in Knockout, and they also need to get close in Algathar Academy, and that's going to take some time. During that time, Cheese have headed over to Vault, so they will be contesting those best times that the Direwolves have.
And I'm just looking at the timer overall, and currently Cheese is the 2nd fastest team in that dungeon, right? So with 15 minutes 44, they were 2nd online in terms of the overall dungeon ranking here in Azure World. Makes sense that they feel like that's the dungeon they have the most chances, and taken away from the Wolves. We're going to see how they do over there, and if maybe they're going to change something up. But for now, we're going to stay a little bit longer in that Algathar Academy, as Let 'Em Cook are on their way to improve their own time and get something locked in here. We had seen them previously on these bosses already, but they did reset that key. So we'll see how they go now. Overgrown Ancient being pulled. They do have a Bloodlust available if they want to use it, but they might just be holding on to that one for the final boss.
Yeah, they have to make that decision. They'll probably go with whatever is the scariest pull. They're not taking Echo Knights into Overgrown Ancient like we've seen some teams opt to do. So because of that, I think that what Let 'Em Cook are planning is either a big pull and then a big pull into boss, or like a really big pull into last boss, but that's probably too sketchy. So that would be a really cool way to have a faster run, though. 21 Tyrannical, bolstering Volcanic. Can it be done? Maybe. We'll see if they decide to give it a try. I'm not sure. Those are the kind of things that you probably do once you have a good time already on the board, though, and you're coming back and trying to shave an extra minute off of a dungeon, which I don't think Let 'Em Cook are in that position just yet. Oh, Direwolves having some more
I would agree with that.
Here. They're going to have a two-death run.
They're in that situation, right? They have the timer locked in, so right now they're just trying to improve that time and really have a clean run, whereas Let 'Em Cook, comparably, they don't have that Algathar yet, so they're just going to try and get through it, try and get a time locked in, and then maybe run it again. But I think in terms of the Direwolves, you just maybe go again here. They did manage to pick up Chaz, but that's a long time where they were playing without one extra DPS. Do they keep going?
Yeah, it looks like they should Hearth. If I was Direwolves here, I would say, you know what, we're not gonna, like, even if we'll improve our time, we're not gonna put up a great time in this dungeon. It looks like they probably want to get some practice though in the rest of that dungeon, and also they do know they can improve their time still, even off of that first boss happening like that. But yeah, I think there's a strong argument to Hearthing out at this point if you are Direwolves. Definitely an argument to be made both ways, though. You have a lot of time left in your day, right? 3 hours left in the day. Spending it practicing these later pulls. One problem if you Hearth out too early is sometimes you just get really practiced on first boss, and then you aren't very practiced on, like, third boss. So it can be good to make sure you actually are doing some longer runs as well. As Let 'Em Cook, up in the top left, are cooking with a big Echo Knight pull. It's not quite all the count they need, but it's close. This is a lot of enemies here.
It is, and they're not even using Bloodlust here. They're just opting to play this one naturally, playing it down and looking pretty good at it. We can see some CCs being used to make sure that all of these whirlwinds are not going to get cast. Really, really nicely done by Let 'Em Cook, getting this pack under control, not even using the stairs to let them at least have some uptime. They're just opting to completely ban these Echo Knights from using their ability ever again, and are finishing up that pull here one more time. The whirlwind is going to come in, another knock, making sure that's not going to happen. And now they can finally move on to this final pull with a boss. A Shroud is going to be used. Trell goes last and picks up whatever is left here, making sure he has all the count his team needs. Really, really nice. Bringing everything in, nobody getting any aggro here.
It's not quite everything as well. They mass rooted one of those packs before Trell threw his weapon at it. So they're in combat with that pack, but it's not actually going to come until later. It's going to come in 30 seconds. You can see the world markers. Look on the dragon. Okay, it's gone now, but there were some world markers that we could see through the wall there of mobs that are mass rooted outside. And those ones that's a way of them are going to come and join this pull, but they don't have to deal with them right now, right? It's like when you put a purchase on your credit card, right? Like, you're going to have to pay for it later, but you don't have to pay right now. Yeah. And the problem is they're coming while these mobs are still alive, so they're going to get bolstered. They're going to get big bolstered. This is going to be scary.
Yeah. So the tech that you just explained, I think, was their approach to trying to not get them bolstered. But then they saw them running and we're kind of like, okay, we're just sending it. We're going to grab them in. We'll try to get some prior damage on them, maybe, to not make the bolsters as terrible, as scary, but not going to work out. The 3 remaining Echo Knight / Invokers definitely have eaten some of the bolstering stacks here, and Echo of Doragosa still needs to get DPS down. Now I'm looking at the fastest time that teams currently have put down in that Algathar Academy, and it is going to be 17 minutes and 40 seconds from Cheese, and that's 1 minute away for Let 'Em Cook. 50% of this boss and 1 Echo Knight to kill.
Yeah.
I'm not sure maybe they'll be able to manage that.
So I think they're going to be close. Yeah, I mean, the 1740, they have 50 seconds to do 44% of a 21 Tyrannical boss. They're going to be, I would say, probably a little bit slower, but not by much. This route that they were doing here was really nice, I think. They did manage to kill Overgrown Ancient a bit faster than Cheese as well, because they weren't doing the trash onto it. They lost the time afterwards, but I think they're actually made some pretty profitable trade-offs in terms of when they were doing their trash in this dungeon. And yeah, it's going to be like an 18-10 here out of Let Him Cook. So they're going to be a little bit slower than Cheese, but they got to be really happy with getting a time like this on the board for this dungeon.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is going to be just a tiny smidge slower, but still much faster than the time that Thunderstruck put in, for example. So hopefully they'll prioritize other dungeons next. We'll see what Let 'Em Cook is going to do. They still have to finish up this boss here. See Hasty dodging a bunch, making sure he's not going to get any extra stacks here. And now they will be able to finish off that boss with 20-25 seconds over the time that Cheese has put in. Here we go. 18-3, 18-4 rounded up.
Not bad at all for Let Him Cook. That's going to advance them to second in our overall times, ahead of Thunderstruck by a solid minute as well. Now, Thunderstruck, almost all of that time can be made up in Algathar Academy. So, okay, yeah, Thunderstruck is a minute behind in Algathar and in Azure Vault. Let Him Cook is a minute behind Thunderstruck in Shadowmoon Burial Grounds, however. So, between those two teams, those are the dungeons where the difference is currently coming. Now, both of those teams not only have to worry about each other at the end of the weekend, though, they also have to beat Legendary and Direwolves, who have yet to put an Algathar Academy on the board. And Direwolves in particular are going to be a really fast team once they put that Academy on the board eventually. So I wonder where Let Him Cook are going to go next, as now they have all 4 dungeons done. It's going to probably be Shadowmoon if I had to guess, but we'll see where they think they can save some time.
Absolutely right. I'm looking at the Direwolves. Now, the last time we saw them in this dungeon, they had very similar split times. They had a little bit of a faster Granith time, and then a 1 second slower Raging Tempest time. And Raging Tempest was the boss where they played without a tank for like 16% of the boss's HP. So we were thinking that's what slowed them down. But they're thinking, we just keep going in this dungeon here, apparently.
Yeah, so they're at this Tira and Maruk area basically the same time as their previous run that was scuffed in a different way than this run was. But
yeah,
it's okay. Yeah, I mean, they can again keep getting practice at the end of this dungeon, and if they're very clean from here, they can definitely still shave a minute off of their time. But I am skeptical of the general strategy of not resetting when you have 30 seconds of mistakes in the first 3 minutes of the dungeon. I think you just want to hit the reset button whenever that happens, because it is so early in the dungeon. But especially if they're not confident in the end of the dungeon, it can be really valuable to make sure that they still get some practice on these later pulls, so that they don't get in a position where they have a really clean first pull and then they wipe here later, right? So that's probably the reason that they are continuing this attempt, is because they really just want to make sure that they get this later part of the dungeon nailed down and feel really confident in it.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it is, although I do agree with the sentiment of just hitting that reset once you realize, the beginning has maybe gone a little bit off from what we were planning to do. But maybe they figured out something else. The Wolves have in their bracket shown that they're really good with innovative strategies and pretty big pulls. So maybe they're just trying something new as well. We're going to see what's going on as Jack moves on. Thunderstrucks have a death here. Jay going down towards the end of the dungeon as they're trying to finish off that boss timer. And we just talked about it for Let Him Cook here. They're also pretty close to that 17 minutes 40 second now, albeit they're going to be a bit slower than the other two teams, but close enough.
Yeah, Thunderstruck are going to improve off of their previous run here, although once again, Thunderstruck are in a position, and they're actually wiping here, because they again are short count as well. So they would have needed to go and get count after this boss, and Soda here is heading outside looking to see maybe where the mobs that were supposed to come in were. They're 7 count short, 1.5%. That's like 1 mob in this area. 1 Echo Knight would be more than enough count here. one of the casters wouldn't be enough, but yeah, it's weird. I'm not sure why they are short count here, or if their plan is to go out after boss and kill one mob, but that seems slow. So we'll see what Thunderstruck decides to do with that.
I mean, it's going to be a reset from here, but maybe they do something similar to Let 'em Cook, where they have one mob kind of in fight, but CC'd outside, and that's supposed to walk in and somehow that reset. I'm not sure. I couldn't see any mob that was just standing around looking lost, looking for someone, but maybe we don't always see everything. That could be something that's potentially going on, or they just missed maybe one of the worms earlier on.
Yeah, it could be something like that. I mean, it could be one of the snaps earlier, maybe misbehaved, didn't get them the mobs they were expecting. Or yeah, maybe they missed one side pack of 2 foragers, something like that. Could make sense. Either way, Thunderstruck are still very much in the hunt here for those top few spots, and they're also relatively safe here as their runs in the 3 dungeons that Ducks Can Fly have timed are faster than Ducks Can Fly in all of those dungeons. So Ducks Can Fly are still the team that is in the most danger of elimination at the end of the day. The other teams mostly can feel relatively safe unless Ducks Can Fly can put up some back-to-back improvements in their existing dungeons.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm looking at the Wolves again because we've been talking about their splits and their percent, and they have max percent to actually go to Balakarkan right after this boss. They're looking much faster in this split here. The last time they finished Maruk and Tiara, they were on, let's say 16 minutes, right? They were 15 minutes and 59 seconds, so 16 minutes. Right now they're looking to finish a minute faster, even less. So looking really, really good here in that split. I think they changed how they pulled that Ahuna area. That's probably why they were going still, even though the beginning was a little bit messy to them, no?
Yeah, so again, they certainly are going to improve their time in this run. Although the problem is I think they're still going to want to come back in here and improve it again because they're going to be like, okay, well now we can do that without having, a player dead for 30 seconds at the start of the dungeon, right? So I think it's good. I think especially if they wanted to make sure they had practice on what they're doing at the end of this dungeon here. But I do think the Direwolves are going to want to come back here into Knock It later anyways.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. But if their kind of approach to that dungeon was to test a new pull pattern in that Ahuna area, then I absolutely understand to keep going, even though that beginning was maybe a bit messy, because they were just trying to see if they can make it work. So although I agree that they should probably go back even still, that's very cool for them to be able to shave off that time. We're going to see them just pull this boss here. I still love that technique. Chompy coming back in after using Shadow Melt, making sure he's out of fight with the mini bosses and they can pull this trash instead of the mini bosses. But speaking of things that I love, Dratnos, I'm going to send you into a break and I'm going to bring back Zyra on broadcast, I think.
I love breaks as well. have a nice cast, gamers.
Did you like sending him to a break? Or do you just like breaks?
I'm not going to specify. This will be a mystery. Maybe chat can figure it out. But welcome back to the show, Zyro. Have you been following a little bit in your rig time?
I've been watching with bated breath the entire time. Some of these runs that have been put up in the past hour and a half or so while I haven't been on broadcast have been pretty impressive, to say the least. I especially enjoyed watching all of the team's different takes on Azure Vault and seeing, how many differing strategies we saw. Cheese's strat in particular was very, very fun to watch, and I wonder if they're going to be iterating on that at all, or if they're just going to go for the same strat, but just faster. But yeah. It's been tough, right? The thing that I like so much about this Last Stand style of competition is it really gives you good insight into what the teams are doing when they're not on broadcast, right? The time trials sort of idea of going for the fastest runs you possibly can with really no huge inhibitor to what kind of pulls you can do. Now, of course, there is a little bit of inhibitor this weekend, right? It is a time-based competition, but, compared to the normal MDI where it's, one run for all the marbles, I think this is a little bit more interesting because the teams can kind of go a little crazier than usual.
That's true. You can pull off things that are a little bit more volatile. And speaking of volatile, I don't know if you were watching, but the Direwolves Knocked looked a little bit rough around the edges, and they're now trying to come back after shaving a lot of time off of that Tirant Maruk area, but not so much time of the Raging Tempest Granite. We saw some oopsies happening here and there. 40 going down here as well is not going to be ideal, but not too much time lost, just the 5 extra seconds. But we're definitely going to see them go again in that dungeon after still having shaven time off. So they still have a lot more potential here than what they're showing right now. But like you said, a lot more volatile than what you would see maybe in a normal MDI setting.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be a pretty sizable increase, for Direwolves. That's a minute and a half faster than their previous run. So that's kind of nice. That helps them out there a little bit. Does pull them ahead of Legendary by a little bit. Of course, neither of those two teams have done their Algathar yet, so we'll have to see how that one goes for them. Ducks Can Fly still working on that Algathar as well. I would like to see Direwolves go into the Algathar, though, because getting those 4 times on the board, seeing where you're stacked against the other teams, definitely helps you visualize where you need to be, what dungeons you need to have a better time. And, I'm kind of surprised because we all assumed as casters that Direwolves would be great at this particular style of competition, right? Because they were the team that had the fastest time, potential times, of the weekend that we played in. But they told us, prior to this weekend, that they felt like this didn't suit them at all because they said they felt like they needed 2 days of practice before they felt really comfortable in the dungeon. So, I don't know, we'll see how it goes for them this weekend. I think so far it's looking pretty okay for them. They've got the fastest times in 2 of the dungeons already.
Yeah, I think they're looking pretty good, and I do agree that even if they maybe feel like that isn't their strongest feat, they're definitely very well suited for this because of the fact that most of their techs rely on being a little bit more volatile, being a little bit more on the dangerous side of big poles, and that doesn't always go wrong, right? But sometimes it does, and then you get a really, really fast time, which is something they're pretty good at. But looking at our current number 1 in the rankings, Cheese, top right, they're looking to improve that Azure Vault time and dethrone the Wolves in that dungeon in which they're currently having the fastest time.
Yeah, and I don't actually remember where things went wrong for Cheese in their previous run, because it looked like they had a pretty solid strategy overall. Their boss 2 time seemed pretty strong, but when we looked at their actual routing, they skipped a lot of trash in the middle section of the dungeon, like where they are right now, and they opted to pull it onto the last boss later on. Are they doing a little bit of a different strategy here? I don't remember if they pulled these mobs, or if it was the boss. I think it was the bosses on the second platform that they pulled down, right? Or was it on the top platform?
They did kind of have a weird tech for anybody that wasn't watching. Now, I wasn't casting it. I was just coming in as it happened. But basically, they jumped down to Umbral Skull, and then Fem died, reset the boss, spawned at the top, and him and Zatsi snapped down some of the mobs from the ring in order to make their count. And we were thinking that that was probably on purpose, because they were going down with missing count, and it all looked very planned and calculated and trained, but overall it didn't give them the fastest time. So we're going to definitely open our eyes and see how big they can go into count before reaching that Umbral Skull area, or if we're going to see that snap again. If everything went the way they wanted to, we're not really sure on that, but for now they need to get through Azure Blade, and I think they also had another phase here towards the end, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're right. If I remember properly, they got a second intermission phase with the boss at 4%.
Exactly.
So they definitely could shave in a little bit of extra time off there. Now, they do have a pretty good boss damage split here. 65% on the first intermission is definitely fine. They should be able to phase second phase with not too many cooldowns, right? They are missing, let's see, across the board. They're missing Army of the Dead. They don't have Power Infusion. Power Infusion will probably come up near this end of the second main phase. Without the army, this is actually probably a very tough burn. Let's see how it works out for them here. So they are pulling in a Vault Guard. Oh, and the Shadow Priest going down. Did he actually die, or was that just 1 HP? I think that was just 1 HP.
It was just 1 HP. Somehow Ricky was alive through that. Wow.
Oh, shot. That's wild.
That's just, the Shadow Priest tanking. But now Vampiric Embrace also running, making sure nobody's taking any damage here, as they are pulling that extra trash into Azure Blade. They still need to prio damage that boss. They absolutely want to, amongst anything, avoid her going into another phase. That's going to cost you way too much time. You do not have the time to do this, and we know they potentially have the damage to make that happen, and it's looking pretty good. Have an eye on that blue bar under the boss's HP at the bottom of their frame. That doesn't go down, and that will be a very, very good boss push for Cheese here in their Azure Vault. I love that.
Yeah, just to put that into context, this Azure Blade split of 7:16. This is a full minute faster than their split was in their 15:44 run, so they are on absolute tear so far with this split. If they're able to keep this together and have the rest of their run and be the same as their previous run, this will be 45 seconds faster than our fastest run of the weekend so far. So we definitely need to keep an eye on Cheese here as they start gathering up this pull. But let's take a little look around the horn while they're setting that pull up. We've got Thunderstruck on Croth in their run on a pretty solid split. Remember, killing Croth by about the 11-minute mark is where the top-end teams are at right now. So it looks like they're well on pace to do that. Let Him Cook still kind of in the early stages of their Azure Vault, so don't really need to look too much right now. Ducks Can Fly.
Letting them cook.
Finally in that Algathar Academy. Not bad. Still a little early on there as well. Okay Veximus split. Not the fastest we've seen, but it's definitely within reason. So, I mean, teams are definitely making good pace, and we're kind of starting to see the teams coalesce around each other. Once they have all 4 dungeons done, we can kind of get a better idea of where the standings are.
Yeah, absolutely right. The only thing that can be said so far is that the Ducks are kind of in a precarious situation, because right now all of the times they put down are the slowest times amongst all of the teams, and we can see stuff going wrong for them here in that Algathar Academy as well, where you said it, the Veximus time also didn't look crazy fast. So what that means for the Ducks is that they have to rerun all of those dungeons and try to get much faster than what they're doing right now, in order to not get eliminated, because end of day, we are eliminating the fastest team here every single day. So they need to make sure that they're not that team, while everybody else is also making sure they're not that team. But I'm going to try and see what they can shave off for now. It is going to be them resetting their key one more time. And Cheese are on their way to Telesh Greywing. And just looking at the trash count, it does seem like they're still letting some of it back there. They haven't snapped anything onto Telesh, and they still miscount. And there is no necessary trash that you need to do between these 2 bosses. So that's definitely part of their game plan.
Yeah, they're going for that same strategy again, it seems, which, it's kind of a weird thing to think about. With all of the different routing available in Azure Vaults, it seems like dying, going back, and then setting up a big snap pull onto the last boss, it sounds like it takes a lot of time to do, but when you see that they're actually saving the second Bloodlust for specifically that pull, it might end up saving a lot of time, right? The way they deal with that frog section of the dungeon, they do it so quickly that the rest of the dungeon, as long as they can pull it off, it seems like they'll have a pretty insane time. So I kind of like seeing just the completely different ideas coming out from teams like Cheese and Thunderstruck, who are also going for interesting snapping strategies. Seems to be working out for them. Thunderstruck hasn't had as much, luck this weekend with pulling off their strategy in this dungeon so far. But I imagine, they have plenty of time left in the day today, and of course the other 2 days of this weekend, to where they'll probably get a similar idea going at some point. But let's take a look at Cheese here again in the top right corner here, onto that 3rd boss of the dungeon here. Last time around, they killed this boss at the 12-minute and 39-second mark. They are going so much faster than that this time around. They could easily set just a blazing fast time here. Sub 15 is definitely the mark to beat, but I think they can do even more than that.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Right now, they're in one more of the absolute 0 phases. It is fortified, so that shouldn't hurt them too much, as they will be able to burn the boss. But I'm really curious whether or not we're going to see them go down, die, come back up, or if there's any other tack that we missed or that maybe went wrong in order on how they're getting these ads back. But we'll see that in just a few seconds. Just looking across the board, Legendary are back into that Croth area. They had a full team wipe here. Last time we saw them, decided to rerun that dungeon, looking pretty good with the Veximus split as well. But Cheese now finished, and we're going to stay on Zotzi. So Zotzi will go over here with Evoker Tech, and then Fem, did he already die? I think he already died and
jumped down and
respawned.
died.
Yeah, that was really fast. So
here we go. Here's what he's gathering.
Dancing on the border.
You'll be gathering all three
And that
of these
looked really
construct
scary.
controls. Oh, we do have this is something we haven't seen from any of the teams so far. We'll hold on that cheese pull for a little bit as Thunderstruck starts to pull Overgrown Ancient in their run. We've talked about teams potentially doing this strategy of pulling the Echo Knights onto Overgrown Ancient, but they really haven't. We haven't
Okay,
seen
make sure
anyone do it.
Fem finds a path.
Did Velo actually pull Trash down? We've got two interesting pulls going on at the same time here. Fem does get the leap down.
Yeah, there it comes.
He does have the trash. It is snapping down. And yeah, Thunderstruck also has their trash coming down too. A bunch of Echo Knights into Overgrown Ancients. So side by side, these two teams going for insane strategies. Let's see if both of them are able to pull it off here. Cheese does finally have the boss engaged. Notably, they specifically waited for the trash the trash that snapped down to stop evade bugging before they pulled the boss, just to make sure nothing horrendously went wrong. But once everything was attackable and engageable, that's when they pull the boss, and that's when they pop Bloodlust and start burning this boss. And this boss is going to go down very quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, this timer is so crazy fast. Already at the 13-minute mark, the fastest time this weekend we've seen so far makes is 15:30. They are destroying this dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Umbral Skull still has those crystal phases, so it's gonna take a little bit of that damage off of that boss and make it a little bit slower while they're also dealing with the additional trash. Now, both teams have shown these techniques before, but they're trying to be faster this time around, less oopsies, more clean, and it's looking to be exactly that for Cheese. Like you said, looking so good. One more time, they're gonna have those crystals on 25 boss HP percent from Umbral Skull. One more construct in there, but the crystals have spawned and they can just send that boss. That is so fast. They're doing so much damage right now, and the way they snapped these down was super efficient.
They're not doing any damage to crystals. They're trying to skip crystals. They're trying to burn boss. Can they get the burn off? Fracture goes off in 2 seconds.
Come on.
2%. They'll get one tick of the fracture crystals. Does everyone die?
No.
They got one death. One death last second, but a death.
They're missing count.
I mean, they're missing count. Wait.
They're missing count.
They're gonna die to the fractures. What happened?
What?
Why are they missing count?
Is that intentional?
Did some of their trash not skip down?
Are they intentionally missing count? Is that part of their plan?
Fim
they missed something while
packs.
snapping.
They either missed the breakers or missed trash. Oh, that would have been so good. Oh man. We just assumed that they had all the trash. That's so unfortunate. Well, we know the potential is there. That was an insane run from Cheese, and as unfortunate as to see them not pull it off there, you know, snapping can sometimes go, you know, that way for teams. Sometimes it's not frowned upon, but it's not like encouraged either, because it does sometimes just tend to bug out like that. It's been something like it's been part of the MDI for the past 5 or 6 years, right? People have been doing it and abusing it where they can, but it does have its downsides sometime, and that's one of them. But we know the potential is there. Like if they did have their trash count there, that time would have been 14:13, which is just stupidly fast, and that would easily put them through to probably day 2, and definitely day 2, probably day 3. Because they would spend so much time in other dungeons just perfecting those routes, because that would have been something that's hard for every other team to even come close to.
Yeah, the question is, with that additional pack that they missed snapping, how much is that going to slow them down during the fight, right? Or how much additional seconds is that going to cost them? Because I think it already looked a little bit scary for Fem in that poll, and I imagine with another pack in there, you are going to need a little bit more focus on that, and that might just have you have a little bit less damage. But they're definitely looking really fast, and I'm loving the snapping tech, even though it's not super reliable. We're going to see them do it again, and that's exactly why this format works the way it does, right? We've been saying this about the Wolves, but teams like Cheese are showing that they can do the exact same thing. They have polls, they have strats that are a little bit on the dangerous side, on the volatile side, on sides where they don't always work out, but if they do, they're just so crazy fast, and that's exactly what you need to do in the last stand.
Yep. I didn't predict Cheese as one of my favorite teams, but I am regretting that decision watching the way that they're playing, because they are playing incredibly well. They're playing like they have, extra purpose after last weekend, right? They're playing like they're almost angry that they didn't qualify last weekend. That team is.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are.
Else.
I think I've seen some tweets maybe be a little bit sad, which rightfully so. They came into the cup being an absolute favorite. I think every single caster had them down as runner-up, and then stuff happened. It didn't really work out, and they're here to not only prove to themselves, but to prove to everybody that that first call out was rightfully made and that they are a favorite in the overall. And so they're definitely giving it their everything, which is great to see. But Thunderstruck are finishing off their key. Now, they have 100% trash count. That's going to be the first thing I look at now with all of these teams missing count. However, Velo going down, Yoda going down, two of the players getting beamed by Echo of Dorogosa, but they put in 18 minutes 33, which is an improvement to their previous time, I think.
Yeah, slight improvement. They had, I believe, about like a 1910 before.
Yeah, they missed count, so
improvement or so. Yeah, they missed count in the previous run. Like they had to go back and kill 2 trash mobs. So definitely an improvement for them. Still not competing with the fastest time of the weekend, but you'll take any improvement where you can get it, right? That is good to see.
Absolutely.
We'll see where they go next, because they're one of the teams that has a time in all 4 dungeons, but really none of their 4 times are the best time, right? So there's improvements to be seen pretty much everywhere. So I'm interested to see where Thunderstruck will end up going next. We do have Legendary that are on a run in Algathar as well, but again, this is not really that great of a run for them. The fastest Croth time that we've seen so far is mid-13. That was from Let Them Cook. I mean, I guess low 14s should be okay on this boss, but it just doesn't quite seem like the fastest run. And they're struggling on this boss with these Skitterflies. Splat going down at 10% here. They have a battle res, get him up instantly, but this is looking very, very rough for them. Igloo is struggling to keep everyone alive, and he doesn't really have any cooldowns available to help them heal through that burst force damage. Oh no! Wiping at 4%! That's going to be a go again. Unfortunate for them.
Yeah, and I mean, they're still looking to log in their first time, but the way Legendary approach keys is, if it's not right, we do it again. So a lot of their times are already times that they're pretty happy with. We're going to see how that Algathar Academy turns out once it's finally done totally for Legendary, as they put in another reset. The same thing happening for the Direwolves. They're also going to find a reset in their Algathar Academy. 2 teams that are still missing that dungeon, same as Ducks Can Fly, who are currently on the way to Krat. They have put in a Vexima split that is, I would say, at least competitive with the other teams, but still a little bit slower than the rest of them. So they really need to find a way to speed it up, and that's not going to be it. Luca and Mirage both going down here, which will probably cause them to also reset, which is, we are reaching that halftime soonish. So teams are at the point where it's like, okay, we kind of want to have every dungeon locked in, and we kind of want to think about what we want to approach next.
Yeah, Ducks Can Fly definitely need to get a move on as well, right? Because at the halfway mark, even though there are 3 teams that haven't completed an Alcathar, you can already see right now Ducks Can Fly is at about a 6-minute disadvantage across the 3 dungeons they've completed to Legendary. So they're in a pretty precarious situation right now. They definitely need to set an Algathar time and then start going back to the other dungeons to improve if they want to have any chance of making it through to tomorrow. Because remember, we want to reiterate, at the end of the day today, the team with the slowest overall time in these 4 dungeons will be going home.
I might have misspoken earlier, and chat's having a blast, but that's okay. I accept it.
Did you say fastest at some point?
Yeah, I think so.
Could you
it, but of course, it is the slowest time. Obviously, that's going to happen. But yeah, we see teams just restart their dungeons here all across the board. Cheese are going back after missing count once again. Looking really, really good. I love that they managed to get that Azure Blade split in, and Let Them Cook are also looking to prove something in that Azure Vault. I'm curious if they're picking up some of the snapping tech.
That would be impressive. Now, I don't. The information that I don't have readily available in front of me is which teams have used their break time so far. I know for sure Thunderstruck has used half of their break time up. But the reason I'm bringing up break time is because break time is the best time for the team to kind of just sit back, relax, take a break, go grab some food, but also it lets you sit back, maybe look over some of the VODs from some of the fastest runs you've seen and see if there's something that team is doing that you haven't done that you could do to improve. So like, for example, in the case of Let Him Cook, maybe not something they can do during the game today, but between today and tomorrow, because I'm assuming with the times they put down, they should make it through to tomorrow. For instance, their Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. They put up what was a very solid time for their comp in that dungeon of a 14:21, but they weren't running a Fire Mage, and the Fire Mage Disc Priest combo seems to be by far the fastest strategy in that dungeon whatsoever, and they're missing a potential minute of time there. Again, that probably won't hurt them today, but potentially tomorrow, or even on the last day, trying to be one of those top 2 teams, that 1 minute is an insane amount of time to have to make up in 5 other dungeons. So those are the kind of things they can go over during the break, or potentially in the break time between days.
Yeah, absolutely right. They can't practice, but they can research. So we're going to see if that is something teams do from one day to another. For now, they're going to keep on running from what we can tell. We can see teams all across the board are dealing with Azure Vault, Thunderstruck, Let Him Cook, and Cheese side by side in that dungeon here. Looking very similar in team comps. It doesn't seem like anybody is going to be an outbreaker and not bring any mages to this one at least. But I'm curious where the rest of them are. So Direwolves and Legendary seems like they're resetting their Algathar Academy again. Dragonflight probably as well. So we should see these teams in just a few seconds again. Retry those Algathar Academy runs. Here they go. Legendaries back at it.
Yep, Legendary. Yeah, lot of reset runs are going to come out here because the teams now that most of them have put together, their baseline runs, they're really only looking to improve at this point, right? Or potentially get more comfortable with the run to where they can get those improved runs. Let Him Cook are on a pretty solid run right now, though. 4-minute lane more time, already heading towards Azure Blade. We know from some of the fastest runs we've seen that a good Azure Blade time is somewhere in the 8 to 9 minute mark is what you're looking for, depending on the strategy that you're running. Let Him Cook is pulling a little more trash than what we saw from the faster Azure Blade time, so we can expect them, if they're like sub 9 minutes on this Azure Blade kill, that is a fantastic time to be at. So let's see if they can get to that spot. I believe they're going to be DPSing this trash down a little bit before they pull an Azure Blade, so we'll see how this goes for them. It's looking pretty good so far, though.
Yeah, absolutely right. They do not have a Bloodlust, so they're just gonna deal with this trash for now and not make their life any harder. Make sure they can chew through. At least that Lieutenant, I believe, is kind of something you want to get out of the way before you engage the boss, and I think that is something you're looking to down. Raging also, of course, gonna matter a little bit, but you are bringing that Evoker that is able to just oppress a roar and make sure everything's gone, which is happening, and now we can engage Azure Blade while the rest of the trash is dying off. Now, something I've been kind of watching on the side is the Direwolves just entering their Algathar Academy, and then when I blink, okay, I only blink, and as soon as I open my eyes again, Jack jumps down the bridge and they reset. I'm not sure if you caught what's going on there, but maybe we can have an eye open for what the Wolves are doing, because I think they might be trying to skip something. Or I don't know. It definitely looks a little bit strange.
I did not see, so we'll have to keep an eye on them, because they're definitely doing some weird things in this Algathar, trying to put together an insane time. I mean, we've seen this Ravager pull go insanely wrong for teams that are trying to pull it off here. Maybe they're just trying to have less Foragers in the pull, because those are the things that are killing people off, but at the last second, the Battle Axe Bleed takes out Jack, and then bonks 40 on the head. It's got to be that they're trying to minimize bolstering stacks, right? That's the only thing I can think of.
So we're getting word from production, actually, that they've been accidentally pulling the bridge. And so they reset their dungeon because they unintentionally pulled the bridge. But they're not bringing a rogue at all, right? So they don't have Shroud, they just have Indiskip, which is also something we haven't really talked about just yet, because most of the teams are bringing a rogue, so they are able to Trix and then snap some mobs across. But if I saw correctly, the Wolves are just running the same comp, which is Feral, DK, and Shadow Priest with the Evoker. And none of these are actually able to snap mobs, I think. I don't want to, I never want to say never, but we've seen Demon Hunters do it. We've seen Warlocks do it. We've seen Rogues do it. And none of those classes are on the team. You can see it here. That is the invis skip. So that is what had gone wrong for them before, I assume, just by going what production said. And I'm curious how their routing is going to look like with that team comp.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see too much snapping last week with bolstering, right? Because, bolstering definitely makes it harder to deal with. I think some of our fastest runs last weekend just didn't run rogue at all. So maybe they're thinking, based off of their information from last weekend, that probably wasn't the play in this dungeon, but we've seen it come out from teams this weekend and have pretty solid times. Let's see if this pull goes well for them here. Bolstering stacks go up. That is a huge Ravager. Just one final Mana Fiend left. Get the interrupt on that Surge. There we go. Good bolstering pull for Direwolves here. Going to pull some trash in from the bridge while the boss spawns.
Yeah.
Not bad at all.
That was really nice. So if you were watching bottom left, Chompy was actually jumping all the way over to the bridge, then getting gripped by Chaz with Leap of Faith, making sure he's back with the team without actually having to walk through the Ravager. So they're just able to get these Mana Fiends and mobs that are a little bit less, I would say, dangerous on top of Eximus, which is a really, really nice and good technique that they're showcasing here, but still, it's not going to make that boss super easy. It is a 21 you want to get through as quickly as possible, and they will, I assume, add more and more trash throughout the fight, which is why they started with the ones that were further away to be able to actually add the ones that are closer over time.
Yeah, I agree, but let's check in with our other teams. In the top left corner, Let Him Cook had gotten through Azure Blade at a 9:13 pace, which is pretty solid pace, but everything went horribly wrong for them when they decided to go Froggers. Hasty went down, and with no healer, Trell was not long for this world either. It's going to be a Town Portal reset for them. A little unfortunate to see when you're 11 minutes into a key, but that is the name of the game this weekend here. Let's look around across the board as well. Cheese already onto Laymore in their run, still at the start of the dungeon here. Thunderstruck look like they're on a pretty solid run here. Onto the first intermission phase at 55%, one of the lower numbers we've seen so far today. They should very easily be able to get this phase off and have a very solid time, too. This is probably going to be around an 8:30 split on Azure Blade, so we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that one. Legendary is through the Veximus area and on their way towards Croth here. So we'll have to keep an eye on their split as well, and they're getting some skips, too, onto the Guardian Sentry. So still making good use of that rogue, even though it's bolstering affix.
Yeah. Absolutely trying to make the most out of it, and I think that goes back to what you were saying. We have seen the rogues work in that dungeon towards the entire evening, so maybe we're going to see a pivot coming out of the Direwolves once they realize that maybe their time isn't as good as the others, but in order to see that, they would need to put a time in first, so need them to get through Veximus and the rest of the bosses. They are on Veximus right now, and every other team is working towards other things. Thunderstruck, notably, are on Telash, and they're also missing count, which means I think they're going to be snapping something. So we'll see some snaps come in here. Top left, we can see the elementals coming into that fight. There's a construct that's going to give them quite a bunch of percent, but I don't think it's going to give full count just looking at it.
Yeah, no, this is definitely not going to be full count. Thunderstruck is definitely doing a bit of a different routing than what we've seen them do before, pulling these elementals in the construct onto this boss instead of trying to go for a big snap onto the last boss like we saw from Cheese. So this is a little bit of interesting ideas here. This is what I like about Azure Vault so much. Yeah, it's kind of a grueling dungeon to push for high keys on live, but the amount of things that you can do differently in this dungeon with snapping, it leaves so much open for team's interpretation that it's actually just a really interesting dungeon to watch in this time trial scenario. You can do so many different pole routing throughout the dungeon, especially also with the portals too. There's a lot of different ideas here, and I'm just kind of curious, what the fastest one is going to be, because Cheese they definitely seem to have an insane route, and they're on a pretty good split already. Look at that 246 Lamore split in this particular run that they're on so far. They have a pretty insane run. I wonder if teams are going to be yoinking that today.
They do. They definitely, I think out of all of those Zhurbald routes we've seen so far, theirs has to be my favorite just because of how much craziness is involved. Like, just looking at this pull that they're doing right now, I think that's such a massive pull to be doing. Zatsi actually going down here. They don't have a battle rush. That might just be... Oh, is he running? I think he's running. Trying to get back to the team, but look, there's so much going on. And you need so many things to go right that could potentially go wrong. So that definitely is one of the most fun pulls that they're doing. And they're having some trouble now that Raging has been triggered on all of those mobs. And Zatsi isn't back yet to assist with the Raging Zeus. But they are able to just 4-man it down, no healer run for Cheese for now through that giant pull that they're doing. And Thunderstruck, that we talked about earlier, they're now finished with Talash, and they're still missing a lot of count, so we'll see what they snap up. Or down, rather.
Up and down, I think. They're one of the teams
up
that
and
just
down.
Do whatever, right? We should, if everything goes well for them, have 2 breakers coming down at the last second. Yep, there they are, right
here they
on
are.
Top of the group. And they're going to be pulling those into Umbral Skull here. Now remember, the fastest time of the weekend so far in Azure Vault has been around a 1540, 1530. So we'll see how close Thunderstruck can get to that mark.
Those breakers aren't enough, though. They're not going to give all of that count that they're missing. So their game plan is to go back and do Furies.
Mm-hmm. They're going to go back and do. They're going to go back and do their big frog pull. Right. That's where they get the rest of their trash count from.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the same thing
we'll
they did in the
cup last week. That one goes.
Didn't ever really work out very well for them.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that one again, but it seems to be that some teams are opting to have runs for their final boss isn't the end of the dungeon. And I think in Azure Vault it makes sense because you are able to just port around pretty quickly. If you leave trash somewhere where you can port to, that is. So it does make sense to pick up the frogs as they are pretty easily accessible. But for now, they're going to be chewing through Umbral Skull, and that's not going to be the end. They still need to go some more, and we'll see how that works out for them. I'm looking at the other teams, but it seems like they all just started their run, so we can keep our eyes on Thunderstruck and how that works out for them. The Breakers are slowly but surely dying. They did use Bloodlust for that pull. Need to kill either the Fractures or Umbral Skull. It's going to be the Fractures for Thunderstruck. No commit being committed here for the team as they finish off the boss. And then we'll try and see how fast they can be. What was the fastest time you said? 15?
So the
30
fastest,
something?
If they're clean on this pull, they will crush the fastest time that we've seen completed this weekend. Fastest time so far that we've seen is 15:32. That was from Direwolves. But we know that the fastest potential time that we've seen was a low 14-ish run from Cheese that just went wrong because their snap didn't quite go right at the end of the dungeon here. This is definitely on pace for the fastest completed run we've seen this weekend, though of course they have to finish this pull off. We've seen this pull go wrong so many times for other teams. Random spot deaths can happen with these breakers in the pull. Their roar does so much damage, and if you get a roar into a shoulder slam at the same time from the multiple breakers that are in the pull, that could very easily be a death. And like you mentioned, they committed their bloodlust to the boss with the 2 breakers. So this could go wrong. Let's see how Thunderstruck deals with this. But this pull takes so much time to set up, right? Even with the move speed buff from taking the portals, it's so much time committed just to get everything stacked together. But here we go, finally at the bottom. Every single frog has been pulled. They've got multiple of those breakers in the run. They've got 2 on top of them right now that they're probably going to be focusing down, and then another one coming in from behind too. This is going to be so scary, and the cooldowns really aren't there for Velo to heal up people as well. They've got the Nature's Vigil popped right now to help heal up, as well as the Vampiric Embrace, but the only thing Velo can really do to keep his team alive is pop that Emerald Communion when they do need the extra healing. But so far, it's going well for them here.
They also still need to deal with Raging, in which Velo, I assume, plays a big part, having that Oppressor Roar available to AoE Sues and all of those targets. You can see Yoda going down here for the team is instantly rest up, quaking, going off, giving them a bunch of damage on top, and the poll is slowly but surely dropping, and it's still looking like they're going to put in a crazy good time. 15 minutes and 10 seconds going in. They still need 8% more trash. That trash is right in front of them. Both of the breakers falling, and now the final frog has to be killed, and it looks like they missed one. They missed one frog? They missed one frog. No.
Wait.
Oh, not like this.
Where's the remaining 11
Not like
count?
this. How that happened?
What's going on? Guys?
This seems to be a trend, Zyro. I'm not sure. I don't remember this being as crazy for past last stands, but maybe that's just my memory leaving me. But there's a lot of count happening. That's not ideal. So we're gonna see them again in that Azure Vault, but that time looked to be very good.
This definitely does seem to be a recurring issue for the teams. Specifically for the teams that are going for the snapping strategies. Snapping, we've talked about it already. It's kind of one of those things where you're kind of subject to the whims of the game. Of course, snapping is something that's been known by high Mythic Plus players for a long time, but if you're unaware of it as a viewer, essentially the concept with snapping is you put yourself in a situation where the mob that you have aggro on doesn't have any way to path to you. And when it doesn't have a way to move towards you or have a path towards you, it snaps to you, it teleports to you. This is something that was put in the game so people, are forced to actually deal with the mob that they're in combat with. And once players figured out this is how the game worked, they tried to abuse it in any way possible, just to stack mobs up. Now, unfortunately, sometimes when mobs snap to you, they evade, bug out, and reset. And that appears to be what is happening in this Azure Vault to a number of different teams. And again, that's just, unfortunately, the mechanics of the game, that all of the players have to deal with that same problem, right? If it is happening, all of them will have to deal with it. So it's a little unfortunate to see it happen to a couple of our teams, but that's just the name of the game. So I have to go.
Yeah,
just reset
absolutely
and go again.
right. Thank you for that explanation. But halftime has passed, Zyro. We're now nearly 3 hours in, 2 more to go. And some of the teams are still looking to log in that 4th dungeon. Haven't even posted a time in that Algathar Academy yet. And Legendary looking like they're very close to doing that. They are on the way to pull Echo of Dorogosa together with some additional trash. Don't have Bloodlust for that pull, and we see some teams go pretty big here and just yeet in. Lepan also just charging into the mobs as they move on. I'm not sure if he added that pack on the left, but I don't think they need it, so probably not, as they line of sight and make sure they are in this room here before pulling the boss. They want everything to be with them, and here they come, here they go. Echo of Dorogosa also being pulled. If this goes right for them, they at least have a competitive time in that dungeon.
Yeah, this is looking like one of the best runs Legendary's put together so far in Algathar, and I don't think it definitely does have the potential to be on pace with some of our fastest runs. Again, our fastest Algathar Academy run so far has been the high 17, low 18 area, right? That's where most of our times have been. This definitely could be on pace with that. They don't have the Bloodlust, so this boss is going to take them a while to get through. And they have to be careful with their bolstering, but it looks like everything's relatively low. Now, the thing you can do is you can min-max damage with the arcane bombs here, if you really want to. But if you min-max too much with too many bolstering stacks, your tank could go down. They do have the battle res for him, but Igloo went down as well, and there's no battle res for the healer. So now they either have to somehow find a way to get through 75% of a boss with no healer, or they're just going to have to reset and go again, and it looks like that's going to be the option for them. Oh man, we thought they were finally going to put it together and put a time on the board, but that just goes to show you, this bolstering Algathar Academy is way harder than it seems on paper when you try to put these polls together.
Yeah, absolutely right. That poll was lethal for Team Legendary, unfortunately, but they are going to go again. Now, the Direwolves look like they're trying to also finish that dungeon, but 40 just died for them. They did have a battle res, picked him back up, but Chompy now also dead, and that is causing some issues. they have everything under control for now, but they're just going to spend so much time DPSing this boss, trying to get this time here on the board as another Germinate cast comes out here and they need to deal with it. Burst Forth is going to come. Chaz taking a lot of damage here, but it seems like they will be able to just finish the boss.
They're a little bit on a timer here, right? If they don't kill the boss off before these lashers die, Jack could be in a world of hurt. You can see he had 30 stacks of that debuff on him. Almost went down, had to commit the time dilate at the last second, and also on top of that, Chaz almost went down from getting aggro too. That was a little scary. They are able to finish the boss off, but this run is definitely not looking like something that's going to be, a final time for Direwolves here. 15:30 on that boss split is pretty slow compared to the times we've already seen, but it would feel good for them just to get a time on the board.
Yeah, absolutely right. They still also need to pull, I think, 3 of those packs. They have a little bit less count than what we saw from Legendary, but it might just be enough for 2 packs. We're going to see what they pull in, and if they can pull off the pull that we just saw Legendary fail to, unfortunately. Everything now coming in for them. They are opting to use that Bloodlust here rather than on the Overgrown Ancient, and they will send everything, trying to keep that pull under control. You can see the damage meters just shooting up. Chaz actually doing so much damage here as Shadow Priest, trying to keep everything under control for the group. The vacuum is being activated by Echo of Dorogosa, and now they slowly but surely need to finish off those Echo Knights. They are bolstered up. One more is going to die in just a second, but that is going to give another bolstering stack to the other 2. They're now being kept under control with CCs. Can they die off? Yes, they will. Bloodlust has now run out, so beautiful Bloodlust available for all of those Echo Knights, and it is only Echo of Dorogosa that they need to chew through. Fastest time in that dungeon, 17:40. They have 57% to go. They're going to be slower than that fastest time, but they will put down a respectable one for sure.
Yeah, this will be the low to mid 18-minute mark area, right? Looking at the cooldowns they have, they pretty much expended everything at the start of the pull with Bloodlust here, so this next 50% is probably going to go a lot slower than the first 50% did, but it definitely does feel good as a team, in this situation to finally, after about an hour or so here, put that final time up. And then they can go back through their dungeons, look at what they think is the most easy one to improve on, potentially even take a little bit of their break time or to just kind of relax after putting the initial times in, and move on from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we'll have a new caster joining us here on broadcast in just a second. I think Tettles is with us here and is going to take my place for the next few slots.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello. Welcome back, Tettles.
Hello. Have fun.
What up, dudes? Yeah, Direwolves going to be able to finish this off. Kind of that Chompy death cost them a significant amount of time. That was a very unfortunate death for them.
Very unfortunate, but that's just how it goes. At least they're going to get the time on the board, and that's definitely something to be happy about, right? But speaking of break timers, so we were talking about right before we did the caster swap here, we do have times, as of about 30 minutes ago, of where teams were with their break timers. Again, we do mandate that the teams take 15 minutes of breaks throughout the 5 hours. Was that a last second death for Chaz? 5 extra seconds on the timer? Well, you hate to see it, but that is definitely not going to be their final time in that dungeon, right? They can for sure improve there. So, Legendary and Ducks Can Fly both have already taken all 15 minutes of their breaks. They don't have to take any more breaks. They're done. They just they can just play till the end of the day here. Cheese has only taken 5 of their minutes of the breaks, so at some point they need to take their 10 minutes of breaks. Direwolves and Let 'Em Cook have taken 10 of their minutes, so they've got 5 minutes extra to relax, and then Thunderstruck has taken half of their time, so that's where we are.
If you look at it right now, just looking at the leaderboard in the bottom left, every team except for Cheese, I would say, has like one dungeon that they should be looking to improve on dramatically. And by dramatically, I mean a bit over a minute. For Let 'Em Cook, they need to improve their Shadowman Burial Grounds by, probably about a minute. Direwolves need to improve their Algothar Academy by around that minute mark. Thunderstruck, I think that they have a decent amount of time in that Azure Vault that they need to be taken off. On top of that, they can take a little bit of time off in that AA as well. But I think that the Azure Vault is what's holding them back. But geez, they started off the day super strong. They one-shot
both Shadow Moon Burial Grounds and Algathar Academy, and they've really been performing super clean today.
Yeah, absolutely. The first 3 hours of the day here, Cheese has easily been the standout performance. They've gotten insanely fast times in all 4 of the dungeons, right? They only have the fastest time in one of the dungeons, but every other dungeon is competitive, right? Nokkad, they're 5 seconds off. Azure Vault, they do actually have the fastest time. No, they're off by 12 seconds in the Azure Vault. They're off by 6 seconds in the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. But the big standout, their Algathar Academy, 25 seconds faster than the next best team. So they're looking great. They're sitting very pretty right now. And honestly, being in that spot with 2 hours left in the day just to improve, as we do see that 2 hour left mark finally hit at the bottom there. Yeah, they're sitting pretty like that. That team definitely playing with intent today.
This format's a bit of a marathon, though, right? Like we have, so tomorrow and Sunday we gain 1 dungeon per day. How it's going to take teams probably maybe an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours to be able to put up a really good time in that dungeon that we see tomorrow. And Sunday, that's kind of typical for what teams end up doing in the last stand. And then they have a lot of time to be able to run back their old keys and kind of improve on what they think. They're going to come in with new strategies depending on the day. They're going to also have watched what other teams did inside of day 1 and day 2 and come up with, all right, should we steal some of their strats? Is that like something that we should be looking to do? What can we change or what can we alter to make our route a little bit faster? And so we're going to see time start to improve. Instead of 1 minute gains, we're going to see 10 or 15 seconds here, 10 or 15 seconds there, maybe even a big 30-second jump in some of these dungeons after we get these big chunks out and the teams start to get really close. And that's going to happen around that day, halfway through day 2 to day 3 mark.
While we were talking here, Let Him Cook did finish their Azure Vault, and they actually tied Direwolf's time for best time on the weekend here, so that is a great improvement for them. I would not be surprised to see them go to either Algathar or Shadow Moon. The thing about Shadow Moon for them, it's going to be really hard for them to improve their time in Shadow Moon without a Fire Mage, right? Because that seems to be the big thing to make that dungeon go faster.
I mean, Cheese didn't run... Or who was the team that... There was a team that didn't run the Fire Mage in Shadow Moon. Maybe it was Legendary. They didn't play it, and it was still fine. But for Who Let Them Cook, they just lose a minute on the first boss. They actually lose... Their first boss split is something like 40 seconds slower, I want to say. And that's really tough to be able to combat.
Well, their second boss split is also a minute and a half behind, too. So their first section of the dungeon is definitely something they need to go back to the drawing board with when it comes to Shadow Moon. So we'll see if they can make that improvement throughout today, or potentially going into tomorrow, because the rest of their times definitely are going to hold themselves, up against the teams that are on the lower side of the leaderboard. Let's see across the board, though. Are there any teams that are close to completing a run? We do have Ducks Can Fly in the top left corner on to the final boss of Algathar with, I would say a very respectable time. They are
2 deaths.
At 17 minutes here. 2 deaths, pretty solid.
They probably should be mid-18s, I think, if they finish out this run. Echo Dorgoso is V healthy right now, but with it being a 21 Tyrannical, it should be about that 1830 mark. I think that they're going to be able to get this boss down. A couple more trash mobs need to be killed off, but this is going to be pretty easy for a team of this caliber.
Yeah, absolutely here. I believe Direwolves are taking the remainder of their break right now, so taking some time, walking around, grabbing a coffee, potentially looking at runs from other teams to get some inspiration maybe, or figuring out what went wrong in some of their previous runs as well. You do have Let Him Cook. They're revisiting their Nokkad offensive, which is the very first run that they did today. They just went in, one-shot a Nokkad, right? Set the fastest time of the day, but they think there's time to gain here still, even though they still have the fastest time. So let's see what they have prepared for us. Last time around, their first boss split in the Nokkad offensive was a 309 here, pulling the boss at the 120-minute mark. They already expended their Bloodlust on the first couple of pulls, but look at what they have pulled into the boss here. This is 7 trash mobs on top of the boss here, and they also have to worry about those saboteurs going to try to hit the
nice
spears as well. That Stormbolt was nasty too. Yeah, this is very scary, but they're doing a good job handling it.
All right, and that's probably going to be the only saboteur that they're going to deal with. Beyond that, I think they're either going to rotate roots, like you see in the top right. They're going to rotate roots on the saboteur and just root juggle through it, because they don't have to reshoot that lance anymore.
Legendary in the bottom right there, at the very last second on bolstering here, a battle axe at 1 HP, just one shots left hand, and then bonks Tobo on the head. And that's all she wrote. Town Portal, go again. That bolstering affix, that's mean. I don't know why we did that to him, but we did.
I have a question, Zyra. So what's been Legendary's story kind of today? We see them slipping into 6th place now as Ducks Can Fly have posted their 4th time. They came into this weekend as the #1 time trial time in the last stand qualifier time trials. What's kind of been holding them back? Why have they been struggling a little bit today? What do you think it is?
Honestly, the consistency just hasn't been there for them, right? They've had interesting strategies, but just random spot deaths in too many scenarios, right? In this Algathar, they've been trying to put together strats that, like, I don't think they need to do on day 1 of this competition. The strats that they're doing, they should probably like revisit day 2 or 3, just get a time on the board, because, you know, before Ducks Can Fly put that time up, Legendary has a 6-minute advantage in those other 3 dungeons, right? Like, all Legendary has to do is put a time up of, like, pretty much any solid time in Algathar, and they will probably be fine to make it through to tomorrow, and then they can start going for their strategies. But they don't really seem to care about that too much. They're just still continuing to go for their strategies. Like, I think Legendary will be fine.
Yeah.
It just kind of looks scary because they haven't put the 4th dungeon up yet.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, if you look at, like, straight across the board, the Shadowman Burial Grounds time 13:10 is like really swift. 15:54 AV, we can improve on that a little bit. You can probably shave 20 seconds off of that and get them into a really competitive moment. Knock-It Offensive, I think that needs to improve by a lot, but they first and foremost need to make sure that they post in an Alg Academy time. They have 2 hours. It should be totally reasonable for them to be able to post a very competitive AA time, and honestly even be able to revisit that Knock-It Offensive and shave nearly a minute off of that Knock-It time.
Yeah, there are 2 glaring outliers here, I think, in these 4 dungeons. I think Knock-It actually has a lot of time left to give. I think Let Him Cook putting up this low 18 at the start of the day might have, like, lulled other teams into a false sense of security that an 18-minute time might be fine. I think if you play that 3rd section of the dungeon extremely aggressively with cooldowns, like, I think you can shave off a minute there. And then also on top of that, the Azure Vault, that's the scariest one of them all, because if these teams don't actually have somebody going through and scouring the VODs, or they don't have somebody, like, telling them what happened today, how are they going to know that Cheese actually has a time in that dungeon that's a minute and a half faster than anything we've seen? Like, Cheese was unlucky. Some of their trash didn't skip down to the last boss. But if it did, they would have had, like, a 14-15 time in that dungeon, which is, like, stupidly fast compared to the other times we've seen. Like, again, our fastest time right now is at 15:32. It's almost a minute and a half faster. So, Cheese has they kind of have that in their back pocket. Like, they don't have to complete this Azure Vault to make it through to tomorrow, or even to make it through probably to Sunday, right? They can hold on to that, and that's a minute at a time that they have over the other teams in terms of advantages.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Cheese have been looking absolutely spectacular. Looks like Direwolves on the bottom left are jumping off and going to just restart their Algathar Academy. Something either went wrong with the grouping, maybe somebody missed their skip. I couldn't tell exactly what happened, but a wipe was called, and we restart the dungeon.
We go
Cheese in the top. Oh, dude, Zyro, Cheese, look in the top right. They're in that Azure Vault that you were talking about.
They have been here trying to improve their time for a while, ever since that 14-13 time, right? They know they can get a stupidly fast time, and I don't really know how much value doing what I was talking about earlier actually brings to your team, right? If you do have that potential fast time, getting it on the board earlier rather than later is probably smarter, because when you think about it, right, going through to tomorrow, yeah, teams will have the option to look at your run and break it down and try to pull off what you did, but you can just spend all of tomorrow working on the new dungeon if all of your times are already insane, right? Which is a huge advantage to have as a team, so it makes sense for them to just go for it here.
If you really think about the lore of Team Cheese, they are not a team that should be here, right? They were a team that got upset during Group C weekend. They were the 5th seed that coming into that weekend. They were projected by a lot of us to be the 2nd team coming out of that group behind Monka, but were unfortunately upset by
Thundered, not Thunderstruck. Let's say the wrong team. They were unfortunately upset by Thundered, and now Thundered was the second team to make it out of their group. And now Cheese is proving why they were the 5th seed coming out of time trials, and they are absolutely blasting today.
Yeah, it was a couple things, right? It was they didn't really play up to their potential, and also they had a wrong read on the meta on a couple of dungeons, right? They didn't have the Fire Mage pick in a couple of scenarios where it was really good. They brought that out this weekend in their Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. They had Dranako on the Fire Mage, and they even had Zotzi playing the Disc Priest, which is what we all think, based off of times we've seen, the superior version of the comp. Thunderstruck hasn't swapped over from their comp from last weekend, right? They're still running the Evoker and the Shadow Priest, which means they don't have the Unholy DK. So their single target damage potential is definitely a lot lower compared to the other teams. So we'll have to see if that's, a difference that they'll make at some point. But speaking of teams not running potential best comps, we'll have to go back to it, because this is going to be something that comes up probably later today or even tomorrow for Let 'Em Cook, because they're not running the Fire Mage at all right now in any dungeon.
Yeah, I kind of talked to them a little bit about it. They said that they didn't have somebody who felt like they were super comfortable in the Fire Mage yet. I don't know. Maybe it's something that Terrasant is just going to pick up over. Like, he's played Fire Mage, right? Like, he can play it. It's more like they didn't have it really prepared with the compositions that they were looking to play it in. That's the issue, right? Is that it doesn't just like slot into everything. You have to, if you have to move multiple people around, that can become a problem. Like, just in that point, Muchas can also play Mage. Like, I've seen him play Fire at various points, but it sounded like they didn't have it really prepared, which is not great.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. See, the easy swap to me, if I were looking at this team, is I think at the end of today, if you're this team, you tell Muchas, okay, in that dungeon you are playing Fire. Because the easy swap for them is just having Hasty play Disc, right? Hasty's been a Disc main for the past 2 expansions. Okay. Yes, he's been playing the Evoker a lot this expansion, but I've played with that guy when he's playing Disc Priest. I have full faith that he could very easily pick that back up and play it at a high level if they need to.
Dude, it's so funny that our expectations for tanks and healers is that, oh yeah, they play all of the tanks, they play all of the healers, versus for DPS, our expectation is, yeah, they play like maybe 3 classes.
Well, I mean, the thing is, right, for tanks and healers, your output, for them, like 90% of it is very binary, right? As a tank, you either live the pull or you don't. And as a healer, you either heal people through a pull or you don't. Yes, you can do more damage as both roles, but in the vast majority of these giant pulls, your role is very binary. Whereas as a DPS player, your output is very important, right? If you are playing your class to only 90% of its potential over the course of a dungeon, that adds up to a lot of lost time over somebody who's playing the class a lot closer to perfectly.
So Let 'Em Cook in the top left-hand corner of the screen. We can just get a timer check. We have 8:53 on their Raging Tempest split. That is 3 seconds faster than their previous best Raging Tempest split. But we know they had 2 deaths in their last knockout 20 that they were able to time. Currently sitting on that 0 death mark. I wonder what that's going to look like for them. What they're going to be able to do in this Tyr and Maruk area. Are they going to be able to improve on this Tyr and Maruk pathing and just grouping up of these packs? They elected to do this first pull as a double mound as opposed to the triple that we've seen sometimes, but we've seen that triple get a bit dicey, and it doesn't necessarily come across in all situations like it's going to be that much faster. But now they're doing this patrol into this extra mound for Let Him Cook, not Who Let Him Cook. It's a different team as well.
Yeah, and let's compare this run to the previous run based off of boss splits. It's kind of hard to tell because I think most of the time in this dungeon will be made up in this area of the dungeon. Their Raging Tempest split 3 seconds faster than their previous run. So it seems like it's really hard to gain time in the first half of the dungeon here, but let's see how they pulled this section of the dungeon off. That third boss split earlier today was at a 14:36 timer for them, which means they probably want to be pulling the boss in, I would say, the next minute or so. They have one last trash pull that they're going to do here. It's these 2 trash pulls that you see in front of you, with the mound up top. So there's 2 Mystics in here.
Oh, we bought
several Death Speakers. There is a lot of trash that they have to deal with here. And yeah, he's going to fade it off. They did want to pull that, though. So this is the last trash pull in this section that they're going to be doing.
I mean, things are looking good in the top left for Let 'Em Cook. Just kind of looking around the board here, we have Direwolves wiping and resetting in Algathar Academy again. Bottom right, we have Legendary with 1 death in this Algathar Academy as well. On to Croth. They made it through
probably the hardest part of the dungeon, which is that Veximus area, and they just have a few more pulls to be able to do before they are able to make it into this Algathar Academy. Make sure that they are able to post a time, because if you look at on the right side of your screen, they still don't have a time posted in that AA, and so it's very important that they at least get one posted before the end of the day today.
Yeah, absolutely. We do need to see that time come in from Legendary. Very, very important. You can see if you don't have a time posted, your default time is the time that you end up posting for that dungeon, which is the dungeon timer times 1.5. So you definitely do not want to leave that one up. Frag going down on the third boss here for Cheese. They have a battle res to get him back up, but that is their last safety net left. They do not have another one available here. Oh no, Fim gets knocked out at the last second. Fim. Okay, he's back inside.
Oh,
but Ricky goes down. Ricky on it. Dude,
okay.
These Cheese names are going to be the death of me.
By the way, this breaker pull into the boss is so sus. I couldn't tell if Frag died to a bad overlap with a shoulder slam while the drop happened with those frost bombs, or if he got knocked into the middle area. I couldn't tell exactly what he died to, but going down there, that pull is insane.
Yeah, no, it's crazy that they're even trying that, because if they get a roar at the same time as the Absolute Zero, it's it's great.
Oh, yeah, that could also be the death of them. That's also another variable that I hadn't considered.
Yeah. There's a lot that could go wrong.
Bottom right, Thunderstruck back in this Azure Vault. They're the team that probably has the most unique route in AV, but I think that they have also the most time that they need to be able to make up in this Azure Vault. Currently looking at their time, they are 17:07. A lot of the other top teams are around that 15:30 to 15:50 mark, kind of depending on what the team is. And so the Thunderstruck needs to be able to improve by like a minute and a half in this dungeon. And I don't know. It's really interesting with the route that they run. I don't know how they're going to be able to do it.
Well, it's important to mention that Thunderstruck, we do know that Thunderstruck took the last half of their break before going back to this Azure Vault, so it's entirely possible that they could realize, well, we had a pretty solid run in our Azure Vault. Our time was not that great compared to the other teams. Is there any other route that we can look at, just take a couple of ideas from, and do that other than what we've been doing? Because what they're doing just really isn't working. I mean, they've practiced it. It's what they played last week. It seems okay, but it seems, again, very volatile. Pulling 2 breakers with the boss and then backtracking to deal with trash, although it technically should be close to the same speed and travel as other teams, it just does not seem to actually be working out that way. So they definitely need to go back to the drawing board with this one, I think.
Last time they didn't snap the double breaker down whenever they posted at 17:07, so that definitely cost them a little bit of time. I don't know. There's a couple of things that we could see be performed a little bit different here for Thunderstruck, but I think that this is a team that is absolutely capable of doing great things, assuming that they get the right routes, they get into a groove. Because this is a very, very good team. They have a lot of veteran MDI experience. Dr. J was here last time. Dr. J and Lamike were here last time in their MDI with Team Omega Lol. They battled through the Last Stand tournament. They won the Last Stand tournament, and then they got 3rd place in MDI Global Finals. And so it's a situation that they are not unfamiliar with, but it's not a format that a lot of teams have practiced for, I would say. But I think that Thunderstruck should be a team that is very good here.
Yeah, I agree. Now, that 17:07 run, like you said, it was when they didn't actually get the breaker snap, right? And they ended up having to kill the 2 breakers on their own after all of their frogs. They had a run right before we did the caster swap with you and Mix, where it should have been about a 15:10, but they missed 11 count somewhere. Just
dude, we've had so many.
We don't know where they missed it.
We've had so many teams miscount this weekend. It's so far today, I think we've had 5 teams miscount, which is rather strange.
Yeah, definitely is strange.
Dude, look at the top left. Let 'em Cook is on a 1 death run and knock it offensive right now. They were around 16 seconds faster than their previous best on the Tira and Maruk split. I think that this is going to be a pretty good time save for them, Zyro.
Hold up. Let 'em cook. They're in the last phase here. 16:40 on the timer. We know this last phase takes about 45 seconds or so for the teams to finish off here. Let's look at the cooldowns they have available. They've got Power Infusion coming up 30 seconds from now. Army is up right now, instantly popped the second it comes off cooldown. So yeah, they've got the cooldowns to finish this boss off quickly, and they could very, very easily improve their time here. Incarn does come up, and it's going to be coming up in a few seconds here as well. So yeah, this should be a very good improvement here for Let Him Cook. They're looking at home in this knockout defensive, the one-shot earlier today, coming into another one-shot improvement of probably going to be about 20 seconds if I had to guesstimate at this point. This is looking great for a team that didn't participate in the MDI at all, just deciding to, play Last Stand for fun.
Yeah, dude, they literally decided that they were... So how this team formed is they decided that they wanted to do the TGP together. And they were like, what if we just played Last Stand for fun? And so then they started practicing a little bit. They're like, gosh, I think we could actually qualify for MDI Globals. And so now here they are, and absolutely blasting this knockout offensive. 17:45, wow. Like you said, improving their previous best time by 21 seconds. And so that's going to be big for Let Him Cook, really putting pressure on the other teams in that knockout offensive with an excellent time.
Yeah, that is very, very impressive. 21-second improvement for them. You love to see it. Question is, where do they go next? Do they think they have more time to gain in that knockout offensive? I mean,
dude,
the
they gotta
big
go back
time
to Shadow
save.
Somebody.
They do, but like how much time can you gain without the Fire Mage? That's the question that I have.
I don't know, man. If we're a minute 20 off of our shadow, if we're a minute 20 seconds off of our shadow, then we have to go back. Like, we are not going to be able to come out of this weekend in the top 2 position if we don't shave a minute. A minute 20 seconds is so long. Like, they have to go back.
Yeah, it's such a tough spot to be in, not having that class available. Not having that class in their repertoire.
They can play it.
They can. It's just, do they have it prepared? Do they have the character ready to go? do you spend time during the competition making a mage character?
I think that would be unbelievably cooked, but as the ethereal question is asked, who let him cook?
Who let them cook?
Ooh, legendary in the top left.
On the last boss again. Did we both notice it at the same time? We are so in sync. Let's go. Splat going down though.
Post another. At least we don't have a Beerus.
Post a time, please.
Upside, we're posting a time. That way, we're not going to be in 6th place anymore. We will slide up to 5th. But I think we have to rerun back this Alcathar Academy regardless. And it could have been cleaner for legendary. Obviously, they had 3 deaths. But I think that this is something that is, it's more or less okay. I think that there's times where on par with what we've seen from other teams. If we just look at their Overgrown Ancient split, they were at 14:36, and it's a little bit slower than some of our best Overgrown Ancient splits. But I don't think it's like that far off. And I think that if they have a clean run or if they have a perfect run, they should be in spectacular position.
Their Croth split is great. It's 6 seconds off, like 10, 15 seconds off the fastest time we've seen. Yeah, something is going wrong for them in that Overgrown Ancient area, and then, this death on the last boss is going to end up costing them probably around a minute of time. But the time will still be, it'll be reasonable, but it won't be their final time for sure.
Dude, it's just ridiculously hard to play all this trash into the boss. I think that's just like something that's really underrated. It's not something that you practice a lot on live. So if you practice playing trash into the boss on live, you practice playing 1-pack. These teams, we literally watched a team earlier do 3 packs into the boss. That's just not something you prepare more often than not if you're doing like live keys, but it's something that these MDI teams need to be able to do, and they need to be able to do it with consistency because it happens 16 minutes into an 18-minute run.
Okay, I have some groundbreaking information from somebody who is reading in the chat in some of our co-streams. Someone has added Muchas in one of their chats and said, "At Muchas, mage for SPG," and Muchas responded by saying, "Not prepped." Oh no, legendary! Another death at the last second! That's okay, this wasn't going to be the fastest time. So we do know now that they just don't have the mage prepped. That's going to be something they have to fix going into tomorrow.
Yeah, well, they told me that, but we know that the legendary literally posted a 13-11 without a mage. I think that they probably need to just like look at what legendary did in Shadow Moon and probably just look to copy it, because if there is the ability and the precedent to be able to post a world-class competitive time without that mage, you don't have the mage prepped, then you need to copy probably what the other team did and be like,
That is something I will yoink.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes for them. We can see Let 'em Cook is in the Shadow Moon, so they've got that green dot saying that's where they are, so we know there's time to gain there for them. Legendary will be going back into the Algathar. Oh, maybe not. Maybe they're taking a break. Their green dot just disappeared on us. Direwolves on their way back to the Algathar. They definitely have a lot of time to make up there. That is the main difference between them and Cheese right now.
Mm-hmm.
On to Croth right now. Remember, a good Croth split is about the 1040 mark is what we want to see. Sub 11 is acceptable.
Dude, if Direwolves can shave infinite time off their Algathar Academy, like they only need to shave 49 seconds off their Algathar Academy to be able to overtake Cheese in that number 1 slot, which there's more than 49 separate seconds that separates them, Direwolves and Cheese in that AA. Top left, we had Thunderstruck wipe on the final, not the final, well, it's not the final pull, but it's the final boss, Umbral Skull. Quite unfortunate for them, as the death, 12 minutes into the run is not great, but it's not the most costly thing in regards to time.
Yeah. Well, this is actually looking like a great split for Direwolves, right? They're going to be killing Croth off around the 1045, 1050 mark, which is on pace with some of the fastest times we've seen so far. Yeah, this is looking great, and this is definitely an improvement for them. Their Algathar time before for this split, was around this marker, so I believe the place where they had the most issues was that Chompy death, right? On the third boss.
Overgrown
that really
Ancient.
cost them a lot of time. Yeah. They literally lost an entire minute on that boss split, so this is going to be the part of the dungeon where Direwolves can make up the most time.
Okay, Feral Druid is the spec that does by far the most damage on Overgrown Ancient. So losing your main damage dealer on that boss is not ideal. And he was dead for 40% of the boss's HP. Look at the Direwolves in the top right here. They've pulled all of this trash. Jack is the one who needs to make sure that he doesn't die in this pull. In addition to that, we're just trying to dodge out of the way of all of these green swirlies from the Vile Lashers, dropping those off.
Also, while we were covering a lot of this stuff about the other teams, Thunderstruck did have a very catastrophic wipe on the final boss with pulling those 2 breakers. They had the boss AoE go off, I believe, plus a Breaker Roar at the same time, which just killed everyone instantly. So they're on to another run once again, doing this insane snap pull into Laymore's room. This is where they commit their first Bloodlust. Mm-hmm. They've gotten very consistent at this pull. It's interesting to see that no one's really doing anything similar to them.
A lot of teams have this is their second pull of the dungeon, right? Or is this the first pull and they just jumped down and they lost it? We've seen different lusts. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Yeah, we've seen a lot of different stuff with like the first pull. We've seen a lot of different stuff with the first lust. A decent amount of teams have been taking the first lust into Laymore itself, not necessarily doing it on trash. I think that for Thunderstruck, their routing in this dungeon has been so interesting, but I think that they get to a point, specifically in this dungeon, and this is not the case for all the dungeons, but they get too fancy with it sometimes, where they do strats that they don't necessarily need to do. And instead of actually saving time while it looks cool, it ends up costing them 15 to 20 seconds because the strat that they decided was the sickest strat, but it wasn't the fastest.
Right. I mean, this is just like the recurring theme that we're seeing in this Azure Vault, is there are some sick strategies that really work out, like with cheeses, and then there are some sick strategies that don't really work out, like Thunderstrucks.
And then you're Direwolves and you held W.
And it works out fine. Yeah.
Direwolves town portaling out of that Algathar Academy, having a couple of deaths on Overgrown Ancient. Not going to be in the cards for them. They know that is going to cost them too much time. Bottom right, we've let them cook, like you called out earlier. Back in that SMBG, let's see if they can cook up a really good first boss split. That's where they can save the most amount of time, is on this first boss, being able to push it.
Ooh,
before the extra ad.
It's
not great.
Not going to be the play with Hasty going down?
I don't know. He's a healer.
Well, he didn't Fire Breath before dying. He had it up right away there, but they are struggling right now with this damage coming out on the group. Whispers of the Dark is doing so much damage to them. But able to heal it with the Nature's Vigil and the Vampiric Embrace. Hasty still has a lot of his buttons available to help deal with the damage coming out here. They need to finish off this Defiled Spirit at the last second before it hits the boss here. Looks like they've got it.
Oh, it healed.
No, it healed. It hit the boss. The boss healed for 10%, and also it now does 20% increased damage. This is a reset.
We're going again.
This is a stand in the puddle, go again.
Yep. No, we are not healing the boss. That is not happening. We go again. I think that they understand what they need to do. If you looked at the boss's HP right there, it was at 53% or so, right as it healed. If they're able to get that boss killed off, they probably are going to be able to beat the second ad. And that was the big point of criticism that I've had with their route is like, okay, we were committing to killing too many ads. That is costing us too much time. We were losing 45 seconds there. But Let Him Cook understands, I think, routing-wise or just pull-wise what needs to happen with that first boss. And they'll be able to get that cleaned up, and they should be able to post a pretty good time probably within the next hour and a half. We have an hour and a half left in the day, plus a bit of overtime pending. And I think that Let Him Cook should be able to really chop down on that 14-21 SMBG.
Yeah, I agree. They should definitely be able to do that. It's important to mention as well now, with an hour and a half left in the day, all of our teams have taken their mandated 15-minute break timers, so the next hour and a half are just going to be non-stop dungeons from all 6 teams, in addition to, like you mentioned, a little bit of overtime as well. Depending on whether or not the teams start their runs right before the end of the day, they are, of course, allowed to finish those off after time is over. So yeah, we'll have to see here. Let Him Cook is definitely going to be one of our main focuses because they are, one of our top 3 ranked teams right now, but they do have a very glaring issue, like we mentioned several times, 1 minute and 10 seconds between their time and the fastest time in the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds.
Yeah, I mean, dude, and then you look at other teams. Thunderstruck kind of have a similar problem where it's like our Azure Vault is awful. Like we got to improve the 1707 Azure Vault. We got to get that thing down to like 1530. For Direwolves, their Alg Academy is just atrocious. Like we every team except for Cheese has a minute plus on a timer that they can save. Legendary has a really bad knockout offensive where we know that they can save a minute. So it's like everybody's got like a minute plus in a dungeon except for Cheese, who's like, all right, so we just optimize and we chip away at 10 to 15 seconds at a time and try to put pressure on these other teams. If you're a Cheese fan, I'm feeling pretty comfortable, like Zyro here, with the blanket pulled all the way up, lounging back at his chair.
I'm enjoying it. This is very fun to cast because there's always something going on. There's always something interesting happening on screen. Like, for instance, right now we've got Ducks Can Fly engaging the last boss of Knockout Offensive with Trash. We've got Thunderstruck setting up their pull into Azure Blade in their Azure Vault, which is something that they've been dealing with admirably, pumping the boss damage and having lower boss splits than every other team. But unfortunately, Velo goes down for them, and they don't have a battle res, so they won't be able to chain pull this into the boss. It's probably going to be a reset for them. If I had to imagine, yep, with Lamite going down. Let Him Cook in the bottom right on the first boss as well. So much happening.
Look at the ad's HP, or look at the boss's HP. The ad has just been summoned. The boss is at 17% here. You saw Hasty with that Thundering buff committing his weapon, the staff, to the boss. As that Dark Communion is a bit over 50% of the way done. Oh, dude, I don't know if they're going to be able to make this. All right, we're going to be okay.
See, this is where the Fire Mage is so important.
And we
for the
zone
big AoE pull here with all of your cooldowns, Fire Mage is doing nothing but blasting the boss. It does more boss damage than any other class in the game on this particular pull, and it's so hard to deal with this without that Fire Mage. I mean, they're going to continue going, but the amount of time lost here, that's just so rough, right?
They just lose 35 seconds on boss split 1 compared to some of these other teams. Just for a point of reference, they put up a 242 boss split 1. Their previous best was 251, and you sit there and think, oh yeah, they've improved their previous best by 9 seconds. That's pretty good. But then you look at some of these other teams, and they are killing the boss before that ad is consumed, and they're putting up 211, 207, 219, 208, and you're like, all right, we got to go back to the kitchen and re-prepare this one.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we've covered this a lot, right? They definitely do need to figure out stuff out in the Shadow Moon. So, I mean, I would not be surprised to see them pretty much in this dungeon for the rest of the day, trying to figure out what they can improve on there. And hopefully they can have the mage prepped for tomorrow. That would be ideal.
I mean, dude, I don't think the mage is the mandatory part here. I think that they can get to a point where they have a competitive time with this composition. It's just they have to be able to beat the boss consuming the ad. And Legendary literally did it with this composition. It is possible. Like, we know it is possible. They need to be able to do it.
We shall see. I mean, one thing they're definitely going to have to do is figure out how to do this double trash pull with Nullish. That has been costing them a lot of time. They've only been doing one of the trash pulls.
Okay.
I mean, if you think about it, right, this Nullish pull, if we look at our boss splits for this dungeon right now, Direwolves has the boss and trash dead in 15 seconds. From now. From where Let Him Cook is right now.
Yeah.
That is the time split difference for them.
Well, those guys are howling. Where are Direwolves now? Are they back in AA? They almost surely are back in Algathar Academy. They wiped on Overgrown Ancient. They need to put up a better time. I don't know why I even asked.
Direwolves, yes, they're gonna be in the Algathar, I think, for the rest of the day.
I agree with
Most
that.
of their other times are very solid. Best time in AV, best time in Shadow Moon. 30 seconds off the time in Knockgood, that's something they can go back and chip off tomorrow. But I think Knockgood's probably one of the harder dungeons to chip time off in, because pretty much most of that dungeon comes down to how aggressively you're pulling in between trash pulls. You know, when you have one or two mobs left at 10%, just, next pull. You don't have any time to wait. You can't be like, let's finish off this pull and then mount up and move on to the next pull. No, they just need to go. And that was one of the things that let them cook, put their time up. They just were on to every next pull as quickly as possible in their 1745 run. That's going to be a hard one to beat for sure. That's not going to stop Legendary from trying here. What do you think about Legendary going to Knockgood instead of trying to improve that Algathar? Because that Algathar time...
I mean...
It definitely can be improved, but they were in there for a while setting that time.
It depends on your mental, right? Knockgood Offensive is the easiest dungeon I think we have the whole entire weekend, and so like the odds of them being able to get through this Knockgood with 0 to 1 deaths and improve an 1853 is very likely, and they need to be able to get this down to around that 18-minute mark. They have about a minute that they can shave off of here pretty easily. Even looking at this Granite split, they're at 311, which is pretty competitive with most other teams, and even it's honestly even competitive with their own time here. So I think that this is the timer that they need to be focusing on a little bit. But if they were in the Algathar Academy vibe, I don't see a reason that there's anything wrong with staying there.
Yeah, no, I agree. A lot of it does come down to familiarity, I think.
Yeah.
As well as, like you mentioned, just your mental state. If you've been pulling a dungeon for an hour and a half and your success has been somewhat varied, I could definitely see wanting to go somewhere else. But let's take a look at Cheese here, as they have finished off Azure Blade at 906. That is a slow split for them, actually. It looks like they're trying a different strategy, because I remember last time around, they were more closer, I believe, to a low 60% crash count when they finished off Azure Blade. Maybe they're just trying to do a press W route like Direwolves, and they're not worrying about going for that crazy snap pull that they did last time around.
I think that it looked like they beat the intermission this time, which is something that they did not beat last time. That was really bad whenever they missed the intermission. They lost infinite time to that. Ooh, top left, Thunderstruck having a full team wipe, going to be zoning out of the instance. Bottom left, Cheese are gearing up for one of the biggest pulls of the dungeon. You literally pull all of this trash together, and with the double breaker, this is a very, 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 very dangerous pull. One that we do see MDI teams love to do, and if everything's going into this room, they need to make sure that they get the Frog CC. They're going to drop the Ursul's Vortex as well to try to keep those grouped up. But the breakers, the Draconoid Breaker, is the big mob that we're watching out for here, especially with Raging. You got to get that soothed. On top of that, we have to make sure that there are no deaths on this pull. Otherwise, we're going to be running into some major issues. They did a really good job of intentionally clearing out the traps in this area also, and that just allows them a bit more space. It also allows them to not get knocked back into them and accidentally get polymorphed at an inopportune time. I think things are looking great for the side of Cheese.
Yeah, and it's hard to... Well, I guess it's not too hard to extrapolate out where they could be after this. Last two bosses probably each take about 2 minutes to deal with. Maybe a little less for Umbral Skull, because you'll have the lust for it. So they're definitely on good pace here. I don't think this run is as fast, potentially, as their previous routing, where they did the snapping, right? But I guess the snapping does leave some problems. You know, you have the potential for mobs to reset. I do wonder if they're still going to go for the breaker snap onto the third boss. No, they just have count already. Okay, so we're just going to be skipping these two breakers, and it's just boss into boss for the finish of the dungeon for Cheese. Should be a pretty good time for them.
We Mind Soothe here, we hit the book, and then we just had the final 2 bosses. And like you said, it should be a pretty good time. 1544 is the time that they have to beat. It's not the easiest time to beat with this route, but I think that they should maybe be able to get like, what, a 1515? That's kind of what I'm thinking from this position.
Low 15s, yeah, definitely. And if the damage is perfect, maybe high 14s. Remember, they have the lust for the last boss, and they don't have to cleave it for any trash. So they just pretty much can full boss burn. I wonder... No, okay, I don't think you commit lust at this boss. I was thinking maybe you could skip the next absolute 0, potentially, but they don't have the cooldowns for it. There's no PI. So
I love how they had double breaker into this boss last time, and they try it one time, and they're like, "Oh, absolutely! Now we got to reroute this dungeon." This is
definitely
frag dies, and they go, "Oh no, this is not happening."
Dude, one oppressive roar with any of the damage overlaps, like the frost bomb or the absolute 0, is just a complete one shot. Like even on 21 fortified, like there's nothing you can do about that. So they realized very instantly. Also, the knockbacks that the breakers do during the absolute 0, that happens one time to Fim. It almost happened last time. He's like, nah, we're good. I don't want to do that again.
Somebody, it happens. Somebody gets knocked out. They go, this route is not it. we gotta really rethink this one. All right, so just looking around the horn here. Let's take a look at the top right. Legendary, they're on the Raging Tempest. The timer that they need to beat is 8:49 was their previous best Raging Tempest split. Other great times in there are around the mid 9s, but it kind of depends on like how much trash you have in this area. If you look at this, Legendary is at that 55% mark, which means that they have to pull a lot more in the Tyr and Maruk area. But this should be totally fine for them, knowing what route they're running. They're going to be able to improve about 20 seconds off of their previous Raging Tempest split, which is super sick for their timer.
Oh yeah, it's great. Oh no, Ricky at the last second doesn't levitate himself, and that means he's not alive to grip frag at the last second either. They only have one battle res threatened. Oh no. Oh no.
I hate that. I hate that almost as much as you almost calling me Dratnos.
Well, I noticed that Dratnos just had called in because he is going to be replacing me here for the next 45 minutes. I am sorry that I called you Dratnos almost, though. I got a little bit flustered there. But yeah, I am going to be bowing out. Dratnos is going to be popping in with you, Tettles, and you guys enjoy the next few dungeons.
Dratnos, before you give a greeting, I want to ask you a question. What flavor of ice cream was that you were eating?
That was frozen yogurt. It was there was chocolate, mint, and like Oreo. It was really good.
Did you bring any for the class?
I did not bring any to share. No, I'm sorry. It's all gone
very
now.
unfortunate.
It was well timed.
All right, so
I got back just in time for my my shift here. And speaking of things that are just in time here, these teams are about half of the dungeon timer extra, I guess.
Oh no, dude! They have been in Algathar Academy prison. So you may, whenever you went on to your frozen yogurt break
adventure,
you may have saw them in AA. They're still in AA. And we continue to have a death either on the final boss or Overgrown Ancient pretty consistently. And we could save a minute easily there if we're Direwolves. Quite unfortunate for them.
Okay. So Direwolves, the nice thing for them as well is that if they can get a minute in AA, they're going to be our fastest overall time, right? Like if we perhaps investigate the leaderboard, that could be something that I think the Algathar, they only need 49 seconds total, right, to be able to overtake Cheese. So if they can get the Algathar down to anywhere in that 17-minute range, that's going to be them in first place, which is huge for Direwolves.
Top left, Let Him Cook in this Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, going to be posting a time significantly better than their 14:21 previous best. We do know that a lot of that timer issue comes off the back of a really slow first boss. They let the boss heal. The Sedana Blood Fury contacted an ad. I think that if they are able to get just a little bit more DPS, like 2 to 3% more damage on that boss, they should be able to shave another 30 seconds potentially off of this timer. But they're going to be saving nearly 45 seconds off just with this kill right here, Dratnos. This is spectacular for them. It's probably going to push them into second place, isn't it?
That does indeed advance Let Him Cook to second place in our leaderboard overall, putting them just behind Cheese, who are still in rank 1. Let Him Cook are now 13 seconds behind Cheese across all their runs. You can see in our leaderboard now in the bottom left. Direwolves are 49. So it looks like these times are all relative to Cheese's time. So relative to Cheese, Direwolves are 49 seconds behind, and they are 35 seconds behind Let Him Cook. So Direwolves can make all of this time up against both of those teams just in this AA, but they got to stop wiping.
For Cheese, the top seeded team, we know that they are continuing on into Azure Vaults. Azure Vaults kind of cursed for them. They seem like they can save 45 seconds, I think, in this dungeon, just with like a super clean run. But they continue to mess this up around the 12 to 15 minute mark every single time, which is quite unfortunate, but I think that they should be able to get significant time save off of this dungeon in another couple of attempts, and definitely before the end of the day.
That's costly. That's a costly time to be wiping, but they're at the point in the leaderboard where they're pretty safe. Down at the bottom of our leaderboard, of course, is where teams are not safe. Thunderstruck and Ducks Can Fly are the two teams in most danger of going home at the end of the day. Ducks Can Fly, 5 minutes behind Thunderstruck, are in huge pain here. They have an hour and 15 minutes left to make up those 5 minutes, and at this point they basically are going to have to assume that Thunderstruck are not going to get any better times and just try and shave like 2 minutes off of one dungeon, 2 minutes off of another, 1 minute off of the third, and then overtake off of that.
So Thunderstruck, which you see in like one of the small picture-in-pictures, is currently progressing their Algothar Academy, their Azure Vault, which we know that they can save multiple minutes off of as well. And so that's a dungeon that's really holding their timer back, and it's not even a situation where it's like, oh yeah, this should be too bad. Like I think that they can genuinely save a minute and a half if they have a clean run. Now, getting to a clean run for the volatile pulls that they are doing in this Azure Vault is quite challenging for them, but it's something that if they are able to perform it should be like a really competitive time. And I think that we are shaping up to have an incredibly close weekend here already. It's day one.
Yeah, the position that the teams are going to come out of end of day as well, it's not even necessarily going to be better to have like the better average times across the 4 dungeons. You'd kind of rather come out of the day with 2 great dungeons and 2 upgradable dungeons, right? That you don't have to like worry about, or that you do get to go in and get some more easy time in, right? And then 2 dungeons that are like locked in, best insane times in. So that'll be a really interesting dynamic as we get to the end of our day, because I suspect that at the end of this weekend, the difference between the top few teams is going to be potentially less than a minute. Right now, it's already the top 3 teams are less than a minute apart, which is crazy close.
Dude, okay, so the past couple last stands, we had Ambition won the first last stand, and they kind of blew every other team out of the water, right? They were a minute, like maybe even longer, ahead of the second place team in their last stand format. Well, Megalol last season also about a minute ahead. I don't feel like that's going to be the case this weekend. First off, we have 2 teams coming out of this last stand tournament, so it's not just like the fastest one team. But I think that these teams with how close they are is going to be very, very dangerous. I mean, even the bottom left, look at Ducks Can Fly here. 16:29 in a Shadow Moon Burial Grounds was their previous best. They're about to put up a 10-something Bone Maw. They should be able to improve their Shadow Moon Burial Grounds by probably like 2 minutes, and that's going to be able to help them catch up that 7-minute disparity that you were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Ducks Can Fly a little bit shy of 5 minutes behind Thunderstruck, but if Thunderstruck, as you now see in the bottom left, continue to not improve any of their times, which it's not likely, but it's not impossible, right? There's only an hour left in the day, so that could happen. Then Ducks Can Fly can maybe make it through to tomorrow, but at this point, their chances are definitely getting quite slim.
This Azure Vault has actually proven to be the most volatile dungeon of the weekend so far, which I'm surprised. Like, if you look at the affixes on the dungeon, it's 21, which is normally pretty good for MDI kind of teams. It's 21
for Raging. Lives. That's okay.
We're fine. Yeah. I think we Zephyr this, and then
it's not a big deal on 21 Fortified. Yeah, you can see doesn't even really cause a big problem. That's the sort of thing where if the key level is a bit higher, is Tyrannical instead of Fortified, that would be defensives or dead.
Yes, that is die. Res me. We trade res here.
Yeah, past a certain point, even in this dungeon, even if you get all the trees, it's its defensives or die. So luckily, though, Thunderstruck making pretty short work of this boss for their run. Cheese up in the top here are setting up their next pull as they make their way towards Azure Blade. This is one of their outer ring pulls. Everybody's jumped on down here, kind of avoiding the usual pattern of this dungeon. And then, top right legendary.
Right, they killed Raging Tempest a bit earlier before you hopped on. I wonder what happened. I wonder how they wiped. I didn't see.
They're doing this quite aggressive top of waterfall pull. You kind of have to do pulls of this size on 20 Tyran in order to make up the timer, but Lepan goes down, hits the res, hits the spell block. Does he have the AoE taunt? It doesn't look like it.
Oh,
to try and send in a Grief Torch here, but now we're forced to kite. And with an 1853 in this dungeon, I think they're gonna. Yeah, it looks. You can see them starting to run to the side here. I think this is going to be a town portal scroll, probably out of legendary.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, look at bottom right. Is Let 'em Cook going to be able to beat this boss? Please, they can save legitimately 30 some odd seconds if they're able to beat this Dark Communion cast. This is massive.
Don't think they can.
Please, I beg, man.
No, it's not happening. And I wonder if at this point, they are just going to wipe it. So Let 'em Cook now. Their entire strategy is just, we're going to keep pulling this until we crit a little bit more and we kill that boss is the idea, I guess. Or, you look at the damage meter there. You can see Muchas is below the tank on that pull. So maybe some unfortunate events occurred to him there. There were 6 deaths on the log there, not just the usual 5. So maybe there was some kind of death that caused them a problem. Either way, not a problem for Let 'em Cook. They are going to reset and go again.
More or less okay. I think that they have 30 seconds to be able to save, and I think that a lot of that 30 seconds is just that first boss.
Yeah, and there's not really much benefit for them if they went to another dungeon, right? Like, not good. They've already improved what would have been the best time in the tournament already. They upgraded to an even bester time. And then they've got Azure Vault, where they are tied with the best time, right? They've got Shadowman Burial Grounds, which they're in right now. And then they've got Algathar Academy, where that's where there's maybe 20 seconds to gain if they could exactly catch Cheese's time. But we know their strat in Algathar Academy is a little different, right? So that would be the kind of thing where maybe you come back in tomorrow if you're convinced that that's better after you've decided to do it.
Okay, so give me some lore on Legendary. They posted the best time in Last Stand time trials. How do they end up here?
Yeah, so if you look at on the leaderboard right now, Legendary are in the unenviable position of being in 4th place overall. They don't have any best times in any dungeon. Their best dungeon is Shadowman Burial Grounds, where they're 5 seconds behind. But all of their other dungeons, we're talking about at least 10 or more seconds behind, leading to almost 2 minutes separating them from Cheese, and a minute separating them from Let 'em Cook and Direwolves at least as well. So how did we get here? I'm not sure. It's possible that Legendary are a team that's consistent, but not as high of a ceiling as the other teams. Is that maybe how you get to this point? If you're a team that, in an actual MDI competition, my 5th best run out of 10 is going to be better than yours because I'm very consistent, but my 1st best run is not going to be anywhere close to as fast as yours. Maybe that's what's happening here for Legendary, or maybe just their runs haven't quite worked out so far, and they've had some stuff go wrong, and they'll be able to catch this up and get higher on this leaderboard to where they did have the best time trial times going into this tournament. I thought Cheese were probably more of a favorite because of the previous time trial seeding, but definitely Legendary in 4th is surprisingly low.
You also got the Reset Wolves, who love Algathar Academy. They've been in this dungeon for a bit over an hour, I think, at this point.
You're playing Algathar without a rogue, right? You're doing this dungeon quite differently. I think it does make it quite a bit more volatile as well to be missing that rogue in here.
Yeah. It's a really interesting one for the Direwolves. They were the team that, during Cup B, I think that they had the first fastest times of their group. Yeah. But they were the 4th most consistent team, which literally got them knocked out in 4th place. But that's how you see, look at that. If you look on their frame in the top right, they have 2 of those gold stars next to their frame, which means that they have 2 of the best times in that Shadowman Burial Grounds and in that Azure Vault. And now if they can put up a competitive time in this Algathar Academy, that could leapfrog them over Cheese and over Let 'em Cook
and put them into first place. I think that that's actually a pretty reasonable thing to be expecting if you look at their AA time, 18:43. If they get like an 18-minute mark, they just need 49
18 minutes would take them over Let Him Cook. It doesn't let them pass Cheese, right? Cheese, they're still a solid 49 seconds behind, but Let Him Cook in the bottom left. They are going to try it once again, and they are going to try it once again after this.
Yeah,
zone out once again from the next Shadow Moon. All right, no big deal. We go again.
Dude, that pull is so gross. Like, you have to rotate your defenses perfectly on Prot Warrior to even be able to live that pull. You have to like rotate Spell Block into Wall, into Dilate plus Last Stand. It's very, very dangerous. Ooh, Legendary having a wipe. Lepan going down, Splat getting meleeed. They're not going to have a wipe. They actually kill the boss at the last second. Igloo's going to cast Mass Return. I'm surprised they're not casting Town Portal.
I'm also surprised about this lack of a Town Portal scroll out of Legendary and Naked. You know, their boss split timer here is quite a bit slower than their previous time on the board, so I don't know. How are you improving your time on this? If you are, it's only by a few seconds.
I know what they're saying. I can translate their posturing. If you saw Lepan was walking, he was ADing back and forth, and somebody in the group goes, what if we just did the next pull to test it out? And then now they're talking about it for a couple seconds, and they go, okay, we don't need to actually test the next pull. We already know what it looks like. Let's just get out of here. And then now they Town Portal, like you were saying. It doesn't make any sense. Like, if they really wanted to test that triple pack, that triple pull that they do, that's so scary, I could see that within reason.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Portal out. Yeah. I don't think it's like unreasonable to see them.
I think that's a fine use of time.
Practice that pull. That pull is scary, and it happens 10 minutes into the dungeon, so being consistent there is pretty nice.
Very good, yeah.
In the long run.
All right, so we have Direwolves working on Croth up in the top left. This is not the volatile part of Algathar, right? It's going to be the tree area.
Dude, they literally wipe to the tree area every time.
Yeah, so we'll see how that works out for them when they get there. Meanwhile, in the bottom left, Let Him Cook, pulling Sedana Blood Fury.
I've been here before. I've seen this.
Let's see if they've got some chefs in the kitchen here. Mooch is blasting away into the water, onto the land again. That's good.
Yep, he's playing Mindseer build too.
Yes. Now, not quite beating the tank, but, alive longer than the tank, so, I guess that's good, but another pull that hasn't quite worked out for them. And the reason this pull is looking so sketch is, I assume, because they're just focusing so hard on trying to do so much boss dam to the exclusion of all other priorities, because they need to, if they want to improve their Shadow and Burial Ground time, they need to beat that soul that they've been getting absorbed into the boss. So everybody's just trying to do as much single target as possible, trying to do this without a Fire Mage compared to the other teams. I think all the other teams that have done it with a Fire Mage, right? So they are... You're trying a very tough strat with their comp.
So first off, Shadow Priest is gross. That spec does infinite damage. If Mooch just wanted to do the max overall DPS on that pull, he would not be playing the way he was. What he was doing right there was trying to prio pretty much as much damage into the boss and let Show on that DK and then Terrasant on that Feral Druid just like do as much damage as possible, because we know that they need to be, they're like 3% off on the boss HP. We gotta kind of pick it up in regards to boss HP if we're that team, and so we'll see how that goes. Top left, Direwolves, they need to be picking it up in the Overgrown Ancient area. We've seen a couple of deaths from them on that boss. We also have seen deaths into the final boss, Echo Dorogosa, as well for Direwolves. They need to just really clean up the last 10 minutes or so of this dungeon, last 8 minutes, and they're going to be getting Croth down here in just a moment. How is that split looking for them? Algathar Academy split for Direwolves 10:49, and so they're even going to be improving on their previous best Croth split by a few seconds, and that's going to be good, because they lost a lot of their time, not even in the Croth split. They lost a lot of their time in the Overgrown Ancient split.
Yeah, it can feel bad to be wiping to a dungeon like this. It feels like you're not accomplishing much, but you actually are, because you're getting the first few boss splits improved, right? By practicing them, by getting better at them. And that's something you would have to do eventually anyways. Like, yeah, you haven't put your times up on the board, but as long as you do eventually do that, you're pretty happy to have gotten this time spent that is still useful practice time earlier in the dungeon, right? So I think Direwolves, as long as they do put up this Algathar here, they're going to be pretty happy with how this has all gone.
I have a question. Why in the world are they not playing a Rogue?
That is a good question. Yeah, I assume it's because these 3 DPS specs just do so much damage, right? But I'm not 100% sure why.
I mean, it very well could be. And like, since it's bolstering, Rogue is less valuable. So in non-bolstering situations, you have half of the dungeon snapped. In
you can snap a couple more pulls. Yeah.
Yeah, in bolstering, you snap effectively 1 pull. And if you take a look at the bottom left, there's an hour left in the day, and so these teams have an hour until they start their final run, rather. And then
so our overtime rule is the same as TGP, same as Great Push. If you watch that, any keys that have started by the time that timer is up are allowed to finish. But any key, you can't start a new key after that time is up. So with this format, the timers that we're seeing here are all sub 20 minutes, which means we'll be done within 20 minutes of that timer being expired today, at least, probably. Well, unless somebody decides they want to use the full. We do force hearth the teams out once they're depleted as well. But if a team does want to use the full 40 minutes to practice a knock-good, for instance, to practice something in a knock-good, in theory, they could do that. We've never seen anybody really decide that that's a good use of their time, though.
We've only ever seen teams practice stuff in TGP, and it was very specifically like a 35 junkyard. They were testing what do I need to be able to live on this pole? Like, what defensives do I need to set up? What am I thinking defensive trinket-wise in the future? That was like a very TGP exclusive thing, whereas for this, you don't really need to practice anything. Maybe you practice like a triple pull. You like fly over to knockout or something. You practice a triple pull. You're not going to be using 40 minutes to do that.
Yeah, so for the most part, when that clock expires, there's not as much strategy around like trying to just be starting a long run then. Although you'd rather be at the start of a dungeon than the end of one when that time does expire.
That's true. Yeah, I agree with that. Ooh,
Direwolves with the Echo Knights in.
On the bottom right, we have Thunderstruck at 66% on Azure Blade as they phase this boss in the intermission. Top right, we had Cheese at around that 68% mark as they come out of the intermission with Azure Blade. They have, by the way, changed their Azure Vault. Every single run, they do something slightly different in this dungeon. And it's
Direwolves! Oh, no.
How do we always wipe to this boss? I gotta know, man.
Oh, I need details, death logs. Need it so bad. What happened?
How do they...
R.I.P.
This is the 3rd time they've wiped the boss.
Maybe they should start doing Overgrown Ancient first. Just get it out of the way, you know?
No. We play fat. We play to win. We play to win. But this is why I think that this format works super well for them. So I talked to them, and 40 told me that you think that this format doesn't work that great for them because they end up taking a long time normally to learn dungeons. He thinks that they normally end up taking like a day to a day and a half to be able to learn a dungeon in particular. But
that's who's that? Who said that?
40 on Direwolves. But I was like,
okay.
I still generally think that this format is really good for them because what they're wiping to is like 10 minutes into the dungeon. But their timer is so good, if they're able to actually complete the run, then they have a star next to their name, right? Like that. Okay, This is the situation that we're in. It's not that they need so much more time to be able to learn this. It's like, okay, once we have a good run, we are going to maintain that good run for the remainder of the weekend.
Yeah, I agree. That's the best kind of way to be. God. As long as you can actually get the runs done within the time limit is the problem. Like, that Algathar it's starting to burn a hole in their pocket here the longer that they are spending without actually improving their time in it.
Let him cook. Saved 30 seconds on their first boss split by being able to kill that boss slightly faster. They finally were able to do it on attempt 5, maybe?
Yeah, so now they just have to clutch the rest of the dungeon, right? Never come back here.
Get out of here. Please, Lord, take me away.
Meanwhile, if you look at the top 2 teams here, both are in an Azure Vault. Now, Thunderstruck need a little bit more count than Cheese do. They've had to go after Azure Blade. They're now doing these upper rings and stuff. Whereas Cheese killed Azure Blade a little bit later, but after Azure Blade, they went to do every single frog to have ever frogged. And that's going to be their full count here pretty much once all of these mobs start dying. They'll be ready to just do last 2 bosses pretty much. That'll be really good for them. Direwolves getting started with another Algathar up in the top left as well. They've got their Veximus pull finished, and now they're taking some worms as they wait for the boss to spawn.
Not too bad. Legendary bottom left in that knock defensive. I think that things are looking pretty good for them. They should be.
Yeah, nice evoker knock out of Igloo there, keeping that spiteful shade away.
I think it's so interesting that we've seen different decisions as to what healer to run in this dungeon, depending on the weekend, depending on the team. I feel like that Evoker really does a great job on this 20 level, though. Just the amount of AoE DPS they're able to put out is pretty unrivaled.
Yeah, for Evoker, the nicest thing about Evoker's damage, right, is that it's so low investment to do almost all of your damage, right? You hit Fire Breath, and that's almost the whole damage that you're doing comes from like that one global that you press in Fire Breath. Obviously, like Igloo, he's doing a lot more damage than if you're just pressing Fire Breath by casting these Disintegrates, right? By sending Living Flames into the boss, potentially through trinket choices as well, using stuff like the Desperate Invokers Codex. I'm not sure if he's running that, but that's something that a lot of Evokers have been doing. So, there are ways to do more than just the Fire Breath, but in situations where it's like a big scary pull that you need to be healing during, just making sure you press that Fire Breath, you're doing so much damage. The Resto Shaman, though, has a similar strength where that Healing Rain, just put the Healing Rain down and the Acid Rain is doing a lot of the work for you as well. They also, though, especially on single target, really like to be able to actually make sure that they're getting all those like lava bursts in.
Okay, so taking a look around, Let Him Cook just killed off Nalish, the second boss of Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Their previous best split was 545, so now they have a 458 split, and that's going to be a significant improvement. If they're able to see this run to the end, if they clutch this out, they should be in phenomenal shape. I don't know if they're going to be able to pass Cheese, just looking at...
They will with this run, unless Cheese improve the Azure Vault here by a lot, right? Now, that is the question for Cheese, is are Cheese going to improve their Azure Vault? Because right now, they are on a bit of a run here. Their previous best Talash Greywing split was 1239, but that was when they then had to get a lot more count. Here, they're done with count. So as long as they can finish this boss, they're going to have like 2 minutes to do Fortified Umbral Skull and beat their previous timer. I think they can do that. I think this could be a 1530 out of them.
We've seen deaths a couple of times. Ricky just forgotten to levitate himself or missed the grip on Frag or something. Look at this.
Here goes Frag. Not playing Demon Hunter anymore. Does get the grip, though. Beautiful. Now they're going to be able to start the boss for 1342 when they pulled it, and they're hoping to have it dead anytime before 1544, and they will gain points, but obviously every second is a second, so the sooner the better. Thunderstruck on the same boss.
Is a second.
The mic is down. You can't argue with it. It's just science. Now Thunderstruck here are way ahead of time compared to Cheese in terms of pulling this boss, but they actually aren't going to get count out of this, and they are doing the double breakers with. So,
gosh, that detonated crystal is about to go off.
It is indeed. Yeah, they're going to have to live this. So here comes those debuff stacks. Oh, no, okay, they Desperate Invokers Codexed it looks like. Nice.
Oh, okay, he killed it.
That would be my guess, at least, as to how that thing got deleted. I'm not sure.
Dude, that looked... Okay, that thing was so healthy. It makes sense that it was Desperate Invokers Codexed.
Actually... Okay, Meld is on CD for a lot of players, although I assume they're just melding Shadow or Shoulder Smash on them from the Breakers. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I was wondering if you could like meld the crystals and trick them into not hitting you or something. But I don't think that's it. I think it's just the shoulders. Yeah. Oh, a raging bestial roar there.
I think if Thunderstruck has taught me nothing over this weekend or over the course of their MDI run, they've taught me that backtracking in this dungeon is banned and is slower.
Well, we'll see here for them, because they are going to kill the boss. It's 1337 when they kill the boss, and now they're going to get to backtrack and do 30% trash? Okay. Well, Fem is down for Cheese, though. Okay, so Cheese are going to get a 1524. That is really fast, but they lost 5 seconds at the end there from Fem going down, which is a shame for Cheese. But they've got to be pretty happy about putting that vault in the books for them. 1525. At the end of that one, something that they can be very happy with.
Is Thunderstruck going to do triple breaker? I mean, looking at the top right here, they're gathering up. They have double breaker pulled right here. To be able to get this 30% count mark, I think they have to be able to pull into the last frog room, which is going to contain a third breaker, which that's a bit of a doozy of a pull.
I think they might even need the double breakers from the end. I'm not 100% sure, but
no, I think we snapped those.
Oh, we snapped those already? Okay, yeah. So then we're just doing all the rest of the trash here. Yeah, I mean, they have to go all the way through here, and they're at 1707 is their previous best time. This could maybe be a 16-minuter.
Yes. See, this is the issue I think with the backtracking is just like we end up losing like 30 seconds over other teams just due to the backtracking. And while it may be slightly more optimal for offensive cooldowns, that's just lost in the runtime.
Yeah, these frogs are just jumping so far away from the action as well, and it's not even the ranged's fault. The ranged have to be doing this dodging and playing back there, and everybody's getting knocked back by shoulder slams anyways, so yeah, Thunderstruck are going to stop the clock once they can kill all this trash here, but...
Is this their final pull? They don't have to do the other frog room?
Yeah, they're good. They pulled it back into this hallway.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, this is going to be count for them. And they're going to be stopping the clock here at 15:45-ish, 15:50. Okay. Yeah, 15:45.
That's, minus a minute 15 or so for them?
Not bad.
Let's pull up the leaderboard and take a look at where they've landed now after posting that timer. That's actually a pretty good one for them. They had a 17-something as their previous best. Hopefully we can take a look at the leaderboard in just a couple of seconds and see where that slots them.
Yeah, meanwhile, up in the top left, Direwolves, Groundhog Day here. They are back once again in Algathar Academy, fighting Croth. Going to go ahead and then wipe in the Overgrown Ancient area is probably the plan after this one. We'll see, though. Maybe they're ready to break free of the cycle.
Okay, so Thunderstruck with that 15:43 now are only a minute 24 off of Cheese's best time.
Okay. So, not far off of Cheese's best time in that dungeon. Probably something where they are just gonna... I suspect they're gonna say, you know what, Azurvault? We've had enough of you. Let's go and improve another dungeon. That's exactly what they're doing. They're going to improve Naka defensive now.
That makes sense.
Naka, they're more than 30 seconds behind the best time in.
Dude, let him cook. Look at the bottom right. They finished Bone Maw at 9:49. Hold up.
Let him cook.
Bone Maw, their Bone Maw split is so much faster. It was previously 11 minutes, and now it's 9:49. Their Ner'zhul is going to be cooking.
Yeah, they need to gain a lot of time here. So,
oh my god,
if they can get... Hang on. If they can get a... I'm
listening.
1350 or faster, I believe they will advance to rank 1. Now, looking at this, I think this is going to be a sub 13 minute run out of Let Him Cook. I think this is
1250, right?
No, I meant 1350, I think.
No, they already had a 13. They already had a 1340.
Okay, all right, yeah, my info is out of date on my little sheet here. Okay, so they need a 1308 or faster if they want to get first overall. Okay. I see. Okay.
So, why did we say that at the same time?
Well, they are definitely cooking something up here. 12 minutes have passed now for Let Him Cook in this Shadow and Burial Grounds.
We saw them beat the next wall. We saw them beat the next wall in the previous run. There's precedence for them to not even have to DPS this next wall. Oh, man.
Yeah, they're cooking. They're lusted. Mooches has to press a powered shield. Now he has to dodge a Malevolence. He's definitely in some pain here as the ranged DPS on this fight. Baits another Omen, 30% on Ner'zhul as the next Ritual of Bones spawns, and they are going to try and beat this ritual, it looks like, maybe. Yeah, 23% on the boss, and you can see they are not interested in killing off this Ritual of Bones. They are saying, it dies or we die. We are pulling this boss to the edge of the room, and if we need to...
Did they beat this?
We're taking some ticks here, and I think they're going to take some ticks here. This boss is at 10% health. Okay, very edge here. Now they run through.
Dude,
Dispersion is up. Vampiric Embrace is up. Bark. Icebound Fortitude. Survival Instinct. Moochus goes down. Trell is now using defensives. Terrasant goes down. Gets rezzed. Trell dies. They are going to stop the clock here at 13:28 with 5 deaths on the board after running it down at Ner'zhul at the end there. No. They are going to not improve to first place, but they are going to save 12 seconds, and that is not something that they will be excited about, if I suspect.
Do you run it back? Like, do we play the Sedana Blood Fury lottery again and then play the Ner'zhul lottery? Like, is that really what's about to happen here?
It's not a lottery, right? It's the same theory as Sedana, where it's like, hey, if we have the damage here, we kill this before this wall reaches us, right? They were just a little short on that check, but if they just keep running that dungeon again, they could maybe do it. So I don't know. I think they maybe do go back in there and just say, you know what? We go gain. We'll see, though. Cheese in the bottom left, busting out the Affliction Warlock in their Algathar Academy run here. Once again, something that we've seen out of them a few times now. Very cool spec in this dungeon. Unfortunately, Prot Warrior has fallen for Cheese. They will go back once again. Knocked ends for Legendary at 17-25. That is a nice improvement for Legendary.
That's a new weekend best for Knocked Offensive.
Indeed, it's not only a new weekend best, it's a new weekend best by 20 seconds. So Legendary actually now finally have a gold star on their scorecard, and that is really good news for Legendary. That's exactly what they needed out of that knockout offensive. All of that hard work in that dungeon has paid off, and now if you look at their scorecard, they actually have a lot of good stuff going for them, and they're only 35 seconds total behind Cheese. So if they can go and they could maybe take all 35 of those seconds in either Vault or Academy and get that first place overall potentially. Wow. Definitely they can steal it from Let Him Cook in either of those dungeons.
Cheese bottom right, back in AA. Direwolves top left, back in
Here it is, Overgrown Ancient, 6th time's the charm. Direwolves trying this pull out. The Echo Knights are whirlwinding. There's the Blinding Sleet. Chompy's going to hit the Nature's Vigil here, and Chaz is hitting Vampiric Embrace. Vampiric Embrace has now expired. They knock the Echo Knights out of the heal. One of them comes back in. It actually doesn't look like it healed them for much, if it did heal them at all, even. Or maybe maybe just right after the animation that it walked back in. And so here they go now, finishing off these last few mobs. Things are looking rather good. Chompy's got a couple of poison stacks here, getting autoed by a few of those Hungry Lashers. Not a big deal, though. Not a problem at all. Two more Echo Knights under boss here.
I think we're going to make it out of the boss for the first time in a while. Now, they have one more dangerous pull in this dungeon. The last trash pack into Echo Adorgosa has kind of also had their number, but being able to get through Overgrown Ancient was a big point of contention for them. And I think that this is going to be great for the Direwolves. They're able to put up a competitive time. That might put them in a... Oh my gosh, Chaz getting melee by the branch. Top the branch, bro.
All good. We're all good. We focus boss. We tunnel boss. Not a problem.
Does that include the tank, man?
Absolutely. We're all sharing tanking responsibilities in this group. If you can live an auto, you tank an auto. That's the rule. Unfortunately, Chaz could only live... Whoa, Choppy too! Oh, the Hungry Lashers are just taking some skulls here right at the end of Overgrown Ancient. They are going to use one of their battle reses here on Chaz. They are going to finish this boss here. A 15:03 split on this boss is a time improvement for them by about 30 seconds compared to their previous best at this juncture.
How do we keep getting beaten up by a tree?
Yeah, that's the problem. And they were so close at the end there, but they've lost like 25 seconds to the end of that boss, at least.
Yes. Well, they had lost 25 seconds to the end of that boss last time, too, because Chompy was dead for 55-0 last time we saw their Algathar Academy. But look at this.
I mean, I'm sure they can improve off of this, but it's going to be bittersweet because they're going to know, okay, we could have done better, right?
Ooh, we got
and so they'll probably want to come back in at some point.
Yeah, dude. Well, I think, I don't know, maybe you don't even give up on it. Maybe you just run it back.
I don't think you go in. I think, I guess maybe you just finish out the day spamming academies until you're really happy, but you also have a minute now that it's been shown to be doable in Naked, that you could go and start trying to claw back some of that time in.
Yeah.
All right, we also have Cheese up in the top right, working on Veximus. Thunderstruck and Ducks Can Fly are the bottom teams of our current view. Thunderstruck is in 5th overall right now, and Ducks Can Fly are in 6th. Ducks Can Fly, at this point, I don't want to call them dead just yet, but the problem is they are 4 minutes behind Thunderstruck in that position of avoiding elimination at the end of the day, because, of course, our bottom team does get eliminated at the end of the day.
Okay.
And they're in a Shadow Moon Burial Grounds where they could, at best gain a minute. So they'll need to find 3 minutes in another dungeon, and I don't know how they can do that. They'll probably need 2 dungeons worth of massive one-shot improvement runs. And I don't know if the time is left in the day for them to really make that happen. At this point, they're definitely in territory where one wipe and they are gone.
Have you considered maybe what if they get a 1046 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds?
A 1046 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds would be quite good. If Ducks Could Fly could get one of those, that would be all they need, I think. Yeah, they do that. They head over to Azure Vault. They put up like a 16-minute in there, and they are all set. And they win the tournament. That would be really good.
You can't see you can't see Dranos, but whenever I said that, he just raises his eyebrows the moment I say 10.
I was, that would be really good.
Yeah, that would be impressive.
I don't know if they've considered trying to do that. That would be really good. Something that's not really good. Let Him Cook have had a death here towards the end of Sedana Blood Fury. If I had to guess, that's probably going to mean they won't be able to make their check. Although they did instantly battle res the feral druid that died, not naming any names, on Let Him Cook's team.
Ooh, 16%. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold up.
And there's that landslide that's going to root that mob in place out of the Evoker. They're going to try and blast this thing down before this Communion cast finishes. 5% on the boss. A few seconds left in that Dark Communion. 4, 3, 12. Womp womp.
No, man. All right. Somebody's got to get these people a sous chef.
Who let them cook?
Who let them
That
cook,
is the
indeed.
question.
All right, now
well,
we got Thunderstruck on the screen here, trying to progress this knock-it offensive. We know that there is somewhere between probably at least a minute to be able to be saved if you look at Legendary's time, but more reasonably 30 to 45 seconds if you look at other average times in this knock-it offensive. For Thunderstruck, they've had a really interesting Tyrann Maruk strategy. They have a bit more count than Legendary did coming out of the Raging Tempest at 59%, where we saw Legendary was at like 55, and every team is running a little bit different of a route in this dungeon.
Yeah, a lot of different ways that you can attack this this place. Very cool to see. They are going to be making their way towards the Tyrann Maruk area, though, and they will probably be going for something big, if I had to guess. Okay, nope, not yet. They're going to start with something small, and then they'll do something big afterwards, maybe. They're going to fight one mound pack right now.
I don't know if
other teams are doing triple mound here. I thought that was what they were looking for, but no, they're not going to do triple mound as their first thing here. They're doing a little bit of a cooldown recovery pull, if I had to guess here, and then they'll probably do the next 2 mounds together. Oh no, they're setting up a chain pull. Okay. Whoa, no, they're kiting. Okay, pulling into the birds. Okay, all right. Yeah, Thunderstruck keeping the pull going. I feel like this is slower than the strats that we've seen out of some teams like Legendary and Let Him Cook in this area, but we'll have to see how it works out for them at the end here. Maybe this enables really good cooldown timings out of them. Direwolves
they need to reevaluate that first pull. I agree with that, actually.
Direwolves have said, you know what? That's enough Algathar Academy for one day. We are going to Azure Vault now.
Did they even improve their AA
No,
time?
they did not. They are...
So they wiped and they said, I'm done with this dungeon. Can we please
they
go
said,
try
you know what?
something else?
This is a silly dungeon. We're going to go to Azure Vault instead. Because they did wipe on the Echo of Doragosa at the end of Azure Vault. And they're in 4th place overall. They're not in danger of getting eliminated at the end of today, but they are in danger of not making it into top 2 if they can't improve these runs.
Well, okay. They have, to their credit, probably somewhere in the order of like 5 hours to put up a better Algathar Academy time.
Yeah, if they use a lot of their time in Algathar Academy, but, you know, their Vault and not good aren't particularly great either. I guess the Vault is pretty good, but they're in Vault again, so they're improving their best existing time, besides their Shadow Moon, I guess. And then the not good is the one where there's the most time to gain relative to what the other teams have got in there, but I don't know. I mean, I'm a little bit worried about Direwolves here because these teams are so strong. Getting into top 2 is gonna require, I think, having multiple gold stars, and I guess they're maybe playing to earn one here in Azure Vault because they're not that far behind the gold star time in here of 15:25.
Top right-hand corner of the screen, Cheese maintaining 2 of those gold stars here, playing that composition that we saw them in Algathar Academy in Cup C weekend. Right now, they're about to do the never-before-seen Demon Hunter Shroud, where they drop
Demon
a
Hunter
Sigil of
Shroud.
Misery, and now they meld off the pack.
Following the long tradition of Bear Reflect back in BFA, we now have DH Shroud making it through here. We're gonna see the DH Tricks soon as well. So let's keep watching Cheese up in the top right, because after they do this poll, at least what they did in the Cup weekends was a very cool way of getting the snap done without having a rogue of that next pack. So let's keep watching that.
So DH Tricks is normally what I think of whenever my Demon Hunter gets meleeed before the tank gets threat. But that's not what Demon Hunter Tricks is in this situation, right? Demon Hunter Tricks is some snapping adaptation.
Yeah, so it's how they're going to snap this pull after this one. It's what they did before, at least, was Sigil of Flame, which has a 2-second arm time, and then during those 2 seconds, you're not in combat. So then you can take the airway upstairs and then get in combat with the mobs, and then they'll snap to you. Normally, you have a rogue snapping the mobs to the tank by using Tricks of the Trade, attacking the mobs, and then vanishing to drop combat so that they can, again, use the airway. Let's see how they do it, though. We're watching Fragments here. Everybody else in the group is going up.
At least Pet.
Okay, it's Dranako's Pet, actually, that's doing it, not Fragments this time around. So that's going to be the other way of doing it, the Warlock Tricks. Actually, they snapped over onto Zatsy as well. So maybe...
it's probably Healing Threat,
There's not an Evoker way of doing it, though. Yeah, it's probably just Healing Threat. Yeah. Okay.
Not bad.
So we don't get to see the DH Tricks. That's fine, though. We get to see the Warlock Tricks, the Pet. Another cool way of accomplishing that goal with their 2 off-meta classes that are in here, the Aflock and the Havoc DH.
You say off meta, I say underrepresented for that AF Warlock. That thing is a niche spec for Algathar Academy, but my god does it own, especially in like the overgrown ancient area. This spec is particularly good at single target and particularly good at anything above 8 targets, and that is something that it does quite well in AA and does 400k DPS to overgrown ancient or something like that. and so it's very good.
Yeah, not only are you doing an absurd amount of boss damage to Overgrown Ancient, you also remove all of the danger of that fight because you just kill those Hungry Lashers so quickly. Your tank is in no danger of dying, and the rest of your group's in much less danger of dying as well. We do get this beautiful, look at those birds. Look at those bird spirits you can see on Cheese's side as well. That's the AF Warlock thing that returned from Legion, where you could get those little spirits when things die. Wrath of Consumption thing. Very nice to see. I missed those back in Legion when you'd play the old Aflock. What are Thunderstruck doing here? They have neutral villagers that they're in combat with. Dude, is this some funnel tech?
Yes. So Let Him Cook was pulling these neutral mobs into the boss as well for funnel. This is I saw them doing it earlier and I couldn't figure out why, but it is literally just for funnel as you see those neutral villagers running down the hill.
Yeah, those neutral villagers, they don't give any count. They don't also do all that much. Their claim to fame is if you're ever doing this dungeon on M0 and you have the leatherworking profession weekly quest, they can often drop the mats for that, so that's really good. But they, of course, can't do that on M+ difficulty, so you really are just bringing them in here for the funnel, I think.
Why do you know this?
On Turner Realm as well, the players have infinite knowledge, too, so they don't even need that.
Okay, well, maybe we'll ask them later. As we do know, Thunderstruck, they ended up missing count in this dungeon a bit earlier. We've had a surprising number of teams miss count in this dungeon. They don't have to grab those 2 patrolling mobs that are off to the sides of those Thunder Fists, and there's going to be no Thunder Fist shenanigans this time. Instead, they're just playing these 2 mini-bosses straight into Balakar Khan, and I think that their timer is going to improve by a little bit, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to give them that gold star, because we know that gold star time is 17:25. I think they're probably going to get like a 17:40 here, maybe. Yeah,
that's still very good though for Thunderstruck. They'll be pretty happy with this one. I think they'll be pretty happy to go and visit a different dungeon after this as well. This is a big improvement to their run if they can hold on and clutch out the Balakar Khan boss fight here, which on Tyrannical is not the easiest thing to do, but on plus 20 key level with all this trash taken care of, Now it should be starting to feel pretty safe. They're using that rock over there as well to bait the charges nice and easily.
I feel like they're losing okay. I feel like they've been losing infinite time on this boss because of that, having everybody get gripped as opposed to it going on somebody who can Nelf or meld it or whatever. And in addition to that, you saw them getting like boxed off the boss by those charges. I feel like we've been just losing infinite time here. Look at this. Balakar Khan should probably already be dead at this point. Instead, still at 25%. I think they're only going to save 10 seconds on this boss, man. Or on this dungeon. Oh, no.
Yeah, their previous best time in here of 18:23. We're already now over the 18-minute mark. Once again, this time they get the spear on somebody who can not even meld it, but feral re-stealth in their Incarn. Yeah. Very nicely done. And that's going to be an 18:08 for a few seconds for Thunderstruck, but sort of disappointing. But one thing that's not disappointing is that we are going to be joined once again by Makes here on our next little caster swap. We'll say farewell to Tuttles, which is also not disappointing. Goodbye for now, Tuttles.
It's so funny that you would say that as a segue, because chat has been going on how much they love like you and Tuttles as a caster combination. I'm just sitting here like, I'm gonna crash in a few seconds.
Oh, wonderful.
But, yeah. A lot has happened since I was last on desk. Most of the teams now with 4 times, but or all of the teams rather. I kind of don't want to count the Algathar Academy from Wolves, but I know it's up there. So yeah, we are getting very close to having teams allow their last run. Maybe we should reiterate on that. I saw a couple of questions on the format as always. So teams will have until the 5th hour is over to start their very last run. We'll have a timer for it, so you'll see, and lock that run in. So we'll see how much teams are using that kind of extra time. There you go. So 28 minutes and 18 seconds to go before they can start that very last run, and we'll see who's going to use that, because often that can be impactful, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in the Great Push, which is the format of this where the key levels are going up instead of staying constant. There it can be really valuable to get like just the start of a 40-minute dungeon going when the overtime starts so that you get the full value out of it. In this format, it's a little bit less potential because the runs are shorter, right? You know, any run that you're improving your scorecard with is going to be sub 20 minutes, right? So the difference between getting full value and no value out of that is less than it is in, say, the Great Push. But it's still something. It's definitely still something where if you can just start a good run, and then you can effectively be playing with 5 hours and 20 minutes instead of just 5 hours today. And that could make the difference in the long run. So we'll see where the teams decide to go for their last few runs. They definitely have time to finish their current runs, probably do another run, and then start a final run at this point as well.
Yeah, true. Kind of depends on how those runs go, right? We're seeing Let 'em Cook is going to restart that one after this poll didn't really work out for them. Now, Ducks Can Fly, they're on their way to get a better SPG time, and looking at SPG overall, all of the other teams have managed to post a time that is between 13 minutes and 13 minutes 30. So they have a lot of time that they can theoretically catch up here if they have a really good run. Are you feeling confident about this one?
So their split here on the first boss is good. Yeah, they are definitely on pace to get sub 14 minutes on this run. The challenge for Ducks Can Fly is, okay, let's say you even get down to 13 minutes, right? Which, like, say you're putting up the best Shadow Moon time, which I don't think they're necessarily on pace for that. That is the best case scenario for them here. That's going to take them another 10 minutes of this run. So there will be 20 minutes left in our day, and they are still going to be at least 3 minutes behind Thunderstruck in the battle to not get eliminated at the end of the day. I don't think there's another dungeon they could go to earn those 3 minutes in that last bit of time. So I think at this point, I mean, Ducks Can Fly need a miracle to happen here. They need to put up an insane Shadow Moon time, immediately Hearth, and go put up an insane Knockhood or Azure Vault or Algathar time, and then immediately Hearth and go put up a big improvement in one of the other dungeons again. They need 3 improvements across their scorecard to be able to overtake Thunderstruck, and I don't think
So what
the
I'm
time is
hearing
likely to be there. It's still possible,
is
but
that it's not impossible.
It's not impossible, but it's running real close. Like, if they even wiped at this point, I think the 5 minutes that they've invested into this dungeon now, they can't afford to lose.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, but I just wanted to give the Duck Believers a little bit to hold on to while we enter that last half hour. But another team has entered something, and it is the Dire Wolves, who are on to Umbral Skull with 13 minutes on the clock, and the boss already in the fight. That's a crazy fast time. They do have that trash count that some other teams are missing here, and I'm just so impressed that they did get here so fast.
Yeah, this is huge improvements on previous best times that we're seeing out of other teams. Azure Vault has been one of our more different dungeons in terms of pathing. A lot of teams have decided to do just the dungeon and the trash in entirely different orders than each other, which is one of the coolest parts of this dungeon. But no matter how you look at it, Direwolves are going to be getting a great time out of this dungeon. Our current best Azure Vault time is 15:25 out of Cheese. Direwolves, I think, are in position to equal that. Maybe they could even make up 5 seconds and be 15:20 or something. Maybe they could even be 15 flat, actually. This boss is dying really quickly. It is fortified and not tyrannical. Their lust is just expired, though. I'm going to guess, 15:13 is their end time here. What do you think?
15:13 is
That's
what
my
you're
time.
saying.
Yeah, you can't take that. That's mine.
I'm going to say 15:12.
Ah, okay. All right, you're the believer. I'll be the doubter. Fair enough.
We'll see how that one goes. But Cheese also looking to finish their run in the Elgathar Academy. And we saw this poll go wrong many a times before. We've seen some changes for them in terms of comp. They brought back the Warlock. They brought back that Havoc Demon Hunter. I know chat has been rooting for different classes to come out. So here you go. That's what you're going to get from Cheese. And they're looking to underbid their time by a lot as well. Echo of Doragosa is down to 50%. There's one more Echo Knight. And their timer could come down to like 16:15, 16:30, which is over a minute faster than their current time, which is the fastest time in Elgathar. And the Wolves have locked in under 15 minutes.
Wow, 14:59, way faster than I was thinking they were going to be able to kill that boss. That is insanely fast out of the Direwolves in Azure Vault. 14:59 puts them into third place overall by less than a second over Legendary. This is such a close leaderboard now. We have 4 teams that are in the top 4 within 35 seconds of each other. And, I mean, looking at this as well, I would say, actually, it looks like the top is going to open up a little bit more here because Cheese are about to put a 1-minute improvement up on their Algathar Academy. So Cheese are going to move to become the sizable frontrunners at the end of our day here, but the other 3 teams below them are so close to each other as Cheese, there it is, 16:43 Algathar Academy. They are a minute faster than anybody, more than a minute faster than anybody else in here. They skipped the 17-minute mark entirely now. Every other team is above 18 minutes, and Cheese is in the 16s. That is crazy.
Yeah, that's a really, really good time coming out of Cheese. On top of that, with a rather unconventional comp, right? Most of the other teams won't be able to just roll Havoc and Warlock and then play it as well as these guys. So that's definitely something you have to keep in mind when comparing these, that not every team will be able to just roll out with the same comp if you're running a comp that's a little bit off meta. And I'm curious to see what we're going to see in that Algathar Academy tomorrow. I'm still surprised the Wolves never brought out that Rogue that we saw them play in the Time Towers. They're just very comfortable on playing Shadow Priest in the Algathar Academy, but now we see them go back to that Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, looking to even better their time there, which is currently the fastest as well.
Yeah, so they don't think that they have a good way to improve Nokkad or Azure Vault necessarily right now. I actually like this a lot because those are dungeons where I think if they are going to improve their times, it would probably involve some strategic and maybe even comp-based decisions, but also like routing. Those are the kinds of decisions that you can talk about and think about and plan for between days, right? So Nakud and Algathar for Direwolves, I think coming back tomorrow after you strategize for them makes a lot of sense. But you only have 20 minutes left in the day, so why not just go back to Shadow Moon? And if you're like, hey, we know we missed 20 seconds in this run or whatever, let's just go and get that right now. I think that is their thought process.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're very confident with that Shadow Moon Burial Ground, same as they were with that Assure Vault. And they probably, like you said, want to revisit the other two dungeons going into that next day. I know there might also be a little bit of sleep lack included for our Oceanic team, so we'll see. Maybe they're just going to come back a little bit more rested tomorrow. We'll see how that works out. But I'm very surprised to see that Thunderstruck is fighting. I mean, they're a little bit safer than Ducks Can Fly, but still, they're down there in the overall. That's not something I expected as much out of this team, to be honest, going into this tournament.
Yeah, Thunderstruck and Legendary are definitely the teams. I mean, Thunderstruck in particular, right? Because Legendary are technically in rank 4, but they're really close to the top, to the next two teams above them. But Thunderstruck, there's actually quite a bit of a gap now that's opened up between Thunderstruck and the rest of the field. More than 30 seconds separating them from Legendary. Yeah, I mean, this is a team that had a lot of promise out of their group stage. There was a good chance they could even have potentially have qualified out of that group stage as well, and it's not currently going all that well for them today, at least. I think that, you know, looking at their scorecard, right, they don't have any gold stars. They have okay times in every dungeon, but having an okay time in every dungeon is a lot worse than having a great time in a few dungeons, because that means you have way more dungeons of work to do, right? If Thunderstruck want to improve, they don't just have one dungeon they can go to and get a minute. They have 4 dungeons they can go to and get 15 seconds from each, right? And that is a lot more work, a lot more time intensive to do that.
Absolutely agree, and I think that's something that we have to keep in mind. Now, tomorrow, there will be a new dungeon revealed.
Yeah.
We don't know what that is yet. I don't know, maybe chat can guess. I'm not going to leak anything. But that might be a dungeon where the remaining 5 teams are really good in, right? Or at least one of the remaining 5 teams finds to be very comfortable. We don't know that yet. So maybe if, let's say, Thunderstruck log in tomorrow, they see, oh, you know, that dungeon that we're revealing with those affixes is something they practiced a lot, that they're very comfortable in, and they're able to get a really good time there, then it evens out a little bit, because they can then get a really good time there pretty fast, where other teams might need to put in more time, and allows teams like Thunderstruck to then even out the field a little bit more. But that's relying on that new dungeon to be among your comfy picks, right? So we don't know if that's going to happen for them or what that new dungeon is.
Yeah, the comp changes that we might see as well. I think that the Cheese Warlock in Algathar is probably the biggest comp difference that we're going to, like, probably the biggest off-meta thing that anybody's going to do. But there's actually a lot of dungeons that we haven't seen Cheese in yet. We know they used Havoc Demon Hunter in almost all their time trial work, right? In at least the first MDI time trials, right? So I think Cheese is another team to look out for, maybe having something wild in a few of the potential dungeons we could see as a 4th dungeon here.
They also used the Havoc in all of their time trials for this tournament. They just decided to go Warlock only. They also used the Warlock, notably, in that Algathar Academy time trial, so it's good to see them bring it back here. But Direwolves on their way to kill Nalish, and I'm just looking at our cheeky spreadsheet to see how that boss split is looking. We're on 4 minutes 36. Now, the last time we saw them in this SPG, they were pretty much on the exact same time. They were on 4 minutes 37, and now they're 1 second faster.
Yeah, that is really good. 1 second, you know? It doesn't sound like a lot. That's because it's not a lot, but at least it means that if they feel like the rest of the dungeon was something where they could save some time, you know, they're in place to be able to do that. So we'll see how the rest of the dungeon goes for them. But yeah, it would be a shame. It happens sometimes where you just put up the exact same time you already did the last time, and you're like, oh. Okay.
I mean, they're already 1 second faster, so maybe they'll have that 1 second in the end. It could come down to seconds in comparison to other teams, but
if they keep gaining time at this rate, they're going to be 2 seconds faster by the end of this dungeon as well. That's really good. That'd be even better.
Absolutely. We'll see how they do. This bridge here for the Wolves is definitely a very scary area. We saw them wipe here previously, but hopefully they'll get through it here. This time, Thunderstruck in a very similar position, top right. They are finishing off the last worm, dealing with some of the Spitefuls, and then moving on to Bone Maw as well. And I'm just looking at their timer, but compared to the Wolves, it's definitely slower.
Yeah, the Wolves much faster in the Nalish split, actually. Thunderstruck with a faster first boss, but the Wolves really accelerating out of there. Potentially, I love the different comps that we're seeing out of these teams. I think the Wolves Disc Priest, to let them fit the Unholy DK in alongside their Mage, is part of why they are just blowing up Nalish so quickly. Thunderstruck's comp, really, really good, especially on that first boss, but I think that the Direwolves comp is a little better for here, being able to play both the DK and the Mage, something that they have access to with this. Legendary are going to shave some time.
They just underbid their own time by like 40 seconds. That's really good for them.
15:17, upgrading from 15:54. So almost 30 seconds coming off of their Azure Vault here. That's going to put them in second place. They are still a minute behind Cheese, but they're actually faster than Cheese in every dungeon except for Algathar Academy. So if they can go to Algathar Academy, maybe tomorrow, maybe today, and catch up to Cheese a little bit, they could actually maybe overtake Cheese. And that's a really good place for Legendary to be because their improvements are focused in one dungeon, right? There is one dungeon where there is a lot of time for them to gain, and that's just a really nice place to be. That's a really efficient place for a team to be at this point in the tournament. So we'll see if they can do that today with one of their last runs, or if that's something they save to tomorrow.
Absolutely true. And Direwolves now moving on to that Bone Maw, that Thunderstruck, like we said, are already on. Ducks Can Fly and Cheese also in that SBG, trying to make time. Seems like teams are opting to run this dungeon as a kind of their last target dungeon across the board to try and get some more time saved in the overall. Let's see how the Wolves do. I'm really curious to see if they can save even more time, if that bridge was possibly faster than the last one they locked in.
Yeah, I think it is possible here for this dungeon to be a little faster for the Wolves. Their previous Bone Maw split was 950. I think they're going to be able to get it done here around like that 920 mark, maybe 930. 940. Okay, so maybe they'll be able to, I would say 940 at this pace. So, okay. Could be a time save here for the Wolves. Yeah, they might be able to get the sub 13 in this Shadow Moon overall. That would be good.
I mean, that would be very good for them, knowing that they have this and also the Azure Vault as kind of safe dungeons locked in that they're very good in, and then only 2 more target dungeons to work on tomorrow. I mean, that's a very good perspective, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's a nice place to be in, to have some dungeons where you're faster than Cheese, and then some dungeons that you have a lot of work you can do in because you can copy whatever other teams did that was better than you, or just practice again, come in tomorrow with extra time, because of course today was a bit hectic. We had 4 dungeons across 5 hours, not a lot of time per dungeon. Tomorrow we had only 1 new dungeon, so teams will have a lot of time to refine in these other dungeons if they want to. Of course, even though it feels like it's a lot of time, right? 5 hours sounds like a long time. It actually goes by really quickly if you're one of these teams competing here. You only wipe a few times, and all of a sudden the time's up for the day, and you're like, oh no, this is not good.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe something the Ducks were feeling. We just saw them on Nalish again, meaning that they had wiped in their Shadow Moon Burial Grounds and are probably going again. That's kind of their last chance floating away from them, trying not to get eliminated. But the day is not over yet, so we'll see. Maybe something else happens. I don't think there's any coming back from this, but I won't speak on it before the time's run out.
I'm willing to call it now. Ducks Can Fly are definitely 100% eliminated. No way they can come back from this. I'd love to see them. I'd love to see them spite me by putting up a 12-minute Shadow Moon.
That
though,
would be
and then,
so good.
Yeah, that would be really cool. But you can see on the leaderboard right now, almost 5 minutes behind Thunderstruck in a Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. No time to do 3 total dungeons, so they would need to find 5 minutes in 2 dungeons. I'm a believer, but I'm not that much of a believer, I don't think. I think Ducks Can Fly have put on a valiant show, but I think they're going to be going home at the end of our day here.
Yeah, I think unfortunately you just might be right on that one. It is going to be very hard to slice off 10 minutes or rather, yeah, more than 8 minutes on the overall time. It's just going to be very rough. But looking at every other team, they're so close to each other. Like, all of them in between 1-3 and 1-5 is super nice to see, and I'm very curious how that's going to develop further on. Right now, Wolves are on track to Right now, Wolves are on track to lock in a very good new best tie. They only have Ner'zhul in front of them, and their current fastest time is 13:05. So I think they can do this sub 2 minutes for sure.
Yeah, the Wolves here are pumping. Their previous best... Well, okay. Their previous best Bone Maw split was 950. This time around, they hit the 10:06. So actually, they were a little slower. They were 15 seconds slower out of Bone Maw. Have they somehow accelerated coming into Ner'zhul? Maybe. Thunderstruck are going to improve their Shadow Moon up in the top left there by 10 seconds.
That's
with
a new best.
13:04. That is a new best by 1 second.
They just stole that best time from Wolves. And I mean, sometimes those 1 seconds count.
Absolutely.
Let's see if Wolves
we had a
can
long
take it
discussion
back.
about 1 second earlier, yeah. So here go the Wolves. I don't think they are. I think this is going to be a slower run for them than their 13:05. They have to do 2 more ritual bones unless they're committing. Maybe if they only do 1 more and they commit. I think you could do commit, because otherwise you're not going to be faster.
The last time I watched
Well, otherwise you're not going to be faster anyways, though, so it doesn't matter if you wipe, right?
I mean, yes.
Like this
no.
one you do.
I'm a little bit nervous. They definitely have to do this one.
Yeah. But like, look at the timer, right? 13:05 is their time to beat. If they aren't beating the next Ritual Bones, they're not improving their time anyways, so they are going to be able to easily beat the next Ritual Bones, but I don't think they're improving their timer here. I think that this is a... in fact...
Yeah,
it looks like they maybe had to commit to that Ritual Bones even, which obviously wouldn't have worked, but this is also not working, so that is going to be a slight time loss for Direwolves. No improvement on this Shadow Moon, even with 0 deaths. Just a little bit slower than their previous best, which is no longer the tournament best after Thunderstruck have stolen it by 1 second. Direwolves get 1 more dungeon of their choice to go and do now before the day is over. Wonder where they'll go.
Yeah, we're going to find out in just a little bit, I'm sure. Let Him Cook opting to run back that knockout offensive. 17:45 is their current time. Pretty much middle of field on the better side of things, but maybe they're looking to steal that best time gold star from Legendary.
I think that's probably what they're up to, yeah. I mean, there's not really many other dungeons that would be super profitable for them to go to, and they have definitely, I mean, they've only basically done knockout offensive twice, right? Both times they put up impressive runs, and so I think that means that, yeah, even though their time is already really good in here, it's probably a time where it's probably a dungeon where they feel like there are more easy seconds for them to gain in here. So they're going to start off with this place. Another advantage to doing Knockout is there's quite a lot of volatility in the first 3 minutes of this dungeon with these pulls that you're doing in the Granite area. So with 6 minutes left in our day, they actually have enough time to wipe to this area once or twice and restart if something goes wrong. For instance, there's a patrol that is going to be joining this pull because of where that longbow is, that now they're going to be jumping into, but I'm not sure they actually wanted that. We'll see how they decide to handle this additional set of enemies. Okay, it looks like it's fine because that they managed to spawn the boss anyways, so they haven't lost too much damage. And then they're going to be doing this patrol with the boss. And yeah, this is actually looking like a pretty quick Granite split for Let Him Cook. Their previous best on this boss was 3:09, so we'll see how that works out once they actually do get it killed.
Yeah, timer is now being shown. You can see all 6 teams for now and their current dungeons as the clock is ticking. It's looking really bad for the Ducks, unfortunately, but everybody else is trying to make the most out of that time. Dungeon timers carry over into the next day, so when tomorrow starts, they don't need to rerun all of those dungeons. They can use the times they locked in today and work with those to try and move on. There will be a new dungeon. We'll see how that one goes. But Cheese starting that SPG once more, and the Wolves have decided to approach Algathar Academy one more time.
Yeah, 7th time's the charm, say the Direwolves. Once again, going back to Algathar Academy, same comp, probably the same plan, hoping that they'll be able to survive the Overgrown Ancient, a very dangerous boss on 21 Tyrannical with all the trash that they're pulling into it. And it's also not just the trash into the boss on pull, then it's just the boss mechanics on 21 Tyrannical after you've used all your cooldowns to deal with the trash on the pull, which is pretty scary. It looks like they have time to start once again here. 8th time is the charm. not a problem for Direwolves.
I mean, that's what the dungeon tournament is really good for. Like the last stand, if you have a first pull that is in some shape, way, or form not very consistent, you can just run it back, and that's something the Wolves have shown to a certain extent today with that Algathar Academy rerun and rerun and rerun. But let them cook. Now finishing off Granite, 5% more to go. And you said 309 was their previous split?
Yep. So they're a little bit slower here on their Granite split. But maybe they think that there's more time left later in the dungeon for them to make up. And yeah, you bring up a great point, because in Great Push and in Last Stand, having some volatile first pulls, it's actually worth a lot to be able to order your dungeon such that you're doing the scary stuff at the start of the dungeon. It's kind of the opposite as in MDI. In MDI, when you're doing one-on-one, right? When you're doing a one-on-one bracket game, it kind of doesn't matter where the difficulty is in your map. And in some ways, it's actually better for it to be at the end of your run, because then you can know potentially, oh, the other team wiped, we can just do a safer pull by the time you get there, right? So it's almost the exact opposite incentive for where you want your difficulty in the pulls. We don't usually see teams making too much different decisions, right? We're seeing the same big Veximus pull, big Sedana Blood Fury pull as we would see in MDI, although in some cases we see teams going a little bit bigger than I think they would in MDI, in a one-on-one bracket game versus in this Last Stand format.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, because that's exactly what it's good for. You can just redo. And Direwolves, I also now back at that Veximus pull, trying to get that one down as fast as possible, Bloodlust pumping and everything. Let them cook. Have arrived in the Raging Tempest area on Legendary, taking so much damage from Krath here in the Algathar Academy. They're currently looking to upgrade their timer. 18 minutes 35 is pretty slow across the board, I would say, in the Algathar Academy. And so Legendary approaching this dungeon as kind of last dungeon of today is something I really, really like. Same as for the Wolves. It's gonna go down, though.
Oh, that's okay. We can start another one. That's fine. These 18-minute Algathar runs, they look unimpressive next to the 1646 out of Cheese, but every other team is only able to put, all the other teams are really close to each other in Algathar, right? It's just Cheese that have found an extra minute and a half in there. But yeah, it's, that's tough. I empathize with these teams. I do think that Algathar is going to be a dungeon where after today, they look at it and they're going to try and see, is there some way that we can catch up to Cheese in this dungeon, right? Is there something about what they're doing that we can replicate? Because obviously, you might not have two players in your team that can play Havoc and Af, so maybe you can't just steal their comp, but maybe there's some elements of their pulls that you can steal, or maybe Cheese is only faster because they have that much more damage because they have that super specialized comp for that dungeon. I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna find out whether or not other teams have that comp available, or if they're just taking notes on how the routing worked out. I think there's a lot in Cheese route that kind of can be taken, and then you just need the damage. But the question is, will you find that damage with other comps, like you're saying? So But maybe we'll see more surprises. Maybe teams are opting for not Warlock, not Havoc, but another class even. I'm very open-minded to see more, but we're going to have to wait and see what they think as teams are now in those last seconds. Just a reminder on how it works. Team actually need to let us know before that timer runs out that they want to restart their key, and then we're allowing them to still hearth out and start a new key, or we're going to be a little bit lenient here. They don't have to actually start it on the clock, but they need to be pretty fast and need to let us know before the time runs out. So if they wipe right now, they can still do it and still face in.
Yeah, we're not trying to have it be like a loading screen, like who's got a better SSD and can load in faster check.
Exactly.
So if somebody wipes right now, they could still start another key, but some point soon we're going to have the admins let us know that all keys are final, and then that is going to be true. For instance,
like
Direwolves
right
wiping
now.
here. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if they're able to go get another one started. It looks like they are trying to town portal out. You can see jumping off really quickly, so they'll probably be able to get one more in.
Nope. Needs to jump again.
Yeah, I didn't know you could fall off the edge there and not die, so looks like they'll probably get one more shot at this Algathar here. But most of the other runs that we're looking at are probably going to be final runs for these teams. Up at the top left, for instance, you have Let Him Cook working on this Raging Tempest. Again, their Granite split was a little slower here. Trell is also getting beat up by this boss. We've seen a couple of tank deaths on this boss specifically for other teams here as well, but it looks like he is doing a good job of mitigating that nasty incoming damage from this boss. And also dishing out a lot of damage as well here, sitting at nearly 100k on that Prot Warrior. A lot of that is going to be from Spell Reflection. If you watch Trell here, once that Spell Reflect is off CD outside of this Electrical Storm, he's going to go and outrange the boss and then hit Spell Reflection, and the boss is going to cast a Wind Burst at him because he's out of range, which is reflectable and does do big damn. So let's see if he does it here. Maybe after this Lightning Strike. Yeah, you can see Trell waddling away here, and then there's that Wind Burst cast from the boss, reflected back, bam! Zaps the boss for a cool 500k, and that's some nice extra damage out of that Prot Warrior.
Yeah, and we are now getting a note that all runs are now final. Teams are not allowed to restart from here on out. The dungeon that they're currently on is going to be the last one for today.
Apparently, yeah, these are the last 4, so it looks like Legendary and Direwolves are actually done for the day. Those two teams
all right.
We're in Algathars, and it looks like they are now in Valdrakken. They are all finished for now. Back to the drawing boards, starting their strategizing, and potentially their catching up, getting some food and stuff before, I'm sure, coming back and doing some route work, looking at the runs from earlier today from the other teams. But we do have these 4 runs ongoing here. Ducks Can Fly up in the top right. Need this Naka defensive to be finished in 14 minutes or less.
What do you mean?
If they can finish this Naka in 14 minutes, if they can do that, they will stay alive in our tournament against Thunderstruck.
Okay.
Otherwise, they're going to be eliminated at the end of the day. So,
all right.
I think they should probably pull all 4 mounds at once in the Tira and Maruk area. Not even memeing. I think they should do that.
Yeah,
I think they should pull.
maybe they'll try.
I think they should pull 50% count in one pull in the Tira and Maruk area, because if it works, you actually, maybe you could save 2 minutes there. But if it doesn't work, then you were dead anyways, right? So may as well.
I mean, it's true, right? At this point, it's kind of like just send everything and we'll try. And if they don't manage, then it's still going to be the same outcome as right now. So maybe they are listening and they're going to give us a crazy 4-mount pull, like you said. I don't think that that's something they're looking to do. I think they're just trying to play as best as they can, as they have all day. But it looks like maybe they have something in mind. Goat is running. I think it's going to be triple at least. No? Yeah?
It looks
triple,
like it's
maybe?
just 1 mound, 1 patrol, and the bird patrol.
No.
So, okay, this is still quite an aggressive pull. It's good to see this out of them, and it's still very dangerous as well. It's not 4 mounds dangerous, but this is still scary. So credit to them. But yeah, I mean, of course, it's just not realistic for them to put up a time here that would be enough faster to let them get out of 6th place.
Oh, I think the delay now caught up to them. They're starting to pull more.
Here they go. Yeah, they're starting to chain. This is the chain. They're gonna chain this into all 4 bounds. I'm telling you, it's gonna be all percent in this one pull. They just gotta kite these first few spiteful shades, and then they'll be ready to go for it, I think.
Yeah. Just do it. 14 minutes. It's only like 4 more. They can do it. They just finish this in 10 seconds and then do the 2 bosses. Easy.
Yeah, Ducks Can Fly. Really impressed with how they've been playing over today as well.
Absolutely.
And they were our 7th place seed actually overall in the Last Stand time trials, but one of our other teams couldn't compete, so they were able to come in and play during this event too. Big credit to them for doing it. They've shown up and they have done some cool stuff in these dungeons, but yeah, I don't think this is going to be enough for them out of the Knockout offensive. Meanwhile, we also have Let Him Cook in the top right, working on their Knockout. They have all this trash into Tira and Maruk. Unfortunately, they have some Bakars spawning. Okay, Trell leaps out and gets thrown on them. Very heads-up play there. Otherwise, Muchus would have certainly died to the aggro of those newly spawned Bakar. And then Cheese are in a Shadowman Burial Grounds, and Thunderstruck are in an Algathar Academy.
Yeah, absolutely right. We're just looking at what they can shave off in time. Now, Cheese are looking to steal that SPG time. They're trying to get a better split here, and I'm not sure that's going to work out, but all of that power of the mage comp lies in the Bone Mob burst. It feels like you have the Unholy DK, you have the Fire Mage, and you have the PI coming out of Satsi, which is just going to allow you to chew through all of that HP that the Worm has in a rather fast fashion. So we're going to see if they're able to underbid their own time here.
All right, well, as we enter the final minutes of our day here, we are welcoming back the full caster team with Zyro and Tettles rejoining us on the desk for the end here. And this is going to be an exciting finish of our first day.
What up?
We're back. Dirty like that? That's messed up.
They're not here this weekend.
True.
Well,
they're here in our hearts, of course.
Well, speak for yourself.
Wait a minute.
Well. Oh, Cheese having a wipe here in the bottom left. That's going to be the end of Cheese's last run of the day here. So that is one more team that will be done for the day.
Thunderstruck snapping these lashers onto this platform. I think, is this the first team that we've actually seen do a snap here into this?
I think it is on Bullstring Week, yeah. I mean, it's diabolical to pull these mobs onto here with Bullstring, because you can see they get bolstered from all those little eagles, but it's a huge time save if it works out, and the lashers are small again now. This is maybe really good out of Thunderstruck.
I mean, they also mass-rooted the small eagles in the air. You can see them kind of hanging off to the side. If they're able to get this pull dealt with, this should be able to improve their Overgrown Ancient split by a lot.
I'll let them cooking right now in the top right here. This looks like it's a banger split for them, actually. 15 minutes flat pulling the last boss here. Their personal time to beat, 17:45. And actually, both of the 2 times they've stepped into this dungeon, they've improved their time significantly. One-shotting it at the start of the day for an 18:06, then one-shotting it again later on for a 17:45. What was the boss split for the 17:25 run we saw earlier from Legendary? Let's see, Knockout Offensive, Legendary, theirs was 13:53. So it's going to be hard for Let 'Em Cook to catch up to that mark, and they don't have the Bloodlust either here.
Yeah, they're actually a little bit slower than their 17:45 run was after Tira and Maruk as well. So I'm a little skeptical as well, especially with Muchus dying here. I think that's probably the nail in the coffin for Let 'Em Cook's hopes here. And I think Let 'Em Cook were probably hoping to get a couple of seconds at best out of this run at this point. So I think this is probably going to resolve as no improvement for Let 'Em Cook there. That's okay, though. They're still pretty happy, I think, coming out of day 1 at rank 3, very close to the top or the second placed team as well. They're only 22 seconds behind Legendary here.
I think that Thunderstruck has the ability to be able to kind of leapfrog some of the other competition with a better Algathar Academy time. If you look at that 18:33, if that snap, if that if their bolstering management ends up being like super good on this Croth split and this Overgrown Ancient split, I think that this puts Thunderstruck in a position to maybe even get that third or second place spot. I don't see them passing Cheese though at 2 minutes behind.
Yeah, I think that's going to be tough to do.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see where Krath ends up for them. We have seen Krath do a lot of damage to teams, and even some teams wipe to it before. So I think that's definitely the first challenge they need to pass before they can actually then go on to Ancient and then go on to Echo of Doragosa. That's kind of the three big pillars here. Even though it is only, in parentheses, only a 21, but after that, I'm sure we will be able to tell kind of what the direction is like, just judging by that Maximus split. I don't think that they're super fast. Like, their fastest Maximus was 255, and this one is like 348, so they're much slower than what they've done before.
Yeah, I think Thunderstruck, I mean, they do have the trash snapped into this area that is something new for them, I believe. So maybe this is going to be valuable to see how much time they save from that in the later parts of the dungeon. But I'm also somewhat skeptical that this is going to represent. I mean, it looks bad on the Croth split, but they are going to gain a lot of time on the Overgrown Ancient split as a result of this. So I actually think Thunderstruck are maybe still in this to improve their overall time. I wouldn't leave just yet if I was them.
There's also a chance that it's like an end of day proof of concept, right? And they're utilizing the end of day overtime rules to try to feel out how it is on bolstering to be able to snap these mobs, especially at this like dungeon level. Maybe even potentially get some data as to whether or not it's a little bit faster, and they can kind of mock up a draft of like what a better Algathar Academy route looks like coming in tomorrow, because that's where they have a lot of time to be able to improve, especially looking at Cheese's 1643. They look at their time and they're like, okay, we gotta come up with something really different.
Look at our predictions.
I agree. I think
left.
using that extra time to kind of test stuff, if you have something to test, is a really good strategy, because those extra minutes are kind of free. And even if you wipe here, you could theoretically go until the key is depleted and try stuff, right? Obviously, that's not something teams are going to min-max to like the 32-minute timer, but we could see teams actually do like slower pace here. Like right now they're waiting. I'm not really sure what. Maybe something didn't work out the way that they wanted to, but
the bees.
Look at those birds.
What are those bees doing there? That was a result of the snap from earlier.
Bees.
Oh, that was okay. So that's
out.
why Timber was jumping off probably earlier, right?
Yeah,
that went 2 weekends ago. We saw Timbermaw jumping off the edge because he was an evoker in combat with those bees that do not snap, but they were just standing there farming agitation stacks. And so that is the downside of doing this snap, right? Is that anybody in your group that doesn't have Meld or Vanish, which is your evoker, stays in combat with those bees the whole way through. And that ends up being the end of Thunderstruck's run in here, and that leaves us with just Ducks Can Fly still in a run here. They are working on a Naka defensive, and I think they're going to improve their time here as well, which we have them already mathematically eliminated at the bottom here. But their previous best Naka was a 1928. Let's see how much time they can save over that previous best.
I can't believe that Heddles was the only person that predicted Cheese to be one of our...
Yeah, me too. I thought everybody was going to, so I thought I didn't have to, but now it just seems disrespectful. That team is obviously phenomenal. Came into this
they
tournament.
definitely came out swinging today, right? But the thing is, it is a 3-day competition, so the one person who's leading at the beginning of the first 5 hours is not necessarily going to win, but we're going to say Teddles.
Their AA time is kind of gross. I just don't know how you... Okay, so my prediction for Cheese was kind of like... They're going to be really good at a lot of different things, but I didn't really think that they were going to have the best time in any single dungeon. I think that Algathar Academy time is probably going to be the best of the weekend, and I was foolish to doubt them.
To be honest, for me personally, it kind of came down to cup performance, because in the cup we all expected them to do really well, and then that didn't really work out. They weren't really consistent in a lot of things. Thank you, production.
Why? Why do we like this?
Because they can.
How?
Because they can.
All right, so
But
here
yeah,
is a
they
look
didn't really
at the
show up in the
leaderboard,
cups, so that's kind of why I felt like this. But once again, shout out to the Ducks that unfortunately had to go home today. I think they played really, really well, and coming in as, like you said, Dratnos' 7th team, theoretically, in the time trials, I think they've done a fantastic job here, and they showcased Resto Shaman a bunch more, which is very cool.
Yeah, the remaining teams in our tournament are all so close to each other as well. A minute between Legendary and Thunderstruck, that's places 2 through 5 are all within this 1 minute range. And Cheese look like they're far ahead, and they are, but it's all off of that one dungeon, Algathar Academy. If the other teams can find a way to get a 17-minute Algathar, all of a sudden, Legendary or Let Him Cook could be in the lead with a 17-minute Algathar Academy, right? So this is really, really close weekend so far, and the next couple days, today we had a lot of that early work being done in these dungeons. Tomorrow we're only unveiling one new dungeon, so there's going to be a lot of time coming back to these 4 existing ones, right, and refining and improving your time.
Okay, hear me out. Do you think there's any chance one of these 4 teams could look at what happened today in Algathar and be like, oh, that comp seems like something we could play, and we'll see more Affliction Lock Havoc Demon Hunter tomorrow? Or is that too far out of the question?
I'd love that. I think it's not as easy to pick up, to be honest. Like, that Havoc build is not very cookie cutter, and you kind of need to be, like, at least decent at Havoc to pull it off. I know Havoc gets clowned on for being a very easy class, but this build in particular is not as easy, so I think if you're not very used to it, it could get hard.
So,
and then
I guess like Splat could play Lock and Wexy could play Havoc for Legendary.
Yeah. It's tough, right? Like, you need some people you need 2 people on your teams, 2 different people that have experience on AF and Havoc if you want to yoink that comp entirely. On the other hand, I think the AF lock is the more pivotal part of that strategy, so you could maybe do it with like a Rogue instead of the Havoc, maybe. We'll see if any teams try that, or maybe there's ways to just get the Algathar closer to Cheese without copying the whole thing out of them. I don't know, it's going to be really exciting tomorrow. Of course, we have an entire new dungeon coming out tomorrow as well, so that's going to be really important. There's going to be huge value in being a team that quickly solves the new dungeon and gets a good time on the board fast, because again, end of day tomorrow, another team is going home, and these teams are all really close, and in theory, you could be a team that's setting yourself up good for Sunday, but if you don't make sure that you have a good time overall at the end of Saturday, you could just go home, which would be extremely unfortunate for any of these teams.
Is it time for us to go home, Dratnos?
I think it might be. I think it might be time for us to go home. Some would argue we may be home already. We will be returning tomorrow. It's going to be 10 a.m. Pacific time once again, so that same time that it was today, same 5-hour format tomorrow. But that is going to be the end of our first day here today. Thanks everybody for coming with us, and we'll see you tomorrow.